Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Tuesday, the 5th of May. My God, who would have thought? Eh? And welcome to you, Hobo Joe. Thanks for doing the roll call. Yo, yo, yo to yourself. And to anyone else who is watching, if you can, let me know that you're here in the chat and do the roll call, please. Hope everyone is going well. And today, we're going to be having a look at some interesting developments. Wasn't sure how long this was going to last for, but apparently there's been a ye-old disruption to the old ceasefire. Jamesh in the house. Hola. Hola to you, sir. I hope you are doing well. Hope you're doing very well. Yeah, there's been a little bit of a disruption to a ceasefire. I don't know how you call it a disruption to a ceasefire or threats to a ceasefire when two countries that are supposed to be at a ceasefire start shooting at each other. Doesn't seem to be like a ceasefire anymore. Oh, yeah. Is this the one that you sent in the... Have a light humor video for you this morning. It's safe and short. Is this the one that you put about the dolphins? Because I was actually going to play that first. But hey, let's play this one first. No, just found this one. Okay, so this is not Kamikaze Dolphins, which I was looking forward to watching anyway, but let's watch this one too. But yeah, on the topic, we're going to be having a look at that. Oh, David! Been a while, but here we are. How you going, David? Hope you're well. You will be surprised to know that, maybe not surprised at all, actually. I don't think any of us really are. But yeah, we're going to be talking about the ceasefire or lack thereof. We're also going to be having a look at a few other issues today. Japan and Australia are getting along like a house on fire these days and have been strengthening their friendships. We're going to have a look at Japan and how it's coming over to Australia to negotiate or say partnerships, relations, etc., etc. Japan seems to be doing a bit of this at the moment with Sanae Takaichi, the Iron Lady, as she has been described. Just here to watch a trash fire. How you going, David? But good to be here. Yeah, look, it's good to have some solidarity and let us talk through these things together. Instead of just trying to deal with it all by ourselves. We're going to have a look at Cuba as well. Cuba's been put under new sanctions. Like, just when you thought it couldn't get any harder to be Cuba, right at America's doorstep. Like, they put new sanctions on top of the already absolutely crippling sanctions. And we're going to revisit the Australian gas debate as well. So yesterday, if you were not around, we spent a good couple of hours, I want to say, if not more, analysing the current gas debate that is happening in Australian politics. If you're not aware of the gas debate, what Australia is grappling with right now politically is this idea that we should be taxing corporations more on the resources that they extract from this bountiful nation. And which is all well and good, but I'm very suspicious of this topic. Like I presented yesterday, I do really feel like something else is going on here, and I'm not sure why they're talking about this, like punters politics and the Australia Institute and all that sort of stuff. What agenda are they really serving? I am very suspicious of this conversation, so we're going to keep scratching around at that. Although noble cause, wanting to ensure that your citizenry enjoy their resources, their sovereign wealth a little bit better. I just don't trust these guys and why this is getting so much attention. So we're going to keep going with that later this afternoon. But yeah, we're going to get into some world affairs first, like we normally do. The dolphin thing is hilarious. I can't believe that America is real at the moment. Well, look, it exists. And it's definitely real. Ravy baby, hello. Hello. How's it going, Dilemmas? I'm here. I got sucked into the Sean Ryan Sank interview. LOL. Fair enough. I'm not sure of the interview, but I'm sure it was gripping Griffing, Sankey Yogurt. Jamesh, same. As in, like, you think there's something fishy going on with that whole debate? Is that what you're talking about when you say, here, Jamesh, my friend? I feel like there's something weird going on there. Like, I'm all for a noble discussion, but, like, I just don't know where to place these actors. We're gonna investigate it. KK, I think that they've done with gas is, I think what they've done with gas is interesting, as it pretty much forced parties to show their cards. Well, I hope so. Yeah, it's fishy. Yeah, something's going on. Like, traditionally, like, remember when I don't know, what was it, like the 2010s or something, when we were going through our mining boom, and like governments at the time, I can't remember who was in power. Maybe it was Gillard government. They were talking about a mining tax, and like, fucking hell, the entire mining industry came together to destroy a government for even floating the idea of a tax. And now everyone's just talking about it like it's normal. Like, why would we be allowed to have a conversation about taxing corporations and that be acceptable with our media? Like, the only people that are sticking to true form here are like Sky News, who are just like, no, we can't tax the mining industry. Leave them alone. The poor bastards. And like, yeah, the fact that we're even having a conversation like this is very suspicious, I must say. Dilemmas, we're from Australia. We know what it's like for the world to think we aren't a real place. That's fucking hilarious. Campaign vibes. Yeah, something's going on. Almost like big business and big government are the issue equally. One hand feeding the other. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I know what you mean, but like, that's the thing with this. Like, they're going after the government, like Pocock and the boys. Like, they are the problem. And like, the business is just being business, like, they're going to fucking rot the system as much as they can for profits. That's what they do. But the government should have done something about this. And it's just like, when do people advocate for governments to tax more? And why are we allowed to speak about that? It's just weird. It's just really weird in Australian history, I'd say. Gillard is another is not real lover. Look at all these is not real lovers. Who would have thought, hey? Fucking establishment politicians being friendly with is not real. Very unique phenomenon in the Western world, it would seem. Now, before we get into anything serious, we have got some special requests from my friend and yours, Hobo Joe, to start us off. It's always good to start off on a light note, isn't it? Like, seriously, what else have we got these days? Like, David, you left a comment on like the post about this stream, and you were just like, God, the world is just an awful place at the moment. Yeah, something to look forward to. All right, let's have a look at what Hobo Joe's putting down. Let's see if we pick it up, y'all. Pick it up, y'all. Ninja Nurse in the house. Morning, everyone. How you going? It's good to see you in streams these days. You must have been busy, right? Recently, or like weird shifts or something. Just working for the man, the system, at least. Let's say she's an advocate for their right to defend themselves. Yeah, defend themselves. Like, look, I'm all for people defending themselves, but like, if you would go and poke the bear and then make it about like a defensive decision, it's a hard slog, that one. Attacking people then saying you have to defend yourself. If you got a mad dog, do you blame the dog or the one that let it off the leash and who's actually holding the leash? It's coming right at us. I was ninja nursing in Vietnam, teaching emergency care. That's sick. That's so cool. Ninja nursing in Vietnam. So good. Good on ya. I hope there's some really good relations with Vietnam in that sense. Then if like we, help supply services of some sort, like Vietnam's economy is just like, it's fucking gangbusters. I hope we got good relations with Vietnam moving forward. And like, we are just in like, it's just like, they say Australia is the lucky country, etc., etc., etc. But like, we're in the right region for the next so many decades of the 21st century, if not well placed for the next 100 years. God, I hope we have great relations with our neighbors and not piss them off too much just because we can. All right, this has got me going already, Hobo Joe. Like, there's so many cliches here. No Republicans. It's the like chick with the colorful hair, hey, classic snowflake liberal. Look at this one, hey, eat the rich on a t-shirt, hey, probably made by some corporation. We asked AI to show America without Republicans. What a world. Doctors, black people. What's going on here, Hobo Joe? This better be good. Yeah, I'm proud of it. Totally bragging here, but I'm also glad I did it. Okay, great. Oh, by the way, yes, your Patreon notifications got to me. All right. Email works. Who would have thought? Fuck yeah. Thank you very much for signing up to that. And I saw that Heidi had as well. So, like, all of you others out there that aren't on the email list, hey, you'll do it eventually. And then you'll be thanking me that you have. Have you heard the origin of the lucky country? It's not a good thing. Yeah, I know. I've heard the story. Actually. Blue hair is my twinsy. Hey, yeah, we were separated at birth. Oh my God. Yes, I've heard the origin of the lucky country. You know, it was actually a slight, it was a sledge, should I say, sledge against the fact that we're just like grifting on the fact that we've got all this opportunity. We're just lucky. We're just fallen into the right circumstances. The blue-haired bisexuals are going to ruin everything. Yeah, bisexuals, eh? Getting all the fun. Keeping it for themselves, bastards. We look exactly the same. Yeah, okay. I'm sure you do. Are you sure? Do you have this outfit? Hey, do you? Hey? I don't think so. You wish. This is AI. AI knows you better. Best of both worlds. She looks polyamorous. Uh-oh. Bisexual and polyamorous? Outrageous. All right. Enough. Let's actually have a look at this. What would America be like without Republicans? I shit you not. I probably do. Okay.
It ends up, when you do communism right, it works perfectly and everyone loves it.
And it only took 200 million starving to get here.
That's less than half as many as we thought.
There has been another terrorist attack with 33 dead. The American government has decided not to do anything about it since we probably deserved it.
It sure is great that abortion is now free and available for everyone everywhere.
Yeah, but it's too bad that there aren't any babies to abort since we outlawed being a heterosexual.
Murdering those families was wrong, but you're
outlawed being a heterosexual. Uh-oh. That's so good. What would happen if they made being a heterosexual illegal? That's fucking great. Can you imagine that world for me, AI? I'd like to see that. Fucking I would. So good. Love Jeff, internet friends. Hello, internet friends. She's just like me. Everyone will, by mandate of the fucking communist state, everyone will now be gay. Disclaimer for sarcasm. I don't care if you're poly. Conservative white men have been doing drag for years. Your business is your business. So good.
immigrant and you...
We outlawed being a heterosexual.
Murdering those families was wrong, but you're an immigrant and you probably just didn't know any better. Plus, we shut down all prisons. You're free to go.
This is wrong! You need to lock him up!
How dare you question our compassion? Execute that man immediately! I found more letters we need to add to the acronym.
LGBT, something QIP, 2S, triple A, quadruple B, and it keeps going on. My God.
It's already so large, it's throwing off the rotation of the Earth. If we add any more letters, we'll die.
Then we die!
Everyone just stay in line and walk through the scanner. It's going to check how dark your skin is to see how many benefits you get. If I were you, I wouldn't bother.
The U.S. has run out of money.
Can't we just murder more billionaires and confiscate their wealth?
There are no more left. I'm afraid someone in our country is actually going to have to get a job and work.
That was the best part. Dude, you should curate the start of every stream, Hobo Joe. This was fucking brilliant. That was the best part.
Work.
That's what he advocates for with his Fighting the Oligarchy tour. It's like, what? I speak in front of all these working people. I don't actually expect them to work. Let's just take money from the billionaires. He's never looked so good. Yeah, old Bernie Sanders. So good. No, the Straits will have to feel what they put their gays through. Throw them in jail. Execute them for crimes against compassion. I'm so gay that it affected the gravitational pull of the planet. Sometimes you just need to start off with a laugh. Eh? Not just get like the usual sad kind of laughter that we get here, where it's just like, oh, isn't the world fucked? Eh? So sad. Double life. Hey, is that Christy with a K and her questionable partner there? What's he up to? Eh? What's going on there? Great nipples, though. Like, let's be honest. Just here to watch a trash fire. Oh, no, I said that ages ago. Reminds me of those Israeli sketch shows. Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know. I haven't seen these Israeli sketch shows. Are they dark? Not sure if I want to know. What's the other one about the dolphins, though? Who brought up something about dolphins yesterday and people using dolphins in warfare? The real tragedy is that his name is Byron, like Brian. The world... Oh, Tall Pine's in the house. How you going? The world has been fucked since it began. Well, look, you're not wrong. But, like, we progressively... Me running out of the shower, you said something about dolphins yesterday. Well, like, Hobo Joe's found something for you. Apparently, this is a thing. Like, I knew that the Russians had, like, done experiments with this. And I'm pretty sure when you played Red Alert back in the day, the Russians or the Soviets or whatever the fuck they were had like dolphins with like maybe laser beams on them or something. I mentioned the murder dolphins. Okay, well, apparently there are military style dolphins and it's on Fox News, so it's fucking credible. And we're just going to have a quick look at that.
UAE officially exits OPEC, another nail in Iran's coffin, as the regime eyes mine-carrying kamikaze dolphins in a desperate last-ditch attempt to fight back against U.S. warships in the Strait of Hormuz. So, I mean, Wall Street Journal reported this week that the mullahs are actually, this is how desperate Iran is, actually talking about fixing bombs on dolphins to go after ships in the Strait.
Charlie, we are running out of sentences in the English language. Every week something happens where I'm like, surely this has got to be
That doesn't
parody,
make sense. How can you run out of sentences in the English language? They're not set. Like, it's not like there's a million sentences that you can use to construct your conversation. There's like a set limit of words, but like that's debatable because they're updating it all the time. But like, and then you use those words to construct sentences. So like I would argue that it's potentially infinite the amount of sentences that they have access to. What is she talking about? What is she talking about?
No, it's real life because they don't have a navy. So what else are they supposed to use? Of course, they have to go with kamikaze dolphins. And look, I think it just proves that President Trump has been vindicated, that he really does hold all the...
Look, they're talking about using dolphins. Obviously, Trump has been vindicated. This is outrageous. Even for Fox. Even for Fox. Are we taking this seriously? This is even crazy by our standards.
Cards here. They're acting out desperately because they quite literally have no other options.
Yeah. All right. UAE officially...
Oh, man. This is legit. Oh, my God. That's what I said. It was a thing. When they were talking about sharks, the USA says it about every country they're fighting with. They said it about Afghanistan. They're just like, hey, let's play the dolphin card. Everyone will think that's outrageous. A little C4 knocking at your door. The game Command and Conquer had the best soundtrack. Yes, thank you. Insert Simpsons dolphin reference. Jag's in the house. How you going? So Dr. Evil wasn't too far off. Yeah, I guess, right? Sharks with freaking laser beams on their head. Is that so hard? What have we got? Sea bass. Are they ill-tempered? Of course. Ravy bro, they have underwater drones. They didn't need fucking dolphins. No, but like, you don't understand, okay? Trump single-handedly has eradicated their entire navy, including underwater drones, all right? So just stop. That's why they need dolphins. Stop with the propaganda, Ravy. Seriously. I did try to find the full video, but didn't have long to look. That's okay. This is enough. Hobo Joe, you've done a service. I don't think we need to watch that whole fucking piece. It's awful. And you know, well, if you didn't go to school, you'd say something like that. News reporters only have a set amount of sentences. Ha! That's actually, you know what? That's fair enough, actually. Now I'm thinking about it. You're right. She probably only does have a number of sentences that she's allowed to use. And she's got to be fucking, you know, wow. How many can we actually go through today? We've gone through too many. Hey, I'm going to get in trouble. Good point. Dilemmas. Jihadi dolphins? Question mark. I don't have a bottle opener. Got to get out my bottlenose dolphin. I have no other options. Because I think lefties hear dead dolphins and lose their minds. They literally think, oh, right. So if they say, look, the Iranians are now trying to put bombs on dolphins, everyone's like going to be like, oh my God, somebody think of the dolphins. I get it. In another chat, I've been dubbed the Shark Tsar for our Navy. Excellent. Always wanted a Shark Tsar. Even North Korean newscasters are shaking their heads in disbelief. The North Koreans got nothing on this. Yeah, what's the literacy rate in America? Like 20%? LOL? Savage. Reminds me of the clip we saw of the journalists around the country saying the same thing and getting stitched together in one video. Yeah, that's scary stuff, isn't it? That's why they pink wash too. Like Hamas would throw you off a building, etc., etc. Yes. And that was the vibe we were getting, because yesterday we spent a bit of time watching what happened to the activists that, you know, tried to, the flotilla, the Samud flotilla that tried to get aid to Gaza. And like the best that Sky had was just like, let them get there and see what happens. They'll, you know, basically the insinuation was like all these fucking greeny progressives will get to war-torn Gaza and come into contact with some real people that have dealt with some real hard things, and they'll like throw them off buildings or something like that, and they'll come face to face with reality. So it's an interesting play by ye old fucks here. Jag, more like 22%. Thank you very much. See, told you, Ravy baby, you crossed the line with the 20% joke there. 22%, much better. Tall Pine, these legacy media personalities get paid millions a year to report scripted news. They have no incentive to lie at all. Scripted news is a good way to say like limited amount of sentences they can use to tell a story, isn't it? Interesting thing about literacy rate in Australia is that while our literacy rate is officially 98%, ABS statistics suggest that only 40% of Australians have enough literacy to be able to fill out a form on their own. That's pretty fucking crazy. But like, hey, forms and bureaucracy, like, come on, outrageous. Like the amount of stuff that you have to do, like to get anything these days, all the paperwork, like forms, that's what stresses people out. Bogans don't need forms. It's pretty crazy. Hey? 40% have enough literacy to be able to fill out a form on their own. I blame the bureaucrats, hey? Not the people. The forms are too complex. Way too complex. Thank you very much, Hobo Joe. That was very entertaining. Almost a little bit too scary for 10 o'clock in the morning. All in all, we've just bricks in the wall. Another stark realization. So, talking about stark realizations, what's going down on the world stage, I have been, you know, kind of remiss. I've been yeah, I haven't really touched, I would say, the Iran situation much. What is going on? The dog leaked the footage as revenge for one Christie shot. What is going on with this dude here? Like, honestly, Christie's husband or ex-husband, they're not together anymore, are they? What's going on here? Seriously, but the chat loves it. So you guys keep posting these outrageous pictures. Yeah, the Iran situation. Tune in tomorrow for more memes from Hobo Joe. Channel 5 did an interview with his OF mistress. Ooh, is this so? Like, is this why they broke up, Christie and this guy? Because he had a mistress of some sort. Is he like a politician in his own right as well? And like he's been naughty on the side. And what, cross-dressing as well? Is that what this is all about? They were together, but obviously had arrangement that she was her colleague, and he was a bimbofication kink. Interesting. Rightio then. Eh? This is the lives of the rich and famous, eh? The other half, they live a completely different existence to us plebs. Eh? Completely different existence. He has a bimbofication kink, which is how it sounds. Yes, okay, got it. Got it. Radio then. Before the dog leaked the footage, it ate my homework. No, anyway, back to fucking the world of the living here, of normality. And this is why I say this. It's because it's a bit weird. Actually, before I get to that, that's why these Republicans think trans people are predators, because they can only see trans people as sexualized. Sounds like you can kink everything. Where is the guy that has a kink for paying my bills? Fuck. Good luck with that. Good luck finding that one. Hey, I'm sure there's a service out there somewhere, an app for that. No, it's higher than that, Ravy. But they do have rather loose definition. Hey, oh, Violent Queen in the house. It's been a while. Hope you are well. Hope you're very well. Now, transition to reality, please. It's much more interesting, unfortunately. But it would seem that the ceasefire is over, but they won't admit it. It's called Findom. They're out there. Right. Isn't that a sugar daddy? Like, what is Findom? I'm going to research this. I don't know if I want to do this to my algorithm, but let's go for it. Findom, short for financial domination, a kink fetish where a submissive pay pig or fin sub derives pleasure from voluntarily giving money or gifts to a dominant findom. It's typically a consensual, often online-only power exchange relationship focusing on financial control rather than sexual acts. Wow. A pay pig derives pleasure from voluntarily giving money to a dominant findom. Dude, Ninja Nurse, you got yourself covered by this shit, man. Someone will pay your bills for sure. Yeah, where do I sign up? What the fuck? You're looking for like very little hair, fancy car, usually Junda, physically diminutive. Okay. People who get off on people demanding them pay money to them? Wow. I guess, it takes all sorts, doesn't it? Eh? It really does. It really does. So like your prayers have been answered. All of you out there that expect someone to pay your fucking bills for you. You just got to find one of these guys. Or girls, whatever they are. The power dynamics. Submissives, often high-earning individuals, relinquish control of their finances to a dominant person, sometimes including access to bank accounts. Payments or gifts are frequently referred to as tribute, sent voluntarily to the findom. Online present, most findom relationships occur on social media platforms like X, involving digital payments and virtual interaction. Humiliation control. Sometimes the submissive enjoys being bullied, degraded, or strictly controlled regarding their financial resources. Wow. Fuck yeah. Oh my God. I will be a dirty little poor boy if a daddy wants to pay my bills. Yeah, but you don't have to just be a dirty little poor boy. You also have to be a dominant, dirty little poor boy. Later, boys. I'm a capitalist now, a kinky capitalist. Getting off demanding money from others sounds like dirty communism. But you're not. You're not. You're helping somebody else get off, but you're still demanding money from them. That's dirty communism, eh? You're not doing it for the pleasure. You're helping somebody out by taking their money off them. That's so good. Pay me tribute. Oh my God. Higher the risk, the higher the reward. And we probably did a bad thing. Who wants to buy pictures of my feet? Peasants. I am just a dominant poor boy. Nobody loves me. I hear there are some women findoms, but they only pay 0.82 on the dollar, you know, due to the gender pay gap. Aha, all right. We should all own the means of penetration. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'll give you points for the other one, but that one was too easy, that one, Dilemmas. I sell pictures of my right tit for $4.50 to any takers. Why not the left? What's wrong with the left one? Outrageous. Where's my Vegemite sandwich? Is that what you want? Is that what Americans want when they get humiliated by an Australian? No. Idea. Want my king to be the poor boy that gets belittled for being poor. Right, okay. Just the one, though. Keeps the mystery alive. Yeah, fair enough. Like, do you have a favorite, though? I guess maybe this is not the favorite. And you keep the favorite for them to keep the mystery going. What's $4.50 in USD? I found out I've been way over investing in mystery streams. Yeah. But like, that's the thing though. It like on Twitch, I think it's different because it's paid in USD. And then when it comes to my bank account, I think they do like a transfer or something and it changes at that point. But on Google, it seems like it does it instantaneously. So I noticed it straight away. But yes, you have been over-investing, apparently, like big time. Check out the fucking transfer fee. Yeah, well, it does. Sorry, a transfer. Sorry, yes, it's a transfer. Yes, I get it. The right one's bigger, but the left one's fancier, I'd say. Okay, so let's go with fancy. All the way. Transfer. A little heavy on the trans there. All right. We get it. It's got the word trans in it. Check your exchange rates, guys. Yes. Check your exchange rates before you offer financial support. Okay? All right. Enough. This is fucked. Whose idea was this? Financial domination, the formal term. Pay pig, a submissive who sends money. A pay pig. Oh my God. Not a capitalist pig. I'm a pay pig. Fucking hell. Just call me fancy tits. From now on, you got it. All right. I'm just looking out for my fellow revolutionaries. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. This is not where I thought we were going, but like I'm not upset about it. Now, on to serious news, honestly. Apparently the ceasefire is over. I don't know if you've heard about this. Like, they're not calling it that, but Iran's shot at an American ship. Or they've claimed, and the Americans are like, no, they didn't. They didn't shoot us at all. It's like, well, who do you believe on this one? Does anyone actually have any takers? Has anyone seen anything substantial that I have completely missed that would claim that this is all bullshit? So what's the poly market bet this time? Balloons out for the boys. The poly market on what? The end to the ceasefire? That's a good question, actually. Let us know. I would like to know. But yeah, like apparently Iran said that they've struck the US and the US has completely denied it and said it's all propaganda. And then the US has started doing the same. they've actually started striking Iran. And people are like, the ceasefire's on the brink of collapse. And you're like, hello, do you listen to yourselves when you report things, you fucking idiots? Like, come on. But I want to get across this, so just bear with me here. We're going to Al Jazeera for this one.
We're just getting a line here from
this is 13 hours
Iran's
ago.
Fars news agency saying that 2 missiles, assumedly Iranian missiles, but saying 2 missiles hit U.S. warship near Yask Island after it ignored Iran warnings. Just to recap on this very important news that's coming through, Iran's Fars news agency...
I just bought you a coffee, Mystery, by gifting a sub. Thanks for the streams. Fucking thank you. Legend. Yes, I can see that. Tier 1, 1 sub to Mystery Movements community. I've gifted a total of 2 in the channel. Thank you very much. Legend. Appreciate the support. It helps a lot. Are we going to keep pretending that this war hasn't just been a way for Trump and his family to profit from shorting the stock market and prediction markets his sons sit on the board of? Look. There is many birds that this war stone hits. All right? So it's like, we don't have to pretend. It can be many things. It's been very profitable for a lot of people. Think about the fucking fossil fuel industry. Everyone's just like, oh no, the poor people, they can't get their oil and gas and everything out of the Strait, or out of the Gulf. Hello. They're enjoying really good prices though. So like there's a lot of people profiting off this. The very first casualty of any war is the truth. They've made a pile of that, but it's going to affect a lot more than what they thought. Well, we shall see. Maybe they planned all of it. Who knows?
Is reporting 2 missiles have hit U.S. warship near Jask Island after it ignored Iranian warnings. Now, Rasul, I appreciate the situation is very fluid. Are you hearing anything about this that no doubt would be a very serious escalation in what we thought was at least a ceasefire in terms of preventing military contact between the two sides?
Indeed, Sami. So earlier today, the Khatam al-Anbiya joint coordination...
Oh, this guy's coming live from Tehran? That's crazy. I thought they shut down their internet. Peace sells, but who's buying? Good question. And it's not very profitable, ye old peace, is it? For industry? Come on. Peace? Lame.
Center, which is overseeing Iran's war affair, its commander, Ali Abdullahi, he just released a statement saying that any warships belonging to the United States entering the Strait of Hormuz is going to be attacked. So that was quite clear. There was not softening in the language. It was not diplomatic term. No vague words. Simply they said that they are going to attack. And now that is happening. So the public relations office of the army, Iranian army, saying that with a firm and swift warning from the Navy of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the entry of American Zionist enemy destroyers into the Strait of Hormuz was prevented.
I love how they describe them as well. It's so good. Like no one else gets away with that sort of description. No one in the West would describe them like that. Let's one more time.
American Zionist enemy destroyers.
The American Zionist enemy
into the Strait of Hormuz was prevented, and then the Fars News Agency saying that 2 missiles hit the U.S. warship near Jask Island after it ignored Iran's warning. So that is the escalation. So
has anyone else heard about this? Because all I've heard is that, like, as soon as Iran was like, yeah, we struck an American naval vessel, a warship, the Americans straight away were just like, nah, it didn't happen. Lies. It was like when they said that their plane had went down, or there was a couple of fighter jets that went down. They were just like, lies, never happened. It was friendly fire, if anything. Definitely wasn't Iran. Assholes. Censored me trying to say Trump has just threatened to blow Iran off the face of the earth. So I would say no ceasefire. Yes, fair enough. Yes. We'll get to that. I've seen that come up on my feed just very recently. I had to do it, says Trump, etc., etc., etc. I'm pretty confident they only plan to break the glass, to grab the shiny gemstone, not all the various things it's going to set off. You know, I really was a big subscriber to that theory as well, Violet Queen. But like, the more you see the way that the world is restructuring around the idea of like, what's the word, like fossil fuel insecurity, like the non-access to oil and gas and all that sort of stuff, and how America is benefiting off that in terms of its imperial ambitions. It's pretty crazy that this might have been something that they calculated would happen. They just needed a big disruptor event to shake up the Gulf, and then get people to make deals to get American energy, and like get America access to certain things in specific theaters, like in the Indo-Pacific region, and help, like, you know, put pressure on like places like Europe to do other things and look after their own defense, etc., etc. Like, if they're playing the long game on this, it is definitely the 5D chess that Caroline Levitt or whoever said that thing was warning us about. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. Helps with the search and discovery. You know who you are. And if you're new here, subscribe or follow for more. But definitely hit that like button, you YouTube people. There's finances and then there's fuel tanks and production. LOL. Yeah, I did enjoy the statements. Also, the Lego. Yes. They say the same thing, though. The truth is somewhere in the middle. I heard it was 2 missiles, but there was no footage of it, so I don't know anything. Yeah, fair enough. I linked a video in the video topics this morning about the ceasefire ending. Oh, okay. Cool. So it's done now, right? Oh, this one here. Here we go again. Oil prices are skyrocketing. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah, I'm looking through Al Jazeera now. How many ceasefires have there been so far now? Jingle Jangle Jam in the house. How you going? The second casualty of war is ambiguity. Sorry. Things proceed across black and white. Good guys and bad guys. Logic of total polarities. Deep assessment there, but not wrong. Not long term, though. Long term, the US is reliant on oil for its power. Long term, this will make people buy more Chinese power generation. Long term, like long term, yeah. But like, there's all these countries now, like all these places around the world are starting to sign up to energy agreements with the US now as a result of this shutting down of the Strait kind of thing. It's pretty crazy if that's what they knew was going to happen as a result of this. Iran attacking UAE at the moment, yes. Yet to make comment after strikes. I've heard about that. We'll have a look at that too. What was the last New Atlas update that you saw? One about the, you know, how he talked about the troops. Like, you know, yesterday we were looking at the troops out of Germany, and he was just like, no, it's not. It's not. I watched that this morning after we spoke about it yesterday. That was the last one I saw. Like, yeah, are you up with that one? Because like, he's put out like a part of a 3-part series and they're like 2-hour videos. I haven't watched any of those. It's just a big investment of time I haven't had. Back when the UK was king of coal / the world, they doubled down on coal when the US moved to oil, making their power cheaper and giving them production advantage. Not a huge amount of info, but I think the chat will appreciate it. LOL. Okay, fair enough. We'll get into it. Whereas UK and coal is old power now. Yes, we're still using coal. It's funny, isn't it? What would Jesus do? Yeah, he would definitely make sure he strikes people that cross the Strait of Hormuz without permission. I think that's what Jesus would do. It's safe to say. Or they will move sales in short term and more worlds, but long term it will cause demand for petrodollar to fall. Yeah, I agree. There's one vid I shared about Trump's regime compared to Netanyahu, etc., from an expert in fascism, explaining what point in the decline he is in at the moment. It's long though, but a good watch in my opinion. Very interesting. And imagine being an expert in fascism as well. Hey, fucking hell. What a bleak form of historical endeavor that is.
Practically, After the ceasefire was announced, this is the first military direct engagement. And of course, that does not mean that the ceasefire is...
Jesus would grab him by the pussy. Trump, probably. Yeah. And that's why, because like Trump and Jesus are pretty much synonymous now, right? I've seen the fucking AI propaganda. Trump is pretty much Jesus.
Now collapsed. However, it is now jeopardized. We can easily say that. So we're going to see what's going to be the United States reaction. But here, the things are really, really escalating. And it is Iranians have been saying that, particularly regarding their proposals, that now there is a new proposal in Tehran and they are reviewing it. But today, earlier today, the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry, Ismail Bakai, said that the U.S. is inconsistent in its demands, is changing its positions, coming up with new demands. It's really difficult to understand what Americans are asking for, but rather they say that...
That's only the bleakest job if you've never been a roofer or a concreter. I don't know, at least you get to be in the sun sometimes. You get some vitamin D. Being a fascist expert, I'm sure you'd be vitamin D deficient, let's just say. Jaden, is it Jaded? Jaded 1? I'm going to say Jaded 1. Hope I pronounced that right. Tayguard's in the house. Hey, going, what? So what they want is to release the files and jail. How do you say that? Nayen Yuhu. I like that. That's pretty good. We have to practice that word so I can say it better. Roofing's not that bad. At least you get to be in the sun is a one way to look at it, I guess. Hey, come on, vitamin D. Hey, I'm all for vitamin D. Got to work on that tan. All right. US denies Iranian claim. Like straight off the bat, the fucking world fucking manufacturing consent machine from the Western perspective knocks into gear. You got like one source that I can find in the West who's just like, yes, Iran reckons that it has hit America. And straight away the BBC's on it being like, nothing to see here. We, as the proponents of the mainstream media who will disseminate the conversation for everybody to go off, say that the US has denied this claim. Let's see. Not in Yahoo, eh? Not in my who. Oh God. Vote for me. I'm an honest politician. Those words in the same sentence. You're gonna have to check the Fox News list of sentences. I don't think it's there at all, Pine. But aside from that, I like a good roof. Yeah, fair enough. And our SETCOM denied claim, then said they would have a response attack ready in 24 hours. Yeah. It didn't happen, but we're going to respond to that non-event with lethal force.
Hello, I'm Lucy Hawkins. Welcome to BBC News Now. Iran says US forces will be attacked if they enter the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian threat followed President Trump's message on social media that the American military would help guide ships through this vital waterway.
Project Freedom.
An estimated 20,000 seafarers on 2,000 ships have been stuck in the strait since the US-Iran war began back in February. We've been hearing from President Trump on Truth Social. He has written, "For the good of Iran, the Middle East and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business." He added, if in any way this humanitarian process is interfered with, that interference will unfortunately have...
You better, can you just like remember the framing here? Getting a bunch of fucking commercial vessels that have been sitting around for a couple of months to get them moving again for world commerce is a fucking humanitarian mission. But when people in the US protest that their government should be implicated in a genocide, hey, I can't say that word, I should say genocide, they shouldn't be assisting and providing material aid and emotional support for a genocide. No. That's not a humanitarian effort. Getting a bunch of commercial ships moving again. That's a real humanitarian emergency. Wow. Like this is, you want to know what bourgeois society is like, what capitalism is all about? It's like this kind of ethos again. For the good of humanity. We need to get commercial shipping back on board, baby. That's what it's really all about. That's the true humanitarian cause right here. keeping the fucking cargo ships moving. That's what we want, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we want. Trump's happy seal clapping somewhere, giggling. We are like pirates. It's glorious. Ah, the pirates. And yeah, pirates now assisting shipping vessels of the right flags getting through the strait. It's just like fucking Pirates of the Caribbean. It's Pirates of the Gulf. Hey? Pirates of the Strait of Hormuz, let's call it, and the Arab Sea. There's a fair few regulations these days. It's mostly you can't work if it might rain, and that day there's any real cloud. Okay. A priest, politician, and a clown walk into a bar. The bartender says, "What is this? Some kind of joke?" That's pretty good, actually. I was wondering where that was going. Insert easy strike blaming Iran. Yeah, then Trump hits the red button. Yeah, degeneration. Guess he needs the ball bunker for that. Oh yeah, I'm just saying, generally worldwide, a lot of people die from falling off a roof. Got it.
To be dealt with forcefully. We had a very quick response from Iran. This statement was released. We warn that any foreign armed forces, especially the aggressive US military, if they intend to approach or enter the Strait of Hormuz, will be targeted and...
How's this picture? What the fuck is this? Like the BBC, out of all the images the BBC could put up on a screen, they've got this chick here in full gear holding up like a rather large Iranian flag in the middle of, like, there's not a crowd or anything. She's just standing there holding up a flag. That's the Iranian official statement on Hormuz coming from this random here. That's so good. What are they doing? Not a picture of Major General Ali Abdullahi. No, this woman here, this Iranian patriot. Hey, thank God for it. That's actually Pauline. Could you imagine? She was like, it was all a ruse. Underneath that, holding the Iranian flag, was Pauline Hanson the whole time. See, this is why we've got to ban the burqa. Hey, you didn't know it was me, did you? Everybody learned a very valuable lesson that day, especially the BBC. That's so good.
Attacks. And in the last hour, reports in Iran state media that 2 missiles were fired at a US warship intending to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. There has been no independent verification of this story. Very unclear right now what has actually happened. But we hope to shed some light on that, because to try and make sense of it all is Baran Abbasi from BBC Persian, who is with me now. State media not that reliable, but what exactly do we know? And
tell us what to think, BBC. We already know, okay, yes, Iranian state media, questionable. But like, as questionable as everything that comes out of the West. Like, it's so the pot calling the kettle black when the BBC presenters is like, look, tell us what you know. Obviously knowing that we can't trust anything that you get from the Iranian state media. But please, tell us anyway. Just everybody keep that in mind. Come on. The Iranian Pauline.
Said about what's just happened in the Strait of Hormuz.
So even the state media are not telling us the same account of what's happened. The state TV is saying that a U.S. warship had been turned away from the Strait of Hormuz, but was prevented from entering the Strait of Hormuz after warning shots were fired by Iranian forces. But Fars news agency that is affiliated to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, that has been running the war effort, is saying that a warship had entered the strait and 2 missiles had been fired at it after it ignored warnings, and the missiles had hit the warship and it was forced to turn back and leave the strait. So we have 2 different accounts, and as you said, the state media are not very reliable. The Fars news agency
Iran has no cards. They literally have a strait. Like, come on. They almost have the entire game at the moment. Wasn't it only a couple of weeks ago that clip of the BBC presenter saying on air something like, we're not allowed to show missile hits in Isn't Rail? Fuck off. Really? Honestly? God, can you find that? Like, I wasn't around at that point. That is mental. Because, like, it's all the suspicion. I remember when this started, and I was, like, very naively trying to find footage of Iran actually striking Israel, because all the footage was obviously America and Israel striking Iran, and then Iran striking places in the Gulf, like, you know, various bases or targets in the UAE or Saudi Arabia or something like that. And like, I was like, where's all the stuff from Israel? And everyone in the chat was like, are you fucking stupid? Like, they're not going to show that. They're not allowed to show anything. There's a complete media blackout on that stuff. So like, look, it'd be great, Jaded One, if you had that clip. I want to see them say it. Oh, look, you legend. Fuck. You can't show damage. It's a 5-year jail term to record it there. Crazy. Have you had a look at the G-Man show? He's capturing this new Pauline audience very well. The G-Man show? No, I haven't. But I'm interested. Oh, they did release one of the guys that recorded the first comment or WEC or a week or so back. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, I was just assuming that there'd be footage of it, but no. Tight ship. Remember how much footage there was during the Iraq War? Nothing to see here.
False claims before about what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. It had claimed that U.S. strike carrier group USS Abraham Lincoln had been drowned several times during the war before the ceasefire. So it's not very reliable, but we could say maybe some incident happened in the Strait of Hormuz. Some warning shots were fired, but it's very unclear. And I need to say
we can safely say that something happened in the Strait of Hormuz, and that's as far as we can report. We're just telling you, calm down, everyone. Something happened in the Strait. That's all you need to know. Tune in for more gripping coverage after this. All right, let's see what Trump has to say for himself. Forbes. All right. I had to do it. Trump defends strikes on Iran. So they've done it. This is from, like, so that conversation was happening about 12 hours ago. And now, for the last, couple of hours, this has been happening. So it looks like the US has struck back for nothing, because Iran definitely didn't hit any US warships. So, like, nothing to see here, but we're just striking anyway, right? Some stuff is authorized to show, but the mill censor is not real, is very harsh at the moment. I like my water wet.
You're right. Well, we lost our manufacturing business, and I used to listen to President Obama say, "You'll never get manufacturing back. It's the biggest business in the world if you get it back." And we're heading to that. I think we'll be higher than at any time fairly soon. When these places open, I think we'll be higher than at any time in the history of our country. And we used to be a manufacturing capital. We were the manufacturing capital of the world, and then it got taken away. The chips went to Taiwan, and all they had to do is say, if you sell your product back into the country, there's going to be 100% tariff, and nobody would have left. And, I made a investment, Intel, chip maker, the biggest in the world, and then it got taken away because of bad politics, actually, because the politicians, the presidents, no president protected that industry. So all of a sudden you have this superpower over in Taiwan. But they're coming back, as you know. We have the biggest companies they're pouring into this country. They know that the tariffs go to a certain extent, and then they go up as we go. But I will say that it's so sad to see what's happened, but it makes me so happy to say we're bringing it back in. As sure as you're sitting there, I mean, these are companies that are fully committed. There are many under construction. They're on their way. And when I look at what happened to our country, I used to make speeches as a private person. I always loved politics, but I never thought I'd be doing this. But as a private person doing well, I used to just marvel at the fact that the car companies were leaving Detroit and leaving our country at levels that were just, I said, you're not going to have any cars soon if you don't do something. And all they had to do is say, you can leave our country, you can have lots of fun building your cars, but if you think you're going to sell it back into our country for no cost. You're wrong. But nobody said that. Not one president, even presidents I liked, but they were bad on trade. You've never had a good president on trade, and now you do. And we're bringing them back at levels never seen before. So we're going to have something. And as far as small business is concerned, you are really the driver. I love that story because that's the kind of story that half of the people, I'm not sure about all of them, I'm not sure about Rick, but most of the people in this room would have thought of that. They would have said, well, what about surfacing that stone, that existing stone? But it's just, one example. It's such a great one because it's massive amounts of money and time.
I don't think he's actually going to talk about this.
Construction for years, they'll be building and building and building. A mess. What common sense is all about. And you people more than anything, I know you all indirectly. If I don't know you now, President, you're the hottest country.
You're the hottest country in the world.
That was 7 or 8 months ago. We're a lot hotter than we were then. We had to do this little excursion, but the excursion is, the stock market's higher now than it was when I assumed the market would be down 25%, and that was worth it to get rid of lunatics that would have nuclear weapons that can wipe out countries with the push of a button. You can't do that. So I had to do it because it should have been done 47 years. It should have been done by many presidents or other countries. It should have been done a long time ago, but we're doing it and we have no choice, and I'm very proud to be doing it. But the amazing thing, I thought would be down 20, 25%. I thought the market would be down. The market's at new highs despite all of it. And
no, he's not. I'm not actually taking the economy on purpose. Apparently the market's at new highs because of this.
The market is genius, and they see what's happening, and they get it. But I just want to say it's an honor to be with you, and keep going. Small businesses,
he doesn't talk about it at all. They lied. They goddamn lied. The guys are blow-asky. Solar Bear in the house. How you going? If this is common sense, then give me some in communism. It's just deranged rambling at this point, isn't it? It's just nuts. This is crazy. What is he talking about? See nukes in 30 seconds? Like, what is going on here? What is he talking about? It's clickbait. Yeah, God, it's clickbait. Oh my God. Heidi the Sausage in the house. How you going? Hope you are well. You can definitely tell Trump did lots of business with the mafia. That's hilarious. Very interesting. My apologies. It was CNN, not BBC. Oh, you found it, did you? Interesting. Oh my God, that's so good, Ravy. Fuck yeah. It's Pauline for sure. Look at her. Look at that face. It's definitely Pauline. I've seen those eyes before. Oh my God. So good. So good. It was CNN. Still. Hobo Joe, I'm back. Did I miss much? No, not really. We've established that, even though we can't get at the word from the man, but we've established that Iran claims to have struck an American warship with 2 missiles trying to get through the strait, and America has denied that claim, and so they have struck them anyway. And it's not a retaliation, they just struck them. And it's definitely not because they shot an American warship with 2 missiles. So America's just decided to end the ceasefire on its lonesome. Definitely not because Iran hit them trying to get through the strait. Definitely not. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. Definitely nothing to see here. Very interesting stuff. All right. Let's check out this UAE thing. I thought they had no Navy left. I don't know, man. I used my favorite photo of her. It is a good photo. It is. Yes, they don't have any Navy left apart from all the parts of the Navy that are in secret tunnels everywhere, ready to be launched at any point. Now, who's the pirates? I did a quick Truth Social search. We couldn't see anything fun posted. Damn. Too bad. Jingle Jangle Jam. Imagine if Alice Springs had an advanced software making community of jobs to deal with youth issues. Man. LOL, let's not talk about the Caspian Sea. Remember when we gave back the glass bottles of milk? I mean, we're just going to ignore the dolphins hiding laser beams in their hijabs. Oh, that's right. Sorry, they do have a navy hiding the sausages. They've got dolphins that have laser beams under hijabs and explosives. But their main force was their fast attack boats on the Indian Ocean. Yeah, interesting. All right. Let's do this. I didn't get anything from that. Let's see what the British have to say about this. Like another British source.
For the last 3 weeks, the US Navy has been blockading ships from leaving or reaching Iranian ports. But now the mission is expanding with what President Trump calls Project Freedom. No naval escorts as such, but an attempt to guide neutral shipping stranded by the conflict to safety. We will use the best efforts to get ships and crews safely out of the strait, Mr. Trump said on social media last night. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanitarian gesture.
The U.S., we are just firing if fired upon. We are not the provocateurs here, but if the Iranians want to escalate here, we are willing to escalate.
The Americans say 2 ships successfully crossed the strait today, helped by U.S. Navy destroyers. But in a return to open conflict, they also said they had to shoot down Iranian missiles and drones and destroy several small boats. Iran is also accused of firing towards a South Korean cargo ship. But Iranian state television claims the Americans are lying, that no ships have crossed the strait and that any foreign forces will be attacked.
Ships, their owners and shipping companies know well that to ensure their security and safety, they need to coordinate with relevant bodies in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Tonight, Iran seems to have gone further. This footage from opposition media reportedly showing a fire at an oil facility in the United Arab Emirates after a drone attack. The Emiratis say 3 Indian workers were taken to hospital. The International Maritime Organization says around 800 tankers and container ships are trapped across the Persian Gulf. These ships have an estimated 20,000 sailors on board. This is the only internationally...
It's interesting, right? The manufacturing consent line. Like, how many times have they mentioned now that there's about 20,000 people that are trapped in the Strait of Hormuz on commercial shipping that need to be saved as part of a humanitarian crisis? Like, it's just so rich. Like, these people are on fucking ships. They're getting fed. They're getting housed. Like, you know, fine, they're not doing anything. It's probably boring as fuck. But, like, they're describing this as a humanitarian crisis that needs to be solved. Fuck me dead. Bourgeois society. It's something else, I'm telling you. We only ship minerals for other people in other countries like Taiwan and Japan to make computer game software. Protect big penis. Russia was like, hey, are you firing those at the US? And they didn't do it again. Yeah, it was exporting 2 mil barrels a day. Damn, why the dirty muzzy hating on us? What? It's the news, probably. It was like all UAE's exports at the moment going out of that pipeline that the US created. Anyway, we need to protect against racial crime while pushing anti-immigration rhetoric. Ninja, do you think that if they suddenly open the Strait of Hormuz, there would be a sudden oversupply of crude in the world, and that this would result in a sudden drop in the price of petrol, causing some sort of economic thing? Eh? I don't know, man. Like, are they actually going to open it? I don't think that's going to happen. Honestly, I don't think it's going to happen at all. So, like, you know, even if it is, like, if there's an oversupply, the way that they treat the world oil market, it doesn't seem like it's an actual market, right? A competitive marketplace. It's just an agreed arrangement of price fixing amongst enormous corporations. A cabal? A cartel? Jag, they are circle jerking out of control. And I get them off those boats now. Yeah. What else are they going to do with their time, right? Circle jerking all the way. Yeah, but don't use our own minerals to invest in domestic software or computer production. Oh, I was talking about that port that got hit. That was sarcasm, just in case. Yeah, got it. Oh, there will be echoes in oil price. It will fluctuate. There's massive reserves all over the place. But if it keeps up until June, the reserves will run out in many places. So when they say we have capitalism, it's kind of a different type of capitalism to that in, say, Japan or South Korea is, or the US even is. Yep.
Nice, safe route for them to travel through the Strait of Hormuz. But instead, the Americans are now advising ships to travel through territorial waters off the coast of Oman. Iran's Revolutionary Guard is doubling down in response, claiming that the entire waterway between these two red lines is under Iranian control. So a day of tension rising in the Gulf once again, with President Macron among America's allies, no doubt worried that the 3-week ceasefire has either collapsed or is about to.
What we want most of all is a joint reopening between Iran and the United States. That's the only solution that will allow us to permanently reopen the Strait of Hormuz, allow free navigation, and do so without restrictions or tolls.
Tonight, the United Arab Emirates are saying they intercepted 3 missiles here, while a 4th fell into the sea. The Emiratis describing this as a serious escalation, to which they reserve the right to respond.
Well, Kate Fisher is in Washington for us. What's the latest from President Trump?
Yeah, tell us, please. Do you think the Americans are maintaining this choke point so that they can sell American crude at higher price and pay off their debts? Once they've made enough money, they'll lose interests. I think they're maintaining this choke point, or like they're benefiting from this position. They've shut down like a large section of the world's oil supply. And so people are having to renegotiate. And like America is in a position to provide the oil that it has been producing and setting up industry for to the world market. Hence why there's been so much kind of anti-climate change rhetoric and like, you know, anti-woke stuff. So they can revive interest in fossil fuels because they've recently, after the shale revolution, been able to bring back oil and fossil fuels big time, baby. And this time American style. And so like they're opening up new markets that they didn't have access to before by restricting supply coming out of the Gulf. So they're benefiting from it massively. I think strategically benefiting from it. Like they've got capital, and like the worst thing under capitalism is for capital to be stagnant. You want your commodities moving, and so the American commodities are moving, and deals are being done to secure American supplies to, like, you know, Europe and Southeast Asia, like places where they didn't have access to before because the Gulf states kind of had all of that covered. And so like whether or not this was strategic in that sense, I'd say it probably was to a certain degree. But like they're gonna benefit off it strategically and for like so many purposes, not just for the profits of, like, you know, the oil corporations themselves, but like for geopolitical reasons. They can then capture those countries, and if they supply energy to them, then they just become more reliant on American supply chains and Americans' foreign policy decisions. So it's like more about like capturing, I'm finding at the moment, like capturing Europe and Asia and integrating into American energy supply lines, which is really important to do if you're going to maintain an empire. You don't have to do it at the end of a gun barrel. Mostly what America does is through like economic strangulation, like sanctions and like withholding things from people, like money or resources and stuff. So I don't know if they can really like just once they've had enough, they'll lose interest and walk away. Like now they've unleashed the genie out of the bottle when it comes to Iran. Like Iran has a say in what goes on in the war. So like America can do all of these things, but like if Iran responds differently, then like it'll spiral out of control. But like I think this whole situation has been beneficial to the Americans more than people are making it out to be. Like everyone's just like, oh my God, did they really see this coming? What were they thinking? And it's like, well, yeah, I think they did. Like they probably thought that they were going to be able to do whatever they wanted with Iran, and Iran has been way more capable than people have expected. But like I definitely think that this shutting down of oil, gas, like resources coming out of the Gulf, allows America to rewrite the playbook for their relations with other countries and strangle other countries, or like wrap their tentacles around other countries a little bit better. Even though they talk about Gulf states exports, US companies have joint ownership in most of wells after the war on terrorism. Yeah. On terror. Yeah. And if you are agrarian and have connections to large farm and food agriculture, it's a big constraint there too, right? Trump wants to grow America, put off its debt. It's the only way unless you're willing to cut, which he obviously won't. They are scared of a real Pauline figure who can capture Australia to make it work more in our favor. That's why this play by Gina is so insidious. Poor Aussies wanting a better country, voting for Gina. Oh yeah, it's definitely about pushing the oil price up, but that they had pushed it far before the ceasefire for like 4 days. WTI costs $6 more than Brent. Europe was exporting to the USA. USA needs its oil to be cheaper than Brent, and when its army demand was at highest, its price inverted. You mentioned Europe. What are your thoughts on Europe's relation with America? Do you think if this keeps going that Europe will strengthen its ties with Russia for the sake of energy security? See, that's the thing. Like, I think they've renegotiated Europe. Like, through Greece, America is getting gas now. LNG. It's LNG into Europe. And like before, Russia was supplying that. So I think this has been part of the strategy, like this Iranian situation and the Russian situation, to cut American allies or friends or strategic relations that they have with Europe and Asia. It's been a way to cut those strategic relations off from other suppliers, energy suppliers. And so like if Europe was smart, Ninja, I think Europe would do something like, on their own terms, negotiate with Russia and come to like an actual peace, not a ceasefire, a peace, and then reestablish relations by like trying to get access to Russian energy and not rely on the US. So if Europe was really smart and long term, it would be like not wanting to put more of its relationship dependence on the US, not just militarily, like for defensive purposes, but like, you know, in terms of getting its energy, like it would cut as much, like diversify its reliance on certain players for energy, and it would move away from the US and back towards Russia. That would make more sense to me and make more sense for Europe for it to be a unified place. It makes more sense like geopolitically, but like they're beholden to the US. Violent Queen, China is capturing as much of Asia or more than USA. They're a major fuel exporter here, yes. But America is trying to do deals with Asian countries as well. Trying. Ravi can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Trump now christens this place the Gulf of Mar-a-Lago. Everyone has a plan to get punched in the face. Fair enough. We all just capitalist toothpaste flying everywhere. The sooner countries can decouple and rebuild relationships, the better. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag? Bring back Pangea minus the USA. It's about forcing Europe more to USA, I think, about also, but China has been making supply deals with parts of Asia around it because it has a retic amount of refining cap and pipes to Russia. It has redirected. Is that what you're saying? Jingle jangle jam. Trump doesn't like hanging around because Australia is now down in the crib together with his power grab. Well, we got to think about what actual Americans who don't like Trump would think of us doing. If Russia and Europe merged, they would be stronger than the USA, and the USA won't allow it. I don't think. No, they wouldn't. Of course not. The US wouldn't allow that. That's why right now, like, you know, if you go to Europe, like the sentiment in Europe, I tried to speak to people about, oh, what do you think of Russia, kind of thing. Like the Europeans are terrified of Russia. They honestly think that war is on their doorstep because they're just bombarded with that propaganda like all the time. And like, you know, I'm sure like it's scary living in a zone where there is war that's potentially could expand into your borders, you know, at the drop of a hat. But like if anything, they're very captured to be just completely anti-Russia. So like, I think it would be in Europe's interest to, if they want to be doing deals, they do a deal with Russia and like end the conflict altogether. I think that would be smart for the Europeans. They like, it makes more sense. They're in the same part of the world than relying on the US for stuff. But like, yeah, the Americans would never let that happen. Not down in Crin. Sorry. Australia is not down in the Crin together with his power grab. Sarsaparilla Jane in the house. G'day. How you going? Hope you are well. Yeah, agreed, Mr. I think each continent should be a federation. They should at least have good fucking relations, right? Like, if it's not a federation, like, at least have good relations. And then, like, you can bargain better, like, you know, as a region. And, like, you know, look after your regional interests. Like, and that's how the world will kind of progress better. Like, at the moment, as individual nation states, people are completely fucked over by, you know, giant transnational corporations that actually engage in imperialism, as in the Leninist sense. So if you're down with this type of analysis, Lenin, I think, came up with the idea of modern imperialism, which is like, you know, the financial imperialism that happens in the world today, where you have massive transnational corporations and like places like Wall Street that have these huge roaming companies that go around the world, you know, capturing an entire country, you know, using like the state and its forces to help coerce countries into doing things, like, you know, selling their resources, you know, selling out their labor markets, all that sort of stuff. So imperialism is done now by the corporate sector, and like they use nation states to war against each other so they can get access to resources and dominate the globe. And so like, if you had regional governments, then you have like countries that band together to fight against the power of like these transnational corporations that have a better fighting chance. Then we could tax these corporations better so they wouldn't go off to tax havens, and like you could wrangle in corporations a little bit better, and then you'd slowly move towards a situation where you could fight against some of the evil shit that goes on in the world, because it's all somehow as a result of somebody making money somewhere along the line, whether it be off jacked up oil prices or like profiting off, you know, industry, like the military industrial complex. Like, this war is great business for a lot of people, and like the transnational corporations that that win in times like this, they're winning on both sides of a conflict. So like, we're never going to be rid of war because like the same people profit on both sides of a conflict situation. And so like, war doesn't mean anything to them but increased profit margins. So yeah, regional governments would be a way to do it, like federations and regional of regions, like an ASEAN federation, like all of us in like Southeast Asia, Australia included, and then you could have like a Central Asia region or something, like around India. Then you'd have a European federation, Federation of the Americas. Hey, I'd like to see that. North America and South America combining. That'd be interesting. But we're nowhere near any of that stuff. Violet Quinn, nowhere near that shit. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. My mistake. Or auto spelling, actually. I blame the AI. I blame AI. Europe is so artificially balkanized. It's insane. Clarice in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. About any place USA could invest if each continent and subcontinent was a federation would be the Pacific Federation or Australia. Yeah. Yeah, it would rein in corps also, like massively. Like the power of corporations, like to just coerce individual nation states into doing what they want and just taking all their resources and their labor is crazy. But like if we had proper regional power, like they wouldn't be able to fuck around that, because like divide and conquer works for them. That's why I'm against the nation state. Like everyone thinks it's a question of like being anti-nationalism, because like, you know, nationalism is this scourge on society. Like nationalism is just a tool to placate the masses and to whip them into a frenzy every time. Like then like the real problem with nation states is that nation states are just boundaries and little marketplaces for the real bourgeoisie to do business in a closed market, and like capture politics in that market and like do whatever they want with it. So like nation states are weak in comparison to what is imperialism today. Imperialism is like massive transnational corporations playing on the world stage like it's their fucking casino and playground, and nation states are too small to fight against these massive corporate interests. So like, yeah, anything that helps like regional powers rise to fight against those massive corporate interests is huge. It's huge. And it'll be a game changer. But like, you know, it'll happen one day. Yes, Violent Queen, one day. But not without a lot of struggle, that's for sure. Tankies are coming. What's this? Jay Leno caught driving a rare military tank on the highway. The tankies are coming. Wars, this is what I'm saying though. You say wars only happen if one side at least thinks it's worth it. But like in the age of imperialism, as Lenin would have described it, wars happen because it's profitable for someone, in the sense that like it doesn't matter if who's the winner or the loser, someone profits either way, if that makes sense. What's this, Ravy? Seriously. Legendary Man J. Let's have a look at this. Oh my god.
Oh, he's gonna run me over. No. Oh, he's gonna park here. What's up, Jay?
What the fuck? The tankies are coming. This is literally where the term comes from, right? Australia has already done 125 years ago. No, sorry. What did I miss? Not really, since Australians, if Yanks invaded, could merely just start a bushfire as guerrilla warfare and then rat out an entire city or settlement USA tried to hold. Australia has already done it 125 years ago before they got organised. Plus our difficult large terrain. The British were silly. They thought there would be no wars because they treated it like there would be K resistance. Wars happen because people keep trying to make death dolphins a thing. That's pretty much it. It's Jay Leno driving a tank. The ultimate tanky. Tiananmen 1989. Actual footage. So good. Hey, but once each continent is unified, the chance for spoils is negligible and the cost acquiring them is high. Yes. And you know what the secret like ambition behind like regionalism is, not nationalism, but regionalism, is then it's a step away from internationalism, and the working class is international. And once there is some form of international body, then the working people won't be divided among nation-state boundaries or regions anymore, and they will get closer to the final kind of objective, which is like a unification of the entire world's working class. And like once they're all under one jurisdiction, the working people of the world, it's fucking over for the capitalist class. But don't tell anyone. That's my little secret there. Don't tell anyone. Just keep advocating for regional governments and federations, and then we advocate for more of an international style approach, and then the working people of the world are under one jurisdiction, and they can fight much better against their corporate overlords. But shh, that's our little secret. Don't tell anyone, please. We'll just keep acting ignorant for now. He looks like a kitten driving a tank. His little noggin sends me. Yeah, like his head sticking out. What the fuck was that about? Seriously. 100%. I'm glad you're down with what I'm talking about. Take an amount to appreciate for China or America to invade. It means 7,000 kilometer supply lines. Never gonna happen. Yeah. Why would the Americans even invade? They've already got us by the balls anyway. Vassal state and military bases all over the place. They don't need to invade. They're in control. Jingle jangle jam. The British acted like the Aboriginal people here were completely passive and little in numbers without organisation. So they thought Australia would be the bloodless. Sorry. Interesting. All right. Ceasefire on the brink, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? Trump says Iran will be blown off face of earth. It hits US ships. If it hits you. I can't believe we found a typo in a BBC headline. Isn't that crazy? What a world we live in. Jag, Oz is ours, and we are so hot together. So hot. Jag, did you hear the little conversation just then about internationalism and regionalism? I'd like to know your thoughts about that. I know you like a little bit of Lenin sometimes. Because of socialism for all. He's quite the fucking hardcore Leninist. Yeah, I was digging it. But I'm more interested in keeping Australia and the US together because we're so hot. Everybody's talking about it. So hot. It's so hot right now. All right. Hey, they don't need to invade us. I was just saying all the continents. We should be the easiest bar Pacific Islands. Trump knows his way around a good blowy. We should take this seriously. Yeah, a good blowy or two, and with under questionable circumstances too. Hey, you don't need to know much about the Epstein files to know about his experience with blowies. Hey, he's a fucking grub. It's also why Japan never had serious plans to invade us, because it would have been starting a continental war. And they were pretty strapped for resources by the time they moved all the way through the Malayan Peninsula and through down. Like, they were so strapped. It would have been really hard to continue the fight on such a landmass. Anyway, let's see if there's any gold in here about what Trump has said or what the US has actually done. Yeah.
The ceasefire between the US and Iran is on
Bubbo is just an experiment.
Very shaky ground tonight after what the United Arab Emirates says was a major attack on its territory. Officials say 4 cruise missiles fired from Iran were intercepted over Emirati territorial waters, and a drone attack ignited a fire at an oil terminal. 3 people have been injured. The blaze at the port in Fujairah is the first strike on the UAE since a ceasefire was agreed between Iran and the US at the beginning of April. Today's sharp escalation of violence came after the US said 2 American guided missile destroyers and 2 US-flagged merchant ships had sailed through the Strait of Hormuz, and 6 Iranian small boats were attacked and destroyed. In a moment, we'll get the view from Washington with Sarah Smith, and our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, will give his...
Fucking savage. Bubba was just an experiment. It was really good coke, and they were out of teens. Ugh, savage. Savage. If you're watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button. Do yourself a favor. If you're new here, subscribe for more and follow if you're on Twitch. UAE is the worst of collaborators. Bubba Believers, he blew that, man.
Assessment of the state of the ceasefire. But first, Joe Inwood has our top story tonight.
Rising over the Gulf, smoke from Fujairah, the UAE's biggest oil port.
All we're hearing so far, like this is just such media beat up. Like all we're hearing so far is like the US hasn't struck back at Iran at all. All we're hearing is that Iran has struck the UAE and has potentially struck an American warship, but like America denies that fervently, and like nothing's actually happened on the US side of things. Like the US hasn't. All the US have been boasting is that they've gotten some ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Like that's it. That's all we're hearing here. Like, have they struck back? Is the ceasefire still on? What's going on here? There's way more questions than answers, ladies and gentlemen. I need to know. I need to know. And you know who's going to fucking tell us this? You know who's going to tell us the real story here? We're going to get the most information out of these people. I have to do it. I have to do it. It's going to be fucking Fox Business, baby. Strap yourselves in. Fox Business, you called it before I said it. Holy shit. Homo Joe, I'm telling you, man. You need to be on the team for curating the content here. I think you know what's coming. Setcom said sometime in the next day. It takes time to brief pilots and set up a plan first. Yeah, fair enough. Just like they didn't lose those 20 drones to Iran. And then a week later, they admitted they'd lost them. A lot of funny admissions that come out after the fact, right? All right, here it is. Are you ready? General Jack Keane. Finish these guys off once and for all. Fox News senior strategist joins to outline the U.S. plan to secure the Strait of Hormuz, warns one of a likely Iranian retaliation and signal a possible return to combat. Possible return to combat. So, like, they're all talking about it like it's a thing, right? It's my streamer background. Yeah, bro. You're on. You're on. Operation Epic Fury. It's on. It's still there. It's so good, isn't it? God, it's such a good name. Operation Epic Fury. And the Dow. The Dow. Poor Dow.
President Trump has a new plan to free up ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. will guide commercial ships out of the strait. The president's calling the effort.
Isn't it funny how they're like, this is a new idea? They were talking about this like from the start. They're just like, yeah, and we're going to guide ships and everyone's going to, like, everything's going to go back to normal and like everything will be okay in the world again. Like, come on. Seriously?
Project Freedom. Retired four-star General Jack Keane joins me now. General, we've been asking if the U.S. has the military power to free the strait by ourselves. Do we have the power to do it, just us?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, no one else does either have the power. We're the one that does definitely have the power to do it. Probably the Israelis could do the same to some degree. So our audience understands this is a very comprehensive and somewhat complicated operation. We've already cleared a lane free of mines that's along the coast of Oman. So the furthest point away on the other side of the straits is where Iran is, and all the ships that have passed through have been passing through a lane that they established.
Yeah, I reckon, right? Let's go back and see Mr. Kane's war predictions, see how well he's been going so far. I'm pretty sure we heard him like straight off the bat saying like this was going to be like really quick, right, and decisive, and we could end it all now if we really wanted to. But we just like to tease him a little bit, right? Hey, just going to let them hang in there for a little bit. Days, if not weeks. Hey? Yeah.
Very close to the Iranian border of the straits. So that's step one, and that is already done. The other thing is we're going to put in a layered defense, scores of miles away from the Straits of Hormuz, with hundreds of surveillance drones as well as manned aircraft to intercept long-range drones, long-range missiles, anti-ship missiles that may be fired at distance to try to intervene with ships going through the straits. And then as you get to the straits themselves, we're establishing what we call a dome defense. And that is at the terminal point where ships would be and be at their most vulnerable as they're going through a narrow corridor that our audience has seen on a map many, many times. That dome defense will make certain that anything fired that penetrates through the layered defense will be defeated. That fast boats that come out and try to intervene will be defeated. That anything on the surface like a fast boat or actually below the surface will be defeated.
Below the surface, like a dolphin? Hey, maybe. Operation Midnight Hammer, my Hormuzi with epic fury. Lovely. Good imagery there. We really should look at all their operations. It's like a gay porn library. Project Freedom reminds me of the freedom camps in The Boys.
Coming from the land, maybe a shoulder-fired missile or something like that would be defeated. That's the dome defense. The other thing that's taken
Woozle
place
in the
going on
house.
for a couple of
Morning E-peeps, how you going? Welcome. We're learning about the propaganda machine at the moment and how fucking off it is. Supposedly, Iran has struck the Americans, like the Navy, and America has responded, but we can't find anything. A dome? That sounds familiar. Yeah, tell me about it.
Now, Stuart, the CENTCOM leaders have been talking to ship owners, insurers, and also the captains of vessels, a few dozen of them, and telling them at some point, not disclosing when, or not disclosing how we're going to secure the straits, but telling them once we do secure the straits, we would be encouraging you to move through the straits unescorted. And they have said they would. We think we'll have everything established within 24, 48 hours. Remains to be seen what Iran does. I mean, they have a vote here, as always. They're going to intimidate and coerce these people not to move or else you're going to be shot, for sure. Will they still move? Two, Iran will definitely, in our judgment, retaliate against what I just described to you. And if they're not able to penetrate, we think they will likely choose other things to retaliate against, like U.S. bases, allies and partners in the region, all the kinds of things they've been doing until the ceasefire.
So what do we do? I mean,
That's all these leeches are talking to. Their MAGA crowd, right. It's like what they need, some type of psychological reassurance that America's got a plan when it comes to the Strait. Because I thought we were all powerful, and it seems like Iran has full control over this situation and the Strait of Hormuz, right? That's why they're talking about this. And so, like, their plan is what? Stay as close as you can to the Strait of the Oman coast of the Strait of Hormuz, and just hope to hell that they can't shoot us from there. Is that pretty much the plan? Let's just stay as close as we can to the other side of the strait, and just hope that they can't get us from that distance effectively. And he's just like, and so we've talked to all of the ship captains and said to them, just trust us. We've made a clear path for you. Just trust us on this one. Iran won't shoot you, even though they're warning you that they will bring you down. Just trust us, bro, on this one. Just follow the coastline. You'll be fine. We're not going to escort you. Oh, hell no. We wouldn't do that. We've cleared the path. Anyone brave enough to go through first? Hey, anyone? Speaking of Hormuzi, did you know that Cornhub reports an uptick in search terms like Arab in America every time there's a significant event in the Middle East? Sounds on brand for the MAGA crowd. That is pretty interesting, isn't it? I wonder what psychologically is going on there. What do you think is going on there psychologically when like Americans get like a bit testy about having to go to war in the Middle East again, or get a little bit overexcited, then they start wanting to literally fuck the enemy, I guess. Is that the psychology of it? It's interesting. He said penetrate. He did. He did say penetrate. I picked up on that. I'm glad you were here to mention it too. When we be in the house, how you going? Hope you're well. Yeah, I would like to know the psychology of all of that.
We get the strait open, and they retaliate, maybe attacking our bases. What do we do then?
We would open and return to combat operations.
Would that include knocking out the Revolutionary Guard?
Know thy enemy inside and out. Oh my God. Isn't there a fine line between love and hate? I guess. Clarence, also when the Russian SMOs started searching for Ukrainians on Diddy sites. Wow. Then like Midnight Hammer, Sigmund Freud would be having a field day with MAGA. Yeah, fair enough. And Epic Fury. Furry? Not Fury, sorry. It's the racist trope that ethnic women or the enemy is a less than human sex object for gratification. Then you have dominance fantasies over the enemy's women, etc., etc. It's because it's a new taboo thing. Okay, yeah, I guess you can't go there. That's why. Have you ever Googled AOC and not had a filter on? It's fucking disgusting. Like, it's absolutely disgusting. The amount of, like, I guess you would call it revenge porn on that woman, because there's heaps of Republicans that like just hate her, or heaps of conservatives just hate her with a passion, but like they really want, like all of their fantasies are built up around that woman, like massively. So they can't, it's taboo, I guess, right? You hate her because she's a dirty commie, but hey, if I got her alone, that's a different story. It's fucking crazy. I guess it's the like similar phenomenon going on here. Very interesting. LOL, yep. So winning women is the spoils of war? That's been true since the fall of Troy? Yeah, I guess. Look at how Republicans get LGBTQ. It's the same. Treat LGBTQ. It's the same thing. I just love this stat. And I'm pretty sure it was you, Ninja Nurse, who's brought this up multiple times. But whenever there's a Republican convention in whatever city it is in the States, Grindr crashes because there's just too much activity for the server to hold. Yeah, look at what happens to Grindr when Republican conventions. There it is. Thank you. There it is. Men commit the most heroic things and need a woman to show their heroism on. How many of these MAGA-aligned military recruits joined because they want to commit sexually explicit war crimes against the enemy? I wonder if that's like a thing when people are deciding to join the army, like in Western countries, where they think there's spoils of war kind of stuff. Mikael got out of the game a touch too early. Yeah, Grindr crashes. It's a mix of hooking up and committing hate crimes. LOL, yeah, it's common knowledge, LOL. But tell them Grindr gets good traffic from them. But don't tell them, right? Well, I am Grindr Nostradamus after all. The fact that you brought this up without me prompting, it shows learning. Yeah, look at the effect you're having on the stream, the poor stream. Yes, it's a thing. Woke MAGA, Voltaire in the house. How you going? We're going after trans women isn't actually gay. No, but it was a thing in World War II. LOL. Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Because I know, like, I can only base this on like movies and stuff, but like was it Full Metal Jacket? I think you see a bit of that stuff happening in Vietnam, or the way they depicted it. Everything has a corn. Rule 32, baby. That's what what's his name, military chud, spoils of war was torturing civilians. Look at the IDF. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah. It's a given in war. It will happen. Yeah, but like the question was like, do people join up because they know that that's going to happen, or they'll be in that position, so they go to war because of the chance that the opportunity they may get in that regard. All MAGA are bottoms. They particularly like bottoming for trans women. Nostradamus has spoken. All right. Calm down. Let the general finish.
Decapitating the guy?
We would do everything we can to decimate the IRGC. They're not just based in Tehran. They're based in every single province.
I thought they had already decimated the fucking IRGC. Like, which one is it with the story here? We've completely decimated Iran. They don't know whether they're coming and going. They don't have any military leadership. They're somehow surviving on a knife's edge. And now they're saying if Iran like tries anything when we try to guide people through this strait, then like we're going to wipe them out. Like, how many times do you have to wipe these people out? I thought they'd already been taken care of. Clarice, look at the past 20 years of American war crimes. Look at Abu Ghraib. I don't know the reference, but okay. I'll take your word for it. Eh? A certain number do, and they have units for them. Yeah, okay. Usually some kind of machine gun unit. Or I guess drones now. How many Americans joined up because of the E-Girl psyop with Luyan? Or the Barracks Bunnies? I don't know this reference. IDF still does the hot chicks are in the army, do it for her shit. Okay. Right. Oh, Abu Ghraib was their big Iraq prison. Okay.
In Iran, we would likely go after a lot of their energy infrastructure. There's remaining ballistic missiles at storage sites and launchers that we have to kill. We have twice the combat power now in the region than we did when we started the war. The Israelis have always had more combat power than we did. They delivered 19,000 attacks up to ceasefire. We delivered 13,000 up to ceasefire. Now we're actually comparable. We can unload a devastating blow on the regime in the next 10 or so days, assuming the Iranians are going to break the ceasefire.
I sense there's coming some resolution here in a couple of weeks. I mean, 10 to 14 days. I sense that that's coming up.
He just confirmed why there was a pause. Are you suggesting it's because he was saying like we weren't the military power in this region? Israel had a little bit more force than we did, and now we've caught up again? Is that the great, like, Brian from the New Atlas theory and everything? There's no such thing as a ceasefire. They're just pausing to restock. They're just reloading. Is that what you mean by that? I wonder. Wookie's lurking for an hour, finally decide to comment and get censored? Damn, YouTube. You've been pegged, bro. You've been fucking pegged. As soon as you comment, you get censored. There you go. Yeah, interesting. A blow on the regime or blowing up more civilian infrastructure? Like, how much infrastructure have they got? I thought they were fucking taken care of. Like, honestly. Seriously. Have you seen the latest Boy Boy? They react to a female IDF reality show. Oh, God. All right, who's getting censored? Let's just quickly check this, please. Why doesn't the US fin-dom Iran? Sending aid not sexy enough? That's pretty good. So you can't talk about fin-dom, but everyone else can, apparently. Oh my God. That gif. Ravy. Seriously. I can't believe Trump gets away with this shit. Seriously. Fuck it all. 60 days. Trump needs congressional approval. Allegedly. But like, that's why they've got a ceasefire, they're arguing. Because like, he doesn't need the congressional approval because they stopped the clock. It's not 60 days yet. It's not 60 days yet. Decimate 10 times is a decimate. That's what the US is going for. That's pretty funny. Yo, what is he doing in that GIF? He's pretending to give a blowy by the look of it. I hope that is YMCA in the background. It is his theme song. If they get him out of office, you just have the next in line ready to go. America's motto is to win every battle, lose every war. He's remembering Epstein fondly. He's showing you how he worked Bubba's shaft. Oh my God.
A resolution. Do you?
Yeah, that's a great point. One, give Trump credit for what he's doing here. They shut down the straits. Eventually, we put a blockade in that shut down 100% of their exports. Now, he's taken another aggressive action to open up the straits, and I think it's more likely than not that we will return to combat operations to finish these guys once and for all. One thing I think we have to do is make certain that our CIA and our Mossad have got plans, and they're working them right now, to undermine this regime covertly and also assist the Iranian people. Because as this thing starts to break apart, the vulnerability of the regime and its leaders and lack of trust in one another, we can take advantage of that and also encourage the Iranian people to get out there. And there's some that are under arms and are willing to fight. They are organizations, Kurds, Azaris, and Baluchis. There is no internal pressure on the regime right now, just external. If we increase the internal as well as the external pressure, that is the maximum point for them to have to cope with.
General, this is fascinating.
It is fascinating, isn't it? Like, he's giving the game away. He's like, all right, we're getting some external pressure going on that everyone can see. But what we really need is Mossad and the CIA to get in there and do covert operations. This is how America really does warfare. This is how they really control the world, is through covert operations and destabilizing governments. That's where the real action happens. Not all this bullshit about guiding people through the strait. No. We need our deep state agencies that have no oversight and just chew through public spending and do absolutely nefarious and inhumane things, all in the darkness. That's where the real shit gets done. That's strategically how you beat an enemy. We're putting external pressure on them. And he said it, it's not enough. External pressure means nothing. These people are burrowed in like ticks, and you will not be able to get them out of there. So you need to go in to their little burrows and fucking subvert their activities. I hope the CIA and Mossad are working very closely together on this one. That's how you really get rid of Iran. All this bullshit that we're talking about here, it's all for the plebs. It's all for the BBC to talk about. What really goes down is the covert shit. Fucking hell. Mental stuff, man. This is the first Fox business clip since you got back. Gold. Yeah, I think it is, actually. We did Fox News yesterday. Not our usual. But like, yeah, first Fox business potentially, yeah. In my experience, the more inappropriate and sexual an oldie is at odd times, the closer they are to kicking the bucket. They already said soft power was weak and military power was everything. Interesting. The thing is, Trump's been dismantling US soft power his entire term so far. I love how ExxonMobil and BP are directly affected by these shenanigans. However, their share price still manages to increase slightly. Yeah, this is what we were talking about before. Like, I don't think this strait closure has been anything but fucking a boon for the corporate sector, right? Like, they have just, like, the share market's fine, corporations are still winning, oil price is suiting them fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think people are suffering for this. War is a racket. There it is. Said it better than I could. Thank you very much. I did it all for the BBC. Tell me you're talking about the British broadcaster here. Please. Tell me. All right. I don't know if I want to do any more of this. Like, this has just been a fat nothing burger, to be honest. The absolute fat nothing burger. Violet Queen, parts of the corporate sector, it's not good for AI, though, having power go up and chips get interrupted. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You know I am. Yeah, fine. But like, in terms of the energy sector, this has been a boon for them. All right. Maybe the tech bros are not happy because energy has spiked. The cost has spiked, but yeah. I don't think there's anything else. Let's see what the Germans have to say just quickly. They might have something else. I hate nothing burgers. Yeah. Here's Voltaire's description of war I agree with. There was never anything so gallant, so spruce.
Yes, this is another Strait of...
It's such a good word. So spruce, so brilliant and so well disposed as the two armies. Trumpets, fifes, hautboys, drums, and cannon made music such as hell itself had never heard. The cannons first of all laid flat about 6,000 men on each side. The muskets swept away from the best world 9,000 or 10,000 ruffians who infested its surface. The spruce moose hop in, yes. You have to look out. You look out to a number of the echo effects. It's been great for energy for now, but there's the layoffs and the dip in demand in coming months. We don't control markets, so it's always sweet. Candide, who trembled like a philosopher, hid himself as well as he could during this heroic butchery. At length, while the two kings were causing Te Deum to be sung each in his own camp, Candide resolved to go and reason elsewhere on effects and causes. He passed over heaps of dead and dying and first reached a neighboring village. It was in cinders. It was a bare village which the Bulgarians had burnt according to the laws of war. Here old men covered with wounds beheld their wives hugging their children to the bloody breasts massacred before their faces. There, their daughters disemboweled and breathing their last after having satisfied the natural wants of the Bulgarian heroes, while others, half burnt in the flames, begged to be dispatched. The earth was strewed with brains, arms, and legs. Graphic stuff there. Crazy. And who is this Voltaire, you said? You do say. All right, let's get this.
Hormuz video, but it's important because the US says it's going to finally open it by force. And we need to talk about the very real possibility of direct conflict between Iran, who is committed to keeping it closed. They've now drawn a map with a line drawn right across the Strait of Hormuz, a no-go zone, if you like. And then we've got the United States Navy, who say they are going to physically go and get the ships that are stuck in the Gulf and escort them right through Iran's no-go zone.
Look at this guy with a fucking clipboard and a highlighter. Eh? What is this? 1980s? Come on.
US President Donald Trump says that he's aiming to open the strait because countries all over the world want it open. He says in a Truth Social post, "We have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business." He went on to add, "We will use the best efforts to get their ships and crews safely out of the strait. In all cases, they said they will not be..."
It is old school, right? Voltaire was a Chad writer for the French age of revolutions. Chad.
Turning until the area becomes safe for navigation and everything else. This process, Project Freedom, as it's called, will begin Monday morning, Middle Eastern time, and that is right now. So then, time to pick our guide through this topic at a really important moment. Emma Salisbury, good to see you. Hi. Non-resident senior fellow in the Foreign Policy Research Institute's National Security Program in London, aka knows her stuff deeply on this topic. Emma, I feel like our audience...
Mossad, CIA, NGOs already in Iran trying to destabilize the Iranian government. They tried earlier in the year with the protests. Yeah, I know, right? Like pretending like it's time for the CIA to step in and do their part. Come on. They've been there for long enough. I actually didn't like that translation. I think I've got a better one. John Butt brings out the humour better in English from French. It's a pretty funny written paragraph.
Know a lot about the Strait of Hormuz by now, so I'll skip through the part about it being really important.
They tried to hit, so they tried with the 12-day war also. 300,000 in 2 hours, bro.
Important because I think we know it's important by now. We know it's narrow, right? We know it's shallow. And we know there are an estimated 2,000 ships carrying oil and really important petroleum products stuck there for 2 months. And our world is getting really expensive because of it. Now, Emma, we have a pretty significant day because the United States is broadcasting their plan to change this really expensive situation. How significant is it that after 2 months, the United States says they are now willing to go and get these ships and all the seamen who have been stranded there for so long and bring them out and bring these ships and all the seamen who have been stranded there for so long and bring them out under naval escort?
I think the most important thing about this moment is that this is going to be the first time.
The lube shortage as a result of the closure of the strait and all of these stranded seamen everywhere. So good.
US Navy warships.
They had been building networks for decades, but they used most in the 12-day war, then stopped, LOL. It was like they fought the war in reverse.
And bring them out under naval escort.
I think the most important thing about this moment is that this is going to be the first time that US Navy warships will transit through the Strait of Hormuz during this situation. And this is a really different thing to what we've seen previously, because this isn't a commercial ship, this isn't a private ship, this is a warship. So this is a very different level of transit to what we've seen before. And this means that there is a serious chance that these US Navy warships will be fired upon by the Iranians, which would lead to considerable...
So I guess this is a very significant point in the sense that, like, if what they're saying is, like, the US want everyone to be guided through the strait, let me guide you, baby. But, like, the Iranians have made it clear that they will shoot and take them out. The thing that happened this morning where Iran was like, yeah, we shot at an American ship and it turned backwards. That is definitely something that the US would want to deny ever happened, right? Because, like, this whole situation is predicated, guiding ships through the strait is based on the confidence. Like, just these ships, these commercial vessels having enough confidence that the Americans have their back, that they can safely get through the strait. And the Americans, like, slightly poke their head into the strait and they get shot. They get hit with 2 missiles, there would be zero confidence now in the commercial world that they can get through the strait. So, like, this whole thing has been for nothing. Maybe that's what the Iranians are playing at. They're just like, let's tell everybody that we've hit an American warship, and everyone will be too scared to cross the strait. They'll be way too scared. Clever stuff, either way. Tell Trump there's semen in the strait and it'll be open tomorrow. Yeah, very particular type of semen. It's got to be Bubba's semen, apparently. There was some congressional matter earlier, and the head of some NGO let slip that they were in Iran and using Musk's Starlink to coordinate. Yeah, interesting that they actually confirmed that, though, right? We had our suspicions. Like, now we are at blockade. Traditionally, this is where you start. Then you escalate up and maybe unalive leaders. And then you activate protests and agents. Yeah, it's funny. You're right, isn't it? It's in reverse. They literally just want human shields. LMAO. America warship. Chance of Iran blowing a ship up. feel like we have seen something similar in the past. Plenty of seamen in the Strait at the Republican convention.
Escalation.
Right, let's just go over the plan if we can, and to start with, I guess, Project Freedom as it's called. Do we know exactly what's involved? And I think your point about being fired upon is crucial. I want to get to that, obviously. But do we know first what's involved, or generally speaking, in a naval escort? How big are they? How many ships make up an escort that we're talking about like this?
That's for sure.
The short answer is no, we don't know. What I can kind of speculate about is how this could potentially be done. So please take everything I say with a huge caveat on that point. Central Command has said that there are going to be guided missile destroyers, aircraft, drones, and quite a few personnel committed to Project Freedom. So what I would anticipate is that those guided missile destroyers will essentially provide air cover for commercial ships transiting through the strait. So what that means...
What a shit name. I know, they've had such good names, right, for their operations. Project Freedom sucks. You know that it's not going to be a good operation when you call it Project Freedom, right? Sucks. The Iranians won't be able to help but start dancing themselves and loosen up a little. They were looking for suckers.
Is that they will try to protect them from Iranian drone strikes and missile strikes so the commercial ships can pass safely through the Strait of Hormuz. I would assume that the IRGC's map that it's released today with those red lines on it is kind of essentially the kill zone. How they see it. So any ship transiting through that geographical area will need to have that air protection against the Iranian potential for Iranian strikes. So that will come from those US guided missile destroyers and from aircraft providing that air defense essentially for those ships.
Right, so let's do a really important two-part question then. Why does an
prophylactic freedom operation, prophylactic freedom, that is,
an escort make it safer after everything that you've described and the possibilities? For instance, if there are mines in the water, how does an escort at this point get us to the point where the US can guarantee the safety of those?
What if there's dolphins in the strait? What the fuck are we going to do then? Hey? Fuck the mines. What if they bring in the dolphins? How are we going to protect against them? Capitalism depends upon ship transit. Despite plane travel, without ship transport, all world economies would grind to a halt. And these are huge ships, massive and tremendous ships. And as Trump would say. So between this and this sex flotilla, it's so good. That's what the sea lions are for. So good. But you're right, though. Capitalism, world capitalism as it stands now, depends significantly on the world trade on the high seas. It's the arteries of world capitalism. And it was neoliberalism that really put that on fucking steroids. Like, it was there before, but like countries were fairly independent and regionally independent. And then, like, everyone was like, don't worry about it. We've got world trade now. And, like, we'll just get all of our stuff from China. Like, the entire world economy was like, let's just rely on China. They'll do everything. And we'll just ship it around the world. And now, yes, you're right. World capitalism now completely depends. But, like, again, not a bad thing in the sense that if the world economy is so tied to a globalized network of capital, flows and distribution, then like people really have to think twice about all out war. This was the great liberal ideal back in the day, like Adam Smith and the boys. They were like, the more you have like free trade amongst the nations of the world, like the less likely people are to engage in war, because like they need other nations in order to exist themselves, so they won't fight each other for stuff. They'll try and do business. So like, you know. But yes, alrighties, we are pirates now, unless people just turn to piracy. Then, like, you know, there goes that theory. There.
Ships sailing with them. Is there any guarantee they can really give to any ships?
I don't think there is 100% guarantee that can be given. So essentially, the trade-off for these ships will be the risk of going through the strait under US naval protection, or the risk of staying where they are, which means that their crews are still stranded, their ships are still stranded. So it's really a trade-off between those two scenarios, and is the risk worth it for those commercial ships to make their way through the strait? The problem of mines is a serious one, because although the US Navy can provide air cover to those ships, it cannot guarantee that those ships will not hit mines coming through the strait. So then you have to think about, do they know of a safe route through the strait that definitely doesn't have any mines? I would say no. They haven't done any minesweeping as far as I've seen in the strait so far. And minesweeping is a very, very slow thing to do, so it's not something that they can do quickly to clear these routes. So I would have thought that the risk from mines in the Strait of Hormuz, in any of those transit passages, would be quite high, particularly as Iran can very easily and quickly lay more.
I'm not sure I would want the protection. Talk about caught in the middle. Yeah, fuck that. And imagine being the first ship or few ships that have to go through it. Come on, hey, just do it. We'll guide you. Come on, Captain. Make the choice. You do it. If they let countries used as trade ports charge for this location, it would naturally make local things cheaper. If all the various straits charged like Iran, it would actually stop transshipment and such. I would hate to be at work on one of those ships in this situation. Yeah, that, right? Yo ho, Skibbity, Epstein files, they shall be free. Modern equivalent of us, of using prisoners to clear minefields. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, just let the ships go through and open up a clear passage. Yeah, hey, what the fuck is this, Captain? Get off the bridge. I have a bottle of nice whiskey waiting.
So I guess if we're trying to ascertain now, are Iran serious about these threats? We try to understand what's their motivation. If blocking the Strait of Hormuz is Iran's most feared weapon, an economic weapon, why would they relinquish control at this point? First of all, in this asymmetric war, is the ability to block the Strait of Hormuz their most important weapon?
Yes, this is a huge point of leverage for them in the negotiations with the US and Israel, precisely because blocking the Strait of Hormuz has such a huge economic effect on the world. The number of ships that transits through the strait on a normal day is vast. And as we've seen over the last weeks, the fact of those ships not passing through has had a massive economic effect for oil, fertilizer, and all sorts of other products. So this is Iran's big point of leverage. And I don't see any reason why they would be incentivized to give this up at the moment, because this is a huge part of what they are relying on in the negotiations with the US. So it is in Iran's interests at the moment to make this mission, Project Freedom, very dangerous, or potentially to stop it working at all.
Yeah, we're seeing a very familiar map to us by now on screen, or have been looking at those ships just stranded there, the little red triangles and the green triangles we've been watching forever. And now the head of Iranian Parliament's National Security Commission, Ibrahim Azizi, has warned that any American interference in the new maritime regime of the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. So speaking to that point of what comes next, that is a warning, clear and direct, that any US ship crossing this area, that will be the end of
the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf would not be managed by Trump's delusional posts. How dare this sovereign nation utilize their assets to prevent their civilians getting nuked? Yeah, how dare they? How dare they? All right, that's it. I've had enough of this conversation now. I'm done. I'm completely cooked with this one. Sorry. I did want to have a look at this, though. Australia and Japan are coming together. And I think this is actually really pertinent for our discussion about like the oil situation that's going on at the moment. So I really want to take some time to have a look at this. this whole Australia and Japan relations and see what's going on there. The longer this drags out, the longer the US can blame Iran for why everything sucks and get more support from their base to authorize a longer operation and potentially ground troops. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. Recently, people are bringing that up again. They're just like, okay, if Iran does strike or something like that at anyone that goes through the strait after the US guides them through the strait, then this is a justification for them to start sending in the ground troops. It's a big call though, isn't it? Like, why would they want to send in ground troops? And why would anyone want to be on that mission as well? Like, and for what? Like, there's not even a real ideological reason to fight this one. It's crazy. Just to stick it to the Iranians? Imagine dying for that cause. Oh, why did you die in this war? Oh, yeah, they just wanted to stick it to Iran. Was anything else going there? Like fighting for freedom, democracy? I don't know. Anything like that? No. Just stick it to Iran. Stick it to Iran. Long game is China. Yeah, 100%. I think the PR war has been won, not going to lie. And not by America, yeah. Wartime President Trump for life. That's why they have a temp, what's that, running army and navy at the moment. Yeah. All right. Like I said, we're gonna completely switch gears here. I want to have a look at the whole situation. So if you're not aware, the Japanese Prime Minister has been over here. Sanae Takaichi has been visiting Australia. Like it's like pretty much one of those diplomatic non-event kind of thing. They shake some hands, they sign some agreements, etc., etc. But like, you know, Australia's position, like we were talking about before, position in the region, incredibly important. And having good relations with people in the region, incredibly important. Now, obviously, very questionable Australia having to cede so much, like power in a regional negotiation table to someone like Japan, because obviously Japan's interests are very much tied to America's interests. Our interests are tied to America's interests. So for us to get along, Australia and Japan, that is, like, we're going to have to get along because like America wants us to play nice. So like, are these any negotiations or relations that Australia and Japan have, like, between them, are they actually in good faith and like two countries working together, or are we like doing whatever the Americans want us to do? The Americans want us to give our resources to Japan, and the Americans want Japan to increase their military capabilities, and so like the Americans want us to buy like weapons and military equipment off the Japanese, because that helps America's interests in the area as like a bulwark against any type of Chinese expansion in, I don't know, the South China Sea or something like that. And so like, are we having this, special strategic partnership with Japan because it's in Australia and Japan's interests? Or are we doing this because this is somehow part of America's broader strategy for the Indo-Pacific? I would say it's probably the latter, but I would like to hear what like people have to say about this situation. Surely it's just another way to pressure China, says Con. Yeah. Let's be honest. It must be. It must be. But like, I'd like to think that there is something else going on there. Maybe, Albo and Sinai over here have had a cracker of a chat, and they're worried about the actual interests of their individual sovereign nations. And like, they've come up with a good deal for Australia and Japan, as opposed to Australia and Japan in the context of American imperialism. But I guess we'll find out one way or another. Australia, the world's cash cow. I think he would fall on Bubba's sword if that happened. Wait, slow down, I missed something. That's why they have a temp running the Army and the Navy at the moment. Hey, Ravi, if the Lego videos are getting better, they will win the American Music Awards. The music is pretty good, actually. Which would really be the final humiliation of Trump. I think he would fall on Bubba's sword if that happened. Is that why Labor vocally objected to taxing gas exports? Because awkward? Awkward. Do you mean like because of what is happening here? I think that's definitely why. I think Labor vocally and made it very clear that they were not going to give any time to this idea of changing any taxation around gas exports, because they have they believe that relations in the region are of massive strategic importance. Now, I am all for that. I am all for buying that. Like, as we were speaking about before, like, I am all for having really good regional relations in order to produce a theater, a regional theater, a federation, as we were talking about before, so we can actually negotiate better as a bloc against like transnational corporations just raping and pillaging our territories. And so, like, if we have to trade gas at a cheaper price to Japan or whoever for strategic importance, like long-range diplomacy stuff, I'm all for that. But I would hope, like I was saying before, this is done because it's good for Australian and Japanese relations. And, like, that'll give us good bargaining power in terms of what's happening between Australia and Japan, not just because we give our gas because America wants us to have good relations with Japan, and this is part of an imperial regime or an imperial agenda. I hope that if we are trading our gas and shortchanging ourselves in terms of gas, it's for some mad diplomatic effort. Like, you know, we're going to get some awesome kind of barter out of this, because let's be honest, this is what happens at the geopolitical level. Countries have shit and they barter with other countries for stuff that they don't have. And so, like, you know, if we get shortchanged on gas, who gives a fuck, as long as like we get something else, I guess, from that deal. But if it's just for American imperial power, then that sucks, I guess. Like, as you said, Con, surely it's just another way to pressure China. But, like, yeah, unfortunate reality if true. I got more cow than cash? What the hell? Oh no, your number 2 contributor has blocked your number 3 contributor. You have a schism in your political commentator base. Albo just wanted to prove he could talk to Japanese and not bring up Pearl Harbor. Oh, that was so callous, wasn't it? That was one of Trump's finest moments, I reckon. I don't know, you never told us about Pearl Harbor, am I right? Albanese seems like FDR compared to Trump to Japanese. Government's assessments of things, maybe. Much more stable vision of the future. Dilemmas. Why would we tax the gas giants? They have lawyers. National Cabinet circa 2026. Liquid A, probably, I swear, he wants to talk to them and didn't bring up Pearl Harbor, and they were like, would you like a strategic partnership? The one we have with the USA isn't working very well. Bro, that lives in my head rent-free. Sorry, bro, that lives in my head rent-free. Yeah, it's burnt into my fucking memory as well, that thing. He's like, I know, you didn't tell us about Pearl Harbor, did you? Eh? Japanese people, come on.
The Margaret Thatcher admiring Sanae Takaichi, welcomed by an Australian Prime Minister, forged by left-wing Labor politics. From different sides of the ideological tracks, bonding over shared electoral and spousal connections.
Your love for Australia is shown by the fact that you had your honeymoon here.
My honeymoon destination was actually to the Great Barrier Reef, and I did scuba diving with my husband. I hope that you will visit with Ms Jodie to Nara in Japan as well.
Prime Minister Takaichi's visit comes on the 50th anniversary of the Basic Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation, also known as the Nara Treaty. It was initiated by Anthony Albanese's political hero, Gough Whitlam, and signed in 1976 by Malcolm Fraser. As now, that agreement emerged amid the geopolitical turmoil of a global energy shock.
And after she was done scuba diving, she gill netting every living thing as it is in Japanese custom. I was wondering where that was going, eh? Then she went after the whales, eh? Because that is part of the... She began netting everything. I was wondering where that was going. I thought you were about to get all wet, Han, about your fucking neoliberal hero over here, the Japanese Iron Lady. But no, it's just a stab at Japanese people and their approach to marine life. Eh? Very, very good. Good to have you. 4AS in the house. Yo, what's up? Give up your gas deals. Yeah, we're going to get onto that soon. It's so funny that 4AS and Han come into the fucking stream at the same time. You guys, what have you guys been up to? Eh? What's going on here? Do I see a friendship forming? Though I kind of disagree to Japan's Prime Minister's love for Margaret Thatcher, Albanese is able to here not get hacked to pieces by Thatcherites. Next is going to be the freaking dolphins with freaking laser beams attached to their freaking heads. American nuclear power provided the seeding ground for octopus hentai. Over the past 5 years, Japan has collected roughly $40 billion in taxes, significantly outpaced the $7 billion in tax revenue Australia has gained from the same gas I think we're talking about here. That's on our gas. Yeah, okay. Don't change the gas tax. Just make a new one. Use your 94 seats for something useful for a change. Damn, and I haven't even said thank you to them yet. All right. Let's just see what happens with Japanese relations. It might be a long game here that we are unaware of. Again, this is not unusual for countries to use some type of bartering system. I wonder what's happening. Gotta give credit where it's due, LOL. All right.
Today, again facing an energy shock and global instability, we affirm the strength of our special strategic partnership.
The two countries have built a relationship as frontrunners in cooperation among like-minded countries by advancing pioneering security cooperation at a level that could be described as quasi-allies.
The two leaders today signed agreements on defence, critical minerals, energy and economic cooperation, which aim to reduce vulnerabilities exposed by the conflict.
It reminds me of a garden gnome. I'm just picturing him with the little hat on. I think you've got a point there. And I forgot to sign a note for my kid. I got to head to school. Might be back before you're done. If not, have a good one, guys. Violent Quinn, see you later. Good luck on your mission.
Conflict in the Middle East.
It will mean more security for farmers when they are planting their crop and more certainty for commuters filling up their car.
Beneath the diplomatic niceties and coded language, there was no mistaking challenges at play. Australia and Japan's defence relationship is growing ever closer, exemplified by last year's decision to buy three...
That must be a little bit awkward though, like her at the fucking War Memorial. Like, it's great, like good respect and stuff like that. But like, if you've been to the War Memorial, there's obviously a lot on Australia's conflict, or former conflict with the Japanese. Yeah, quasi-allies. Yeah, what's that about? That's a bit of a fuck you. I guess it doesn't translate well, maybe. Hasn't Japan borrowed like crazy to fulfill the election promises? So their success relies on Australia being fleeced more? Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting point.
Japanese-built Megami frigates at a cost of $10 billion, underscoring the government's recent assertion there is no country in the world with whom Australia has a greater strategic alignment than Japan.
Although the strategic environment surrounding our two nations are becoming increasingly difficult, we have consistently and actively contributed to the regional peace and stability as the region's stabilizing force.
There was no opportunity today for the press to question either leader. It's likely Takaichi would have been asked about reports the Albanese government was considering populist calls for a 25% tax on Australian gas exports, something the Prime Minister ruled out last week.
Our joint
Isn't
statement...
that fucking mental? Like, you got to ask the question. I heard this, and I didn't know this was whether to take that as true or not. What the fuck is the United Australia Party, Save Australia, asking for a fucking 25% tax on the gas industry? What's going on there? Remember, like, yesterday we were talking about this, and I was like, there's something weird going on, something fishy. Who was on board with me this morning when we were talking about something fishy? I think it was Jamesh, all the way, me and you, brother. I'm telling you, what the fuck is going on? Why is another section of Australia's capitalist class, our billionaire class that are resource magnates, on board with attacking the gas industry? Are we just being fucking absolutely hoodwinked here? It's the goddamn word of the week, hoodwinked, by some warfare that's going on between heavy-hitting capitalists in Australia. Is that what's fucking going on here? Yep, no pass sniff test. Are we being fucking played? We're all like, yeah, you know what? Fucking tax the gas here. While like Clive Palmer's fighting, I don't know, fucking some gas corporation because they don't like each other because they had a biff at a Christmas party somewhere, and like now they're fighting each other because they can and they're billionaires, and we're all just like, yeah. We just care about gas, and we're just getting played by a bunch of fucking capitalists fighting against each other. Something weird's going on here, man. Clive Palmer is just a lesser the Penguin. I'm not sure if I understand that reference. Sorry, Clive Palmer kind of looks like a bad guy who is a head of prison systems in the Aussie exploitation movie Death Camp Thatcher. Now that Japan is ramping up its military, you're going to see Japanese military technology make a boom. Have you driven a Hilux? It's unbreakable. There is no rule saying they can't lie to get elected, so lie they will. I mean, Inspector. Sorry, got it. Clive Palmer is just a lesser. The Penguin. Maybe, but we truly have a shit deal with Japan. Yeah, look. I'm sure we have a shit deal. But like, what's going on here? This is fucking weird, I must say. Like, you never see, like, when capitalists, when one of them is getting taxed, the capitalist class doesn't go like, oh yeah, there's a great idea. Let's jump on board with taxing resources. They'll stay silent, or they'll be like, I feel you, brother. People want to tax you. Let me donate to your war chest, and we'll fight off this idea of taxation. This is weird. This is very suspicious. And like, I am concerned about this. The entire Australian population is getting in on this gas conversation right now. Are we just getting played by a bunch of capitalists who are fighting each other? It's scary shit. It's scary shit. Jamesh, yeah, I knew you'd come out of the woodwork for this. It's a distraction so the mining magnates can go after rare earths and future made in Australia. Very interesting point. Very interesting. Jamesh, do you watch Geordie's stuff? Asking for a friend here. Or are you doing your own research here? As I said yesterday, they are trying to pull any strings they can to fuck over Labor. If they don't do the tax, then they hate the people. If they do, then they are fucking over workers and foreign affairs. Yeah, fair enough. Thatcher is the head of the camp, and the director named him after Margaret Thatcher in Australia. The movie was called Turkey Shoot. Yeah, it smells organized. It's just weird. I posted in the Discord, but it explains the Japan contract. Yes, I saw that. Actually, I've got that here. Don't worry, I've got that. It's like a short from the ABC that you put up there about like explaining where the origins of this contract. I've got it. It's on my list. Interesting. Clive is currently negotiating with the Papua New Guinea government to set up a LNG gas industry in PNG waters. Really? Well, the fucking plot thickens. Hey, bro, enjoy your stream. I had a suggestion I want to share with you, but I don't want to spam your chat. Let's chat on Discord. All right. Well, if you do like the stream, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Actually, that's a good idea. Actually, I'm going to give you the Discord, and you can find it out for yourself if you're really genuine here. Here's an invitation to Discord. For anyone else who's not on Discord, here's the invite. Come and join us on the stream chat, etc., etc., etc. And you can share your propaganda with us, all that sort of stuff. If you're new here and you're on Twitch, follow. If you're new here, you're on YouTube, subscribe for more. And if you haven't, and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the fucking like button. Hit the fucking like button. Sometimes. Yeah, interesting. Okay, fair enough. Not so friendly, shorties. Hey, man, I like the stream too. Well, why aren't you fucking pitching to me, Con? Hey, let's talk on Discord. Or I can help you get more viewers. Like, you know, all the usual stuff. Sarsaparilla Jane, I think punters made it popular. And for United, etc., it's just a populist issue. They can back to funnel votes there. They can back to funnel votes their way. Okay. Gas will be phased out. They're getting you to focus on a tax that will soon become irrelevant. It's a fair point. It is. Let's fight this good fight for something that, like, you know, people don't even really believe in anyway. Because it's a dying industry. Exactly. Gas is on the way out anyway. Why are they focused on a dying industry? Remember, Clive was a Bannon puppet, as said in the EP files. I smell a butt. Clive Palmer is an opportunist, and appealing to what the research says are common public hang-ups. Singles near you. All these calls for violence towards the like button must end. Please don't hit it. Click it gently instead. All right. All of you people out there, if you haven't already, gently caress the like button. You know you want to. I can help with finding which word you can't type/say. I have a skill. All right, back to it. But this is especially suspicious for me, I must say. Very strange.
Prime Minister ruled out last week.
Our joint statement on energy security reaffirms our commitment to navigate the current energy crisis together and maintain open trade flows of essential energy goods, including liquid fuels and gas.
We've been really, I would say, an indispensable partner over decades for Japan around energy security. But there are some complications in that discussion around energy security as well.
Llewellyn Hughes is the director of an ANU institute with a focus on climate change and the energy transition in the Asia Pacific.
The Australian government, for example, has carried out a gas market review, and there have been concerns in Japan that this might impact some of the projects which Japan has invested in the eastern seaboard.
Prime Minister Takaichi's presence hints at the degree to which Japan is worried about Australian energy supply, just as Anthony Albanese's recent treks to Singapore, Brunei and Malaysia were partly about abating domestic angst about fuel stocks.
Australia and Japan have been almost perfectly aligned in the energy sector for decades. Australia has provided coal and gas to Japan. But there's no guarantee that we're going to continue to be as aligned as we have been in the past as we move forward to decarbonise our economies.
If there were tensions over energy security, the Prime Ministers did their best to hide them, preferring to celebrate common interests, with Anthony Albanese understood to be giving his rock music-loving counterpart a black drum skin, hand-signed by members of AC/DC, while she's giving him 2 vinyl records from Japanese bands, one titled The World's on Fire.
Sana and I will spend more time together later today, and we will continue our discussions, including on issues like heavy metal music and other important matters of state.
That's sick. Yeah, I know. What the fuck? Very interesting. What are they really up to, these two? Hey? They're gonna get they're gonna smoke up later, get high, and listen to metal music. The mistake is assuming a reference would be understood. Yes. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Hell yeah, can I come to that meeting? Yeah, no, we're gonna be meeting later. Hey? Puff puff pars. My mom told me that meant up your bum and very, very rude thumbs up. I was horrified when a teacher did it to me. No sitting. All right. Interesting discussion going on there. Japanese relations. I do want to actually hear the press conference, so just bear with me. It's not long, but I do want to hear what she has to say. AC/DC is weak sauce. Oh, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Fair enough. Compared to what, though, right? Like in their time, though. In their time. Yeah, ooh, shots fired. Yeah. Right.
Well, can I say that it is an honour to welcome Sane to Australia as we mark a truly special milestone. 50 years since our country...
It hurts. It hurts.
Countries signed the historic Basic Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation. That treaty was first championed by Prime Minister Whitlam in 1973 when he visited the historic capital city of Nara, sister city to Canberra, and the home district of Sane. When concluded in 1976, at the time of a global oil shock and geopolitical upheaval at the end of the Vietnam War, the Basic Treaty represented a commitment between Australia and Japan to stand, work and prosper together. In the decade, comprehensively elevated...
Sorry, I should have saved it for hot takes. Yeah, it's too controversial, bro. Hey, people are going to be upset with that. You can't touch Akadaka, apparently. Albo should give her a Joy Division shirt. Hey, really trigger Sky. Yeah, did you know? Hey, did you know that's a Nazi reference? Oh my God, she gave him a baby metal record. That's amazing.
Our special strategic partnership. Firstly, the Joint Declaration on Economic Security Cooperation that we signed today will make us more resilient to economic shocks and uncertainty, enable us to further build trusted supply chains, accelerate development of critical technologies such as AI, quantum and biotechnology, and support regional economic resilience. Our joint statement on energy security reaffirms our commitment to navigate the current energy crisis together and maintain open trade flows of essential energy goods, including liquid fuels and gas. Our joint statement on critical minerals...
What is this joint statement? I need to know. Like, what are we getting out of this? Like, the way that the discussion's been framed around the gas thing is just like, Australia's been completely screwed for gas here and the Japanese are rolling in it. And it's like, oh, fuck. Like, how could we have been so stupid as to just give away gas so the Japanese government can just make so much bank off this and we can't do it? There must be some trade-off, unless we are just that stupid as a nation. What is this joint statement? We are just having a look at news coverage of the Japanese Prime Minister's visit to Australia. And there seems to be reference to a joint statement put out by each nation with regards to liquid energy deals between the two countries, as well as other commitments to resource trade and relations. Can you summarize what the joint statement says in relation to how we trade resources among the two countries? There's a clear grounded summary of what Australia and Japan's joint statements, May 26th visit, are actually saying about resource trade and energy flows. Liquid energy, LNG and fuels. The joint messaging reflects a two-way energy relationship, not just exports from Australia. What Australia provides, large-scale exports of liquefied natural gas and coal. Japan relies heavily on this. Australia supplies a major share of Japan's import. What Japan provides, refined fuels like diesel and petrol back to Australia. Ongoing assurances of these supplies will continue even during crises. So it's not one directional, it's circular. So what? Do we get like a deal then on refined fuels? If we give them a deal on LNG, is that how it works? Key commitment, don't disrupt existing LNG trade. One of the more concrete signals, Australia has indicated no new taxes or disruption to existing LNG export contracts. Both sides stress predictability for long-term contracts. This is basically a reassurance to Japan. We won't subtly change the rules on gas exports. Energy security clause, the big strategic piece. The joint statement frames energy trade as shared security priority, not just economics. Work together to navigate the energy crisis, coordinate response to global supply shocks, ensure stable, reliable access to fuel and gas. Interesting. How does Japan help ensure Australia gets access to refined fuels in an energy crisis, such as what is currently happening with the Iran war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? Even if there's a deal in place which reduces the cost of fuel exported to Australia, we still wouldn't receive that benefit as the companies wouldn't pass on the discount. Yeah, fair enough. No fuel is sold at global market prices. Japan is a refined fuel supplier, not just a buyer. Australia exports LNG and coal to Japan, but Japan sends back diesel, petrol, and jet fuel. That's explicitly recognized in the joint statements. Japan is a reliable supplier of refined petroleum of diesel to Australia. Japan commits to maintaining supply during disruptions. During the current Hormuz crisis, Japan has given assurances it will continue normal fuel exports to Australia. Leaders agreed to keep essential energy goods flowing between the two countries. That matters because in a crunch, countries often restrict exports, hoard fuel domestically. Japan is basically saying we won't cut Australia off even if things tighten. Japan sits in the middle of the supply chain. Australia imports 80 to 90% of the fuel already refined overseas. Much of that comes from Asian refineries, including Japan. Those refineries depend on Middle Eastern crude via Hormuz. So Middle East crude goes to Japan refinery, fuel then goes to Australia. When Hormuz is disrupted, the problem hits Japan first, less crude, then flows to Australia, less refined fuel. So what can Japan actually do in a crisis? Prioritize Australian exports. Because of the bilateral agreement, Japan can choose to keep shipping to Australia rather than divert elsewhere. This is a political commitment backed by long-term contracts. Because this is the key word. And like when people were talking about this the other week and like Albo was just like, yeah, well, we have contractual obligations. Everyone was like, fuck your contractual obligations. This is my gas. And I was like, fuck, this is such a weird thing for him to be saying. Like, people are talking about getting more from their resources and all you care about is contracts. Why are you talking about that? This is not winning over the Australian public. The Australian public does not care about fucking contract law. We're talking about getting screwed for our resources here. It's interesting. Very interesting. And those companies are from ... Yeah, they have a trade route back end from China without outwardly dealing with them for optics. It's so we don't have to rely on the strait opening because we can go through Asia now. Why does Albo Plain speak so dim-witted folk like me gets off his case? Why doesn't Albo Plain speak so dim-witted folk like me get off his case? Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's like, oh, yeah, it's for contractual reasons. Like, it sounds like, oh, you know, this is business and corporations need to have contracts on it. Like, this sounds like way more important than it's just like, oh, but like, what about the gas giants and their contracts? Like, this makes it sound like this is diplomacy 101 and we live in a global economy. And so we need to do fucking intelligent things because we rely on Japan to refine our fuel. So let's not fuck over our relations. This sounds way more delicate than just being like, but contract law. No one gives a fuck about contract law. It would be much easier if they just ended with the US and be honest in what they're doing. Sorry, ended with, the US, I guess. Everything according to the government would be a contract. Me paying tax is a contract that the government will use that tax correctly. The social contract, eh? They can't just pretend you can't change contracts. Yeah, like, fair enough. But like, in the context of like, okay, we are in a world right now where if the strait does stay closed for a long time, Australia is basically fucked for getting access to fuel. And this might be a fucking lifeline. Society is built off negotiations. And like, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about sensitive negotiations. If Australia needs fucking refined oil and we've shut down, like systematically shut down facilities that help refine oil here, and we just don't have the capacity to do that, and now we rely on the world market to provide that, it would seem like pissing a country off over gas might be the wrong thing to do right now, considering the situation. Don't worry, you'll have that sweet, sweet Venezuelan crude soon. Yeah, I get it, yes. I'm waiting for that to come onto the market. Thank God for Trump opening them back up again, liberalizing the world, hey? They changed our tax contract without our vote multiple times. 28 million people who didn't get a real say. Hey, look, we're just plebs, all right? Do we ever get a say? But when two fucking nations go head to head, there's negotiations. Yeah. When do the fucking people ever get a say in that sort of stuff? Come on. It's never going to happen. That's Barilla James. It was a shit thing to do, but we broke our subcontract with France. Yes. The French were fucking furious about that. And what do? We traded it in for AUKUS. Yeah, I remember. We've talked about that a lot here, haven't we? The thing is, it's not complicated. The government hates you and thinks you're dumb. Yeah, fair enough. But that's the thing. What's the difference? They're negotiating with an entire nation. Oh, yeah, that is the obvious difference. Like, they have shit that we need. Massively, apparently. I didn't realize everything was so fucking fragile. We broke a subcontract with Japan also. Orcas do beat dolphins, though. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I'll take that. That's pretty funny. Before it was French, we were looking at Japan. Yeah. Layers on layers on layers. Hey, Woozle, the average reading comprehension level for adults in Australia is generally considered to be around year 7 to year 8 school level, which corresponds to the reading ability of 12 to a 14-year-old. Why'd you bring that up? Is this about a conversation we had before? But we had all that shit and we got rid of it without negotiating the nation. Sorry, but we had all that shit and we got rid of it without negotiating. Right, with the nation. Yeah, got it. Like the nation, like the people. Yeah. Instead of building public fuel supply, we decided to transfer the risk to another country. Yes, I agree. As I was saying, like we systematically shut down our capacity to refine stuff. And so we rely on the global market now. And so, yes, we're in a shit position because we put ourselves in a shit position. And like, should we have done that? Here it is. Recommended 10. Add me on Discord. No, you add me on Discord, bro. Thanks for the comment. Like, remember Albanese said they didn't have any plans for the strait reopening. But you do have to watch your risk level. It's not nothing, but we could put in a strategic reserve and make them pay more than $1 billion for every one bill they make. So it's just failure after failure and then putting band-aids on false solutions. Well, I'd say it's more failure after failure and then putting band-aids on. But false solutions, like, we're already in a fucking bind. Like, before I left for leave, like, that's all that anyone was talking about was fuel, 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 fuel. And now everyone's forgotten that by the sounds of it. Like, they had the government over the coals. What are you going to do about the fuel crisis? Apparently people have relaxed on that one, I guess. Oh, but Joe, I've just seen that Department of War are doing a press conference at 8 a.m., 10 p.m. for us. So we should get a poly market at 9:45 p.m. and bet on whatever Baron Trump bets on. We can play their game. That's a good call, man. We would still be providing them with fuel that they need. Gas is also short there. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. Hey? If you're watching this, you're new here, you're on YouTube, subscribe for more. Hit the like button on YouTube too, if you haven't already. If you're in Twitch land and you know, make sure you follow for more. All right. Back to our little press conference here. Sorry for the diversion. I'm really trying to get my head around this one. I want to take this whole gas conversation seriously. But like, it's just, I know I've said it 1,000 times. There's something fishy going on here.
Elevates critical minerals to a core pillar of our economic and security relationship, driving Japanese and Australian co-investment in trusted Australian critical minerals supply chains. Our enhanced defence and security cooperation will further develop our already advanced...
I can't believe I missed Ninja Knows before. Did he give a grinder on Conservatives update? Of course. Wouldn't be a stream unless he had done that.
Advanced defence relationship so we can do more together to support regional peace and security. It will further strengthen our respective capabilities and deepen integration of our defence industries, building on Australia's acquisition of the first 3 upgraded Megami-class frigates and Japan's welcome defence export reforms. Our strategic cyber partnership will deepen our cyber and critical technology cooperation and better align our work to address cyber threats.
Yeah, basically this is our Five Eyes kind of negotiation here. America has set up strategic security relations, with us and Japan, and we have to make sure we play along with that one. Damn, you got 20 people watching on YouTube. Yeah, we got some peeps on YouTube. That's what I was saying before. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, hit the like button, subscribe for more. Hey, we're growing for us. The community grows. Yes, and then we'll get big enough and we'll be able to negotiate. It'll be me and KK online negotiating with Japan to get a better deal for our gas. But we need that critical mass before we can negotiate. For fuck's sake, I was joking before, but Iran is claiming no responsibility for the UAE attacks. Not surprising. Twitch is dying? Is that true, Han? It's because it's all woke rubbish anyway. Is that right? Eh? Yeah, they did just leave OPEC, yeah. Captain Bucket, hey God, just joined. What's happening in the world this time? The Japanese have sent their prime minister over to Australia, and we're just checking that out at the moment. Now, politics on Twitch is difficult because Ethan Klein got it demonetized. Enjoy my free Prime sub. Han has just been banned from everyone else's stream. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, that's why Twitch is dying. Because Han's been banned from everyone else. Savage. Han, you're copping it from all angles today, bro. Mofos better give me what I want. Otherwise, I'll be taking 30% of Japan. That's our negotiation tool. KK, calm down. We got this. Don't say we want 30% of Japan. Not straight away. We've got to work up to that. I've been banned from literally thousands of streams, but barely any of those streams are still around. So good. And guess who's not around anymore? I survived. Those pricks didn't. Thank fuck. Does Ethan Klein know about politics? Sorry. What will happen if Ethan associate with something? Australasia, boy. Ethan, in his Attack of Hassan petition to Twitch's advertisers and got the ADL involved in demonetizing ad revenue on politics tab on Twitch. Savage. So I'll never be able to monetize on Twitch. Savage. The might oceanic empire will rise if you don't give me a 25% tax. There it is. There it is. I'm telling you, we need that regional federation. Let's get it going. The Oceanic Empire. Bring it on. Sorry, I meant that will happen if you let Ethan associate with something. Got it. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Australia-Japan leadership dialogue we announced today will bring leaders across business, community and government together to shape our cooperation in the years ahead. Our two countries have never been more strategically aligned. We work closely to advance our shared interests in a peaceful, stable and prosperous region, and I welcome Sana's commitment to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific. In addition to the outcomes that we have announced today, Sana and I have agreed to instruct relevant ministers to explore further tangible ways to elevate and institutionalise our comprehensive and security economic...
You mean the Australian Empire, right? The United States of Oceania. Very good.
...cooperation. Our friendship has never been closer, and in these uncertain times, friendships matter more than ever. The world has changed immensely since 1976, but the strength of Australia and Japan's friendship and the spirit of generosity and respect that our people share is stronger than it has ever been. Sana and I will spend more time together later today, and we will continue our discussions, including on issues like heavy metal music and other important matters of state. I thank Sana very much for her commitment to Australia, and I look forward to continuing to engage in both our nation's interests as we look to the next half-century and beyond. Arigato gozaimasu.
Arigato gozaimasu. Very good, eh? Good on you, mate. Good on ya. Just so you know, that's why people are moving to the just chatting instead of politics tag. Okay, interesting. Heavy metal mentioned. That's my PM. Thank you, Mr. Gnome. Interesting. All right. So relations are at an all-time high. Look, it sounds like there is some strategy in what's going on with this visit. Like in terms of the oil crisis, the fuel crisis that's hitting the world at the moment. Got to ensure that sweet, sweet black gold and jet fuel too, apparently. Fuck. May I call you Noddy Easy? KK, a true South superpower of the South. All right, we're going to have a quick break. And we're going to be back with some more. Going to have a look at Cuba, actually. I'm going to have a look at what's going on with Cuba. I'd like to add insult to injury. They've put further sanctions on Cuba. I thought like Cuba was being sanctioned into non-existence, but apparently they still exist, so they need a few more sanctions. So we're going to have a look at that. We're going to get back onto the gas debate. I want to finish this piece that we were looking at yesterday. I think it's pertinent at the moment, and I think we should be across it because like everybody is kind of worried about this in Australia at the moment, it would seem. All right, quick break. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Tip your waitresses. Hit the fucking like button. Sorry, caress the like button, I think it was. Like be nice to the like button. None of this like button abuse. Just touch it nicely and don't go anywhere. All right. Where were we? Gas debate. Gas debate? Sounds like another kink. It needed to be done. I noticed one or two people complaining about it. But we were one of the most vulnerable in the world from this, even though we export so much. So wait. He's doing a run around to all our oil suppliers. He's been to Singapore also, and to and I think Korea, yeah. Needed to be done. I noticed one or two people complaining about it, but we were one of the most vulnerable in the world from this, even though we export so much. A variation on autoerotic asphyxiation, what gas debating. Yeah, because that was a lot of hot air in the gas debate. So much jerk circling. Gas debate needs to be a euphemism about gas lobby propaganda. Make it happen, Urban Dictionary. +1. I was talking about the fuel and fossil fuels, yeah. As in, like, we've been going around, like we, as in the Australian government, or Albo has been going around, our foreign minister have been going around trying to get access to fuel because we were fucking running out of it massively. We're running out of options. Apparently it costs a lot to store it as well. Like keeping 90 days of fuel reserve costs a lot of money, apparently. So like that's why heaps of countries that were supposed to be storing fuel were just like, fuck it. Keeping 90 days of fuel storage it's too much. It's a costly exercise. Fuck that shit. I'll just rely on other people. The Justice Clarence Thomas. Who that woman? Oh, that's the Prime Minister of Japan, Sanai Takaichi. She's in Australia at the moment for like, I don't know, meet and greet, like diplomacy. And so we were just listening to her speaking. Why does she look so evil? She does in that freeze frame, I guess. Let me unfreeze that for you. Does she look evil now? What about now? Or does she look just smiley now? There you go. Is she evil? Well, look. She is the head of a nation under the capitalist mode of production. She's potentially very evil. Fire Monkeys, the drummer? She plays the drums. I know that one. She's the drummer, right? Fire Monkeys, welcome to the chat. Let us know if you're new. Apparently she's MAGA, so I say she's evil. Is she MAGA? Is she like Japanese MAGA, obviously? And like Trump likes her. For that reason too, I guess. Well, it costs to buy if you put it in a salt storage or something, though, it is easy to store. Okay. A figurehead like every other leader. Yeah. For the capitalist state. Gotta manage affairs for the bourgeois. Yeah, she's a Trump fan. Yeah. And she's also apparently Japan's Iron Lady, so she's a big fucking Thatcher fan too. So, she's really a big fan of neoliberalism at the end of the day. Then, that's pretty sinister shit, let's be honest. If you actually, if you have to be involved in neoliberalism because the world is neoliberal and you're just trying to, play in the world economy and you come up with neoliberal policy because that's how you survive, then fine. You don't like it, but you have to fucking play the neoliberal game or whatever. But if you actually aspire to be a neoliberal style leader, like someone like fucking Javier Milei, like if you aspire to be fucking neoliberal, then you are one sinister motherfucker, I would say. Plug for the new peeps. Yeah, actually, you know what? If you are new here, make sure you subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow. And here is our Discord. This is where we share our propaganda. Come here and share your propaganda with us. It's also where the stream chat is. So if you see that over there with a little fucking penguin gif that's going off right now, that's our stream chat. So sometimes you can't get stuff in the chat. You do it through Discord. And here's my Patreon. if you haven't done this already, and just do it. I had some issues when I came back from like leave and people weren't getting notifications. So like you can sign up for Patreon for free. This isn't a strings attached thing here. Like just become a free member and then you're on an email list. It's an easy way for me to contact people without being hid behind a wall of social media screening. So please sign up for free, ladies and gentlemen. And then I have access to your emails. It's why Albo loves it all since 2019. Well, Albo loves it all since 2019? What do you mean? What state you in? I'm from New South Wales. Are you new here, File Monkey? Or have you been here before? Algorithm dropped you into my feed. Ah, the algorithmic gods. They seem to be working. There it is. Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I am in New South Wales. What state are you in? All right, let's get this Cuba stuff out. I really want to know what's going on with Cuba. How the fuck can the Americans actually like sanction Cuba anymore? Like I thought they had sanctioned Cuba into non-existence and they were just waiting for Cuba to disappear into like a black hole. Now they're sanctioning them again. Like how is this even possible? I don't know if you've heard this story, but like apparently a couple of days ago Trump signed another executive order putting further sanctions on Cuba. Team, I am a noob here in Sydney. Oh fuck, we're from Sydney. Oh well, I'm from Sydney. Fuck yeah, Sydney represent. Northern New South Wales here. So yeah, apparently there's further sanctions on ye old Cuba. So let's find out what further sanctions mean for the poor Cubans. Because like I thought they were already like sanctioned into the Stone Age. How could they actually sanction them more? US is the only country on earth banned from trading with Cuba. Yet blame the US for Cuba being a shithole. US is the only country on earth banned from trading with Cuba. Yet blame the US for Cuba being a shithole. The only country on earth banned. But like I thought there are people that do business with Cuba as well get like sanctions upon sanctions, right? You can get implicated if you trade with Cuba. I think that's actually what the next round of sanctions is about. We're about to find out. I'm not sure what you're saying there though, Han. Are you saying that they get sanctioned and then yet blame the US for Cuba being a shithole country? Like it is the US's fault? Americans, not anybody else. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's what this further sanctions prohibits now. They don't want corporations. If you're doing business with Cuba, and then that's going to affect your ability to do business with the US. How recent is this? Like, give me 1 second for a quick diversion, please.
Then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers.
Nope, not doing this. File monkeys. US
now to
built
Cuba in
on deception. Trump lost his keys. It is the US fault. MasterCard, for example, will cut your accounts if you trade with Cuba. Okay, so like that's not as clear cut as what Han was saying then. I'm pretty sure there is flow-on effects. Of course it's US fault. The US bans other people from using USD to trade with Cuba, and most trade in the USA. Remind me, who owns the SWIFT system again? Confidentially, AU was created same time, but the inverse of freedom. All right, let's do this. Let's have a listen. How can they put further sanctions on Cuba? Let's find out.
Now to Cuba in crisis. President Trump announcing new sanctions against the communist regime.
Well, why is it so quiet? Fuck, I'm turning it up. Did I turn it down? Nope. It's shit audio. It's a psychological blockade too, I thought. But like they already had them psychologically blockaded. Like what is this?
Tonight, the administration putting more pressure on the government while also adding restrictions to those who do business with Cuba. CBS News Miami's Abby Dodge is your reporter outside of Versailles, a popular gathering place for Cuban Americans. And Abby, you heard from an expert tonight.
Lauren, these new sanctions are building
upon
you said
what the Trump physical. Sorry. It's a physical blockade too, right? Yeah, but like they already had a physical blockade on them, I thought. Like China was trying to get stuff to them and they shut that down. The Mexicans were told not to do it. And then Russia brought like one tanker in. So like, I don't know. American companies sell drone parts to Russia. All they do is sell them to one of the nearby stand countries and they end up in Russia. Everybody knows this. The reason Cuba is poor is nobody wants to trade with them because they don't have anything worth trading for. All right, let's just take that on like as face value. That like Cuba doesn't have anything worth trading for. Okay, fine. You're saying that there is no impact of America's economic hostilities towards Cuba. It's just because Cuba sucks outright. Like I know your use of sarcasm and hyperbole is so dry, but you are honestly going to state that there is no effect of American economic hostility towards Cuba. Cuba is just shit because it is just a shit country run by shit people. There is no impact at all from US economic aggression. Like I just got to hear it really plainly here, just in case you are being very dry in your sarcasm here.
Administration already issued. Lauren, these new sanctions are building upon what the Trump administration already issued back in January. A local expert on relations in Cuba says that these moves show that the U.S. has not forgotten about its talks with the island nation. Front and center at today's May Day parade in Cuba, Raul Castro. This rare public sighting is a show of strength, according to UN professor of Cuban studies, Andy Gomez.
Like I said, American drone parts end in Russia if there's money to be made. No. Answer the question. Don't do this. You always just like talk about something else. What about what happens in Russia? Like answer the question. Has there been any impact of American economic aggression on Cuba, or Cuba is just a shit place? There is just nothing going for Cuba. Nothing, never has, never will be. Because that's what it sounds like you're saying here. So I just want to clarify so I'm not reading your comments wrong and putting words in your mouth here. It's a factor, quote unquote.
You're talking about a man that's going to turn 95 years old. Very powerful. It also sends a message. He's the one that calls the shot.
Gomez says the sanctions have a greater message or warning for countries like China and Russia to not get too cozy with the Cuban government. And to the island's leaders themselves, a large migration to the states will not be tolerated.
I think it's more clear though, Han, if you won't answer the question. I think I've gotten the answer. I was cut when Maduro fell. Not sure what kind of deal they had with Maduro. Okay. Fair enough, Han. I think you've answered the question, actually. That's a shame. You'd think at least 30 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, the fear of communism would have been depleted by now, but it's such a useful scapegoat. Such a useful scapegoat. Why would you get rid of something? It's a fucking golden goose. They have lung cancer vaccines. Problem, reaction, solution. As dry as a King Charles speaking to Congress.
This is the hidden message behind what has been written. And that's how I read it.
The executive order puts foreign banks at risk. If they work with the Cuban government, they could lose U.S. access. Congressman Carlos Jimenez strongly supports the president's actions, saying it's necessary to target the nation's security. Professor Gomez says Cuban Americans are growing restless while the U.S. fights a foreign war thousands of miles away. This move shows Cuba it's still in the sights of the Trump administration.
President Trump is sending a message to the Cuban that even though we are involved with Iran at this moment, we haven't forgotten about the issue of Cuba.
Gomez says that Americans should keep an eye on ships coming out of San Diego as an indicator of possible movement towards Cuba. Live from Versailles, Abby Dodge, CBS News, Miami.
Yeah. Miami, bitch. All right, let's see if we can get something else. So, like, it seems like they have ramped up sanctions in that sense. Like, now if you do business with Cuba, America will sanction you as well. It's not just cutting the Cubans off. Anyone that tries to do business with Cuba as well. So, like, anyone, there's no vacations to Cuba now. If your airline is taking people to Cuba, good luck. You're doing business with the Cubans, you're out of here. Short term, but it doesn't build up the base of a nation's power. Sorry, it's already programmed in. Why not just keep using it? Yeah. That's a pretty good call, actually. Captain Bucket. More enemy equals more money for the military-industrial complex and intelligence community. America creates enemies because it's profitable. Short term. No, I read that. Hassan Parker did a documentary on Cuba. Worth watching? Oh, okay. And long term, the value of all that currency is based on a country's power to pay. Power to play. Pay to play.
Cuba's president is lashing out at new sanctions and renewed threats from President Trump 24 hours after a new executive order tightening the reins. Local 10 World News anchor Glenna Milberg reports that the president again suggested use of force is still on the table.
Tonight, Cuban leaders accusing the United States of violating the United Nations Charter. President Miguel Diaz-Canel describing the threat of military aggression at a dangerous and unprecedented scale. The foreign minister calling President Trump's sweeping new sanctions coercive measures that aim to impose collective punishment against the Cuban people. Friday, President Trump signing this executive order allowing his administration to target foreign nationals, groups, and/or businesses involved in business in or with Cuba. The order focused on defense, mining, finance, and security, potentially scaring international companies out of Cuba.
Which we will be taking over almost immediately.
Hours after publishing the sanctions, the president speaking in South Florida, teasing possible military intervention.
On the way back from Iran, we'll have one of our big, maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore, and they'll say, "Thank you very much, we give up."
Cuba's president has said there are...
He's such a fucking tool. Cuba. You can go anywhere as an American as long as you don't pay for any services from the locals. They have lists of hotels, airlines, etc. that as an American you must pick from to avoid sanction fines. That's crazy. You can go there, but you have to only support American-owned businesses. Damn. Fucking hell. Cuba. How long do you think USA would have lasted if their position with Cuba was reversed? What do you mean by that? Have lasted if their position with Cuba was reversed. Right, Cuba was the big dog that was coming down on them. Yeah, I don't know. They would have crippled, I guess. Because like they have a free market economy and they believe in their protecting their bourgeois class and interests at all costs. Whereas the Cubans have a solidarity economy, I guess you would say. A planned economy of some sorts. And so like they can band together in times of crises. Yeah, America wouldn't have lasted long at all. Not long at all, I don't think. Comedic how an overt lunatic is mocking us all. They're crying at petrol prices half the cost of ours. Yeah. Cuba, PD. The Americans can't handle not having their creature comforts. If it was Cuba and America was communist, maybe it would work. Yeah. If USA was Cuba and America was communist, then maybe it would work. Oh, we'd be living in technocracy right now if the USA fell in the Cold War. Blame the USSR for moving their nuclear warheads there in the 60s. Yeah.
Talks between Cuba and the U.S. since the Trump administration's near total fuel blockade in January, insisting regime change is off the table and seeming to bypass a 2-week deadline imposed last month. Crowds celebrating May Day Friday in Revolution Square noticeably thinner under the severe energy crisis. The Senate this week rejecting a move to restrain the president's unilateral war powers involving Cuba. Back to you.
Would any country last? Well, Cuba seems to be lasting. It's lasted pretty long, actually. Blame those your television tells you to blame. Interesting. All right, one more. This one's just for me. Maybe for Lab Jeff if he's still watching. This one's for you too. It's not Sky News though. It's even better. It's facts. Cuban ambassador responds after Trump's warning. We won't give up.
So there was breaking news over the weekend on Cuba. The president slapping more sanctions on those trying to do business with the island nation. Havana is in the middle of a worsening economic crisis. Prices on the island are soaring. People struggling to survive.
Sorry, we need Han's take on this. Cuba is in the grip of a worsening crisis because they are just a shithole country. It's got nothing to do with economic sanctions. To be honest, like, why did the Americans even bother with all of these economic sanctions? If they just let the free market decide, everybody on Earth would decide that they are not worth trading with. You don't even need US sanctions. Anyways, I got to bounce. Thanks for the stream, E. Thank you very much, 4AS. Good luck to you. If you're going back to the clutches of capital, work hard. Not too hard. They've been doing the same to Iran since 1979 after the US installed the Shah. Installed Shah was booted. Yeah. 100%. Cuba violated, it lasted, Korean, is that KN? Like, KN lasted, the Kali communist ones lasted alone pretty much. Yeah, so that's North Korea, I'm assuming. Yeah, Iran's another one though. It has more trade with NK or Cuba, but they aren't communist. People are starving there. Yeah. All right, let's listen to Fox News.
And government ration books that are shrinking. Electricity said to be minimal right now. Here with me in studio is Ernesto Sobran Guzman. He's Cuba's ambassador to the UN. And sir, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Bill, for having us.
Yeah, you bet. To give people an idea, $40 a gallon of gasoline in Cuba today. That is quite high. People are encouraged to take public transportation. UN resident coordinator says this: Cuba is running out of time. We need fuel now to save lives. Cuba's hurting. The U.S. blockade is working. How do you get out of this?
Well, Bill, as you mentioned, those executive order that President Trump signed on January 29 and the last one on May 1st, it shows very clear that the blockade exists, the embargo exists, and it has an extraterritorial impact because it is not only an issue between Cuba and the U.S. The U.S. government has imposed sanctions to those governments that decided to sell oil to Cuba. And the last one said that any person, any company, even when they don't have relation with the U.S., they will be also part of these sanctions if they have this bilateral trade with Cuba. So as it's very clear that the blockade exists.
They're tightening the noose on that, I think is maybe where you were going with that, not to put words in your mouth, but the stranglehold is working. But yet on the side, there has been communication between the U.S. and Cuba. Hasn't been a lot, but is this now the time for you to send a signal to the Trump team to talk more?
Well, Cuba has been saying for many years that we are ready to talk with the U.S. government, and we are ready to have a different kind of relation with the U.S. government, beneficial for both parts, not only for Cuba, but also for the U.S. company, also for the U.S. citizens. By the way, in the past, we had this kind of relation. Cuba became the overall destination for cruise ship companies based in Florida. We had a cooperation in different sectors. The agricultural sector in the U.S., they sell a lot of product to Cuba at that time. So there are a lot of opportunities in terms of a bilateral relation between Cuba and the U.S. The only requirement that we set is that those relations, those negotiations, supposed to be based on reciprocity, based on equal footing, based on respect, sovereignty, and independence, and based to not interfere in the internal relation, not in Cuba, not in the U.S.
Are you saying you're open to more talks?
We are open, but this is a historical position of the Cuban government to have more talk with the U.S.
Okay, here's the president on Friday talking about Cuba.
Yes.
Listen here.
If the Australian Empire needs to take a stand, we should do a free trade deal with Cuba. Nickel and rum, baby. Hey. Watching the nurses through rolling blackouts, keeping ICU machines operating by hand was harrowing. Yeah, I mean, North Korea, I thought I had them the right way around. Yeah, sorry. Wait, it is right way around. I thought I mixed them up. North Korea, NK. Cuba actually makes quite a few medications because of blockade. During COVID, it was one of a few places with excess antivirals. Interesting. The irony of Trump admitting piracy to the world and pretty much nobody calls it out. Revelation of the meth. Oh, wait. We spent time yesterday calling it out. Holy shit. You should have been here yesterday, Power Market. Like, I spent a while. I was like, I can't believe he is saying this. He is normalizing piracy. I was basically saying, like, this is the start of a new age of world capitalism. When, like, you can have the degeneration of, like, world trade to a position, again, like, of barbarism, basically, where, like, people think, like, the world, like, a world power, just because they have the naval capacity, starts engaging in piracy again. Like, he said it. He was like, oh, you know, and it's profitable. It's very profitable. Hey, we're like pirates. We're like pirates. Hey, we're like pirates. Bro, I'm talking about the media at large. Yeah, I know. But, like, we spent a bit of time speaking about it yesterday. It was incredible. I think it is an absolute milestone. An absolute milestone. It's fucking incredible. We're like pirates. And we had a lot of pirate jokes yesterday on the stream, actually. Tell you what, if I get forced onto public transport in Australia, I'm going to get real revolutionary real fast. Who would have thought that's the thing that radicalized you, Dilemmas? That's it. I can't believe they're putting me on the bus. They're putting me on the back of the bus? I ain't no second-class citizen. That's it. Revolution. Oh, so good. AU is so screwed. Violent Grid, I said that last year. He's been pirating for a while. I call the new age of pirates last year. Yeah, fair enough, but they just saying it now. Like, they don't even care. Does Cuba make ivermectin? Would explain why America won't let them in the fold. Even if Hormuz opened a week ago, it cannot stop what's coming.
Comes from originally a place.
Cuban government to have more talk with the U.S.
Okay, here's the president on Friday talking about Cuba.
Yes.
Listen here.
He comes from originally a place called Cuba, which we will be taking over almost immediately. Now, Cuba's got problems. We'll have one of our big, maybe the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, the biggest in the world. We'll have that come in, stop about 100 yards offshore, and they'll say, thank you very much, we give up.
I know you heard that. What did you think when you heard it?
Well, if someone thinks that words like give up, surrender, or collapse are in the Cuban dictionary, in the Cuban people's dictionary, that person, those peoples are sorely mistaken. In the Cuban dictionary, you will find words like resilience, resistance, defense of sovereignty, and defense of our independence.
If the USS...
That was a pretty fair response as well. I like how he said sovereignty too. That was kind of cool. Fair response. Nothing can just stop the impending depression. Look, I know what you're saying, but like last year, everyone was talking about the depression that was coming off the back of like the AI bubble. Now it's off the back of this crisis. Before that, we were talking about like, things coming off the end of a housing bubble and interest rate rises and all this sort of stuff. Like we've been preaching the impending depression for like fucking 10 years, I would say. And so like, I know this is potentially a new factor. This is a different ball game we're playing with here. But like, it's one of those things. I know this is different. Forget recession. We've been in one since 2019. It's a perfect storm. Yeah, fair enough. But like, so many people predicting this for so long. When is it finally going to hit, hey? That's him rubbing his Palantir. Kind of good. But designed/tested on people, but similar shaped molecule for an antiviral and some worms. If it wasn't for blockade, sanctions, etc., they probably would have made a mint on COVID. Yeah. I know, right? The conditions are there. The average American dictionary has more pictures than words. That's fucking hilarious. Not the Cuban one, apparently. Some people have been in recession, but not the overall property market.
Abraham Lincoln was off the coast of Havana and could provide your 10 million people with Lincoln was
defense of our independence.
If the USS Abraham Lincoln was off the coast of Havana and could provide your 10 million people with aid and assistance today, would you accept it?
Well, you know that we had a parade last Friday first as part of our celebration of the Labor Day, and there were 500,000 people in Havana, more than 5 million people all over around the country, saying that we are ready to talk with the U.S., but at the same time, we are ready to defend our sovereignty, our independence.
Okay, sir. We'll see how this goes. Ernesto Silveran Guzman, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you for the
invitation. It's a big topic, and there's a lot on the line here. History and more. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right.
That was the most easygoing, balanced piece of journalism I think I've seen in a while, let alone coming from Fox News. Like, he just asked him questions and didn't fucking agitate him at all. He was like, did you see what Trump said? Are you offended by it? Do you have any response to that? What do you think should go down here? What the fuck is have we moved into an alternate universe? Like, what the fuck was this about? Is this journalism? Is that what we just witnessed? I don't know how to fucking tell journalism when I see it now. The fuck just happened there? We actually saw a legitimate interview. What is going on here, people? What is going on? Cuban doctors were working all over the world to help other countries develop medical treatments. Under the current Trump administration, U.S. military arsenal has experienced severe depletion, driven primarily by the high volume of weapons used during the recent conflict with Iran. This is an interesting thing about capitalism, right? It's like the destruction of capital to help circulate more capital. And so, what's Trump asking for now, Wuzel? Trump is asking for an increased military budget, the likes of which the world has never seen. He wants $1.5 trillion for the new military budget for next year. So they destroyed all of this dead capital that's just sitting around, these stocks doing nothing. You destroy all of that, and then the military industrial complex has to turn itself back on and go into fucking overdrive in order to replace the lost capital at the tune of $1.5 trillion from the American state, plus all of the increased military spending that's going to be done by the entirety of Europe and Japan now, and like Australia's doing it. Like everyone's been convinced by the American empirical overlords that they have to spend more of their GDP on defense spending. So like, you know, if they have depleted, they're about to turn on the military industrial complex or switch it to a new gear of production. It's just a shame that when world capitalism decides to be productive these days, like the only answer that we have at this stage of capitalism, like to be actually productive in the West, the only answer is like, oh yeah, let's just make some more bombs and shit like that. More drones, actually, I should say. It's unfortunate that's where our productive forces go. Very unfortunate. This is what they call the new normal. And they are liars, so it's probably more than that. It was key armaments. 16 heavily damaged bases costs plenty, yeah. And they expect the bases won't be ready for another 5 to 10 years after the damage. We gave Israel more than 8 times what we dropped on Iran to drop another, to drop on Gaza, but it was dumb bombs, yeah. 1 to 4 years to replenish just their munitions used in Iran this year to date. On Iran, they use 40% of the remaining Tomahawks and most of the interceptors. Think they've gone too far, honestly? Journalism? No, I don't have a problem with journals. It doesn't include planes and, what was that, Boaty McBoat faces? They only made a few hundred of them a year at a height of production. Keep in mind, Iran hasn't used its good stuff yet. Yeah, whatever. But the production machine is going to have to kick back in, and that moves capital around. So whether or not they can do it instantaneously is a non-issue. That's an American strategic issue. But from a capitalist perspective, it's beautiful. This is profits for days. This is capitalism. Whether or not it's good for America's strategic interest or not, whether they have 4 years to replace the stock, the point is the machine will turn on and start producing regardless. To accelerate the process, the US Navy has requested a 1,200% increase in Tomahawk procurement for its fiscal year 2027 budget. Oh my God. Crazy, isn't it? 30 pounds of silver in every Tomahawk missile. That's mental. Patriot Tomahawks, etc., all have rare earths in construction, which China has control on. Yeah, that's the funny part, isn't it? The world economy is so intricately linked that in order for America to wage war to contain China, it needs to get the stuff from China in order to wage a war that contains them. I don't think America has the resources, and that's why they're resource grabbing. The continuation is it won't matter if Trump is removed. His cabinet needs to be arrested. Resource grabbing. I think American resource grabbing has been going on for a long time. A long time. All right. We're going to shift gears, getting away from Cuba. As interesting as this is, don't get me wrong. We're going to get on to the whole gas debate. We're getting back into gas. I want to finish off the debate that we saw yesterday between that fucking insufferable senator. What was her name? McLeod or something like that? That insufferable senator. And punters politics. He's also insufferable. Let's be honest. If he says the word punters again... I'm going to have to fucking throw something at a screen here. But, let's have let's finish off that debate before we get further down the Australian gas pipeline. No, I read that one. How about Joe? Am I wrong in thinking that this is the big American game? They can see that they are losing control, and if the rest of the world can rearm, then America will start a war that will turn into a world war. America can then swoop in and take back control. Maybe that was the plan with Iran, but no one wanted to take the bait. Yeah, fair enough. It's not a bad call because, like, that's how they got dominance last time. They let the world fucking plunge into absolute destructive chaos, and then came in at the right time to clean up afterwards, I guess you would say, and take control, strategic control. LOL, in attrition, US will outpace Iran in weapons and most other areas. They are more insulated. What's with the LOL? Like, does it mean like that's not true with the attrition thing? Welcome to the stream, by the way, Spandon. Hope you're well. It needs China to supply its resources to contain it. Yeah, China has the perfect business plan. LOL. Talk about Pine Gap. World War III started in 2014. That's a pretty funny date to put it on, actually. I was wondering where people would date it. But I guess, like, you know, in 100 years, people will be like, yeah, in 2014, this happened. And then, like, you know, something happened again later that decade. And then bang, bang, bang. Ravy baby. That's why he kept asking others to send in boats to manufacture consent around drawing in more ally support. World War III started with Coney. I think it was the plan, but China is the producer this time, not the USA. USA made over 200k combat planes in World War II. It's made like 600 since 2000. Really good point. Really good point. You have to be able to produce to be able to maintain a war and come out on top. Thanks. And yeah, LOL was just in reaction to almost the entire chat on my arrival, talking about how bad the US resource situation is in Iran. And file markings, just like last time, it started in the EU. World War III, Ilhan Omar talked about World War XI. What am I missing? What? What are you talking about? Someone actually, like, is this like the 5D chess reference? Someone's talking about World War XI. Not a lot of people talk about Pine Gap. Sorry, not a lot to talk about with Pine Gap. It's pretty straightforward. I was thinking along the same lines. Interesting. All right, like I said, we're moving back. We're moving to finish off the debate that we saw yesterday. Strap yourselves in. Let's do this. Where are you? I had you. Okay. Oh, yes, that's right. And it's on the fucking Karl Stefanovic podcast. Oops. Oh, good. It's got a timestamp for me as well. No, that can't be right. We weren't up to that. I think we're here. I think we're 31 minutes in. Let's go from there. Han, our retarded congresswoman from Minnesota was reading a speech and read it as World War XI. That's pretty funny. Come on. Do you not know anything about world history? Come on. Trump actually ended World War XI in 1995. Everything that happened in ME with Aegis systems, etc., bounces off Pine Gap. Anything USA does that requires what's that? A satellite link. Okay, right. Which is even going to the toilet these days, bounces through Pine Gap. If a grenade explodes in the world, Pine Gap hears it. And it's where they keep the UFOs. Pine Gap, heavily restricted access to AU. All right. Shall we continue, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm bringing Australia together.
Exactly.
Oh, you shall
No, you should Google that.
No,
too.
I want this. Yeah. I want people to have debate.
Yeah.
I want to explore the issues. I want to hear from both of you. And this is bloody brilliant TV.
So can I say,
it's worth the price of admission.
This is it. is that Australians need to understand that if you
Susan
drill...
McDonald, that's her name. That's right.
This is it, is that Australians need to understand that if you drill onshore, you pay royalties.
Yes.
Wookie. They can talk about grenades, but my jokes are too spicy. I'm not writing that again. Seriously, I think you've been profiled, Wookie. Like, you just can't write anything without fucking getting censored. Seriously. It was probably just one word. All the pain from yesterday has come back. Yeah, are you reliving the trauma from yesterday watching this debate? Like, this woman, seriously. Fuck me dead. Senator Susan McDonald. If you ever had a better mouthpiece for a fucking industry and their interests, like, I don't know, man. Like, how could you get much better than this? Money can't buy better than her. Does she represent any constituents? Fuck no.
If you drill onshore, you pay royalties.
Yes.
If you drill offshore...
Not much, especially in Newcastle.
Hang on.
If you drill offshore, you pay PRRT. PRRT is a super profits tax. Once you've expensed your investment, which, by the way, has gone into Australian households and homes in salaries and small businesses, once you have expensed that, you pay 40% of your
Can that be hidden?
profits.
Can that be hidden with creative accounting?
Well, can I pause on the PRT? Can I add something really quick?
Carl's up there with her. Yeah, I know, right? Hey? Especially with some of the people that he fucking interviews. Seriously. A giant naked mole rat. Like, let's just talk about, like, just quickly what she's saying here, okay? The PRRT is designed to capture the offshore stuff. So if they drill offshore and it's not in state boundaries and they don't get a fucking royalty for it, basically she's just saying, oh, that's what the PRRT is for, to capture that. Yeah, but like, after they've recouped all of their expenses of setting up that business. So if they claim that their expenses are like $120 billion to set up said fucking gas infrastructure and extraction facility, then like they get fucking a free ride on $120 billion. And like she's like, but like in the meantime, they've set up all of this infrastructure. They've set up all of this business that supports the economy by producing jobs and helping out with small businesses. Money into small business, where the fuck is that? All I have seen is tax bills. Well, the funny thing about that is like the offshore facilities that she's talking about. Like, if you think of like a mining town, you think about small businesses that get to like gravitate around, like, I don't know, a mining town, and like service the people that are working in the mine, right? But like, if you've got an offshore gas facility, well, like, what are these small businesses like setting up like on canoes and just like hanging out at the facility? What is she fucking talking about? Seriously, I'm not sure if the PRT has even bought in a cent. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, she's saying, she even says it. She's like, it's there to tax windfall profits after their expenses. And in relation to the gas, like the offshore gas facilities, what we found out was like they haven't paid anything yet because they keep offsetting it against all of their expenses, which are a lot. But like, what a sweet ass deal. What a sweet ass deal. Like, imagine if you set up a business and like you were making money, you were getting stuff coming in, you're making profit, you've got income streams, and you turned to the government and said, but like, it cost me $200,000 to set up this business. And so like, even if I make $100,000 this year, I'm not paying any tax. I'm not paying anything because it cost me $200,000 to set this shit up. So fuck you, I'm not paying. Like, that's the equivalent of what's going on here. Well, that's not capitalism. Tax breaks and write-off. Is that sarcasm? I don't know, because I just to clarify, because it kind of is, though. Like, the capitalist state does kind of exist just to kind of lubricate the process, if you know what I mean, for bourgeois interests. So like, I know like in theory, capitalism is supposed to be like, oh, no, you have your own business expenses and if it doesn't work out, you take the risk and you fold kind of thing. But like really, when it comes to like how capitalism is done for these big companies and stuff like that, like bourgeois, like real bourgeois interests. Like the state is there to subsidize their risks as much as possible. Pay for your own expenses and taxes properly, assholes, LOL. Yeah, like it should be like that. But like, you know, really, the state exists to help larger interests. Like Adam Smith was complaining about this stuff like fucking 250 years ago, like longer than that. Like, you know what I mean? Like they were fully aware of this is what capitalism was about. And he was trying to advocate for capitalism to rid itself of this stuff. But it's kind of natural to it, I guess you would say. For the PRRT, it is based on how much you owe or how much you have spent. I thought part of the problem are perpetually becoming more in debt while profiting. I think it's how much you've expended on the project. So like it's writing off your expenses basically against the PRRT. And so like they up until apparently 2023 or something, these gas companies hadn't paid any money because they hadn't made any profit technically, because they had to keep on writing off so much of their expenses. And so like the PRRT, when it comes to gas, hasn't made a goddamn cent apparently. But like, would you be amazed how much of the world's like that once you pass a certain wage bracket? Yes, it's oligarchy. That's what I'm talking about. Like for the real bourgeois, not for like, you know, small businesses, middle businesses, all that stuff. Like for the real bourgeoisie, the real bourgeois interests out there, the capitalistic state is there to stimulate or incentivize their business. Because like, you know, that it employs workers and it's good for small businesses and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The usual lines. Free market capitalism is meant to not have oligarchs. That's the theory, yes. What we have at the moment is oligarchy. It's not free market capitalism, which I have issues with. But it's also a lot better than oligarchy. Dilemma's bullshit. I had to get a mortgage to pay stamp duty to inherit a house. The government can tax big corporations a bit more. No, they can't. They just tax little people, Dilemmas. Come on, man. Have a good stream, y'all. See you, Con. Thanks for hanging. Well, yeah, either side, left or right. You gotta go a little too far and the authoritarianism comes out. Capitalist states will bail out capitalist companies. Yes. Dilemmas, once you have a dozen mortgages, one more isn't much of an issue. You have a bank manager who knows you and stuff. 97% of businesses in Australia is classified as small businesses. Where's the leg up for these places? Good one. We don't count businesses with up to 500 employees as small businesses. All right, let's do this.
There is the ATO audits companies. They
Can that be hidden? Can that be hidden with creative accounting?
Well, can I pause on the PRT? Can I add something really quick?
There is the ATO audits companies.
See, he loses this debate with shit like this. He's like, can I just add something? No, just fucking talk, bro. She's a politician. She doesn't give a fuck about you. You're not helping your cause here, punters.
They provide
How did the
transparency
ATO classify
of this,
gas companies?
And we corrected the record on whatever it is that Conrad's about to say because we
No, the ATO itself said gas companies were systemic non-payers of tax.
They didn't.
They did.
That is a lie.
Okay.
That is a
Fact
lie.
check it. I'm
Go
open
back
to
and
it.
check Hansard because we had the ATO in and they said they did not say that. So what is important for Australians to understand is that we have a long-term method of calculating.
No, you cannot pause. Can that be hidden with creative accounting? No. Oh, she just lied. Literally from the mouth of the ATO.
And receiving income from our resources,
Can I
whether
just
it be
add something?
coal or oil or gas.
Can I just add on the royalty thing because I want to get the technicality there because you said correctly, royalties tax on state. Where I'm agreeing, this is good stuff. States get royalties when drilled on there. But the PRRT, yes, super profits tax, where my claim of 56% given away for free, it's not a royalty. It's a royalty resource tax scheme. It's this complex, smart math system that seems to only work for them and not us. It's not a royalty. They only start paying royalties
The creative
once they
accounting.
pay back their investments. Whereas I would say, if I'm fixing it, because I guess I have to step in and try and get politicians to do this stuff, is say farmers pay royalties on their seeds regardless of profit. They should pay royalty, just like on a state drilled on state land. It's drilled in the ocean, pay a royalty,
So you're
and then pay a
assuming
super profits
that,
tax.
that companies
That's everybody
don't
else.
have to pay to access this resource. So Australians would have paid
Brickies
$400
pay for
billion,
bricks.
and these companies have
How does a
paid
baker
that
make
money.
bread? They
Excuse
buy
me,
the
Conrad,
flour,
please
they
stop
make the bread.
interrupting. Because these companies have paid.
She's so like a mum in this. It's so good. Excuse me, shut up, child. So good. Fucking hell, literally from the mouth of the ATO. Oh, punters, he's got good points, but he needs to make his notes and his head and wait to respond. Interrupting isn't a good look. Like his notes in his head. Yeah, but like we've watched systematically. Were you here yesterday? Like she just owns him. And like she cuts him off and like he doesn't cut her off with the same tenacity. So he just sucks. In this style of debate anyway. She owns him, unfortunately. Like, because his cause, at least there's nobility in the cause. And like she has kind of disarmed him in that sense. He could have made her slap him, not antagonistic enough. LOL, like farmers don't pay land rates on land. Eh?
They have paid and they've paid.
Okay.
Because these companies have paid and they have paid and they've paid and they've paid to Australian businesses
Probably doing it tough,
to access these resources, which Australia hasn't paid for. We've been able to go and say, you take the risk. If that's a dry well, if that doesn't work out, if the gas market collapses, it was negative during COVID.
Are you saying that a company, given the amount of money that they can actually potentially make out of resources?
Yeah, she's got the format down. She's a proper politician. And like that's what I said, like she is worth every cent to the gas industry or whoever really pays her. Every cent. She is a fucking well-oiled machine. And so like he's gonna have to if you're gonna debate that, like she's playing politician debate. Like he's trying to be like social media influencer debate bro about this. Like she's from a different realm of debate. He's got the wrong tactic, I think, with this one. They haven't paid crap. Up to 20 is a small business when I Googled it anyway. You ask her how much they paid and when.
Will be less averse to making that investment when they'll make a smaller amount of profit, even though it will be a significant profit. But still, we look after Australia and we reinvest the money in Australia and Australians in infrastructure in this country. I can't see a foreign company actually being that put off by it.
Well, you have to explain to your shareholders why you left the country, even though there were profits.
There's two parts to that. One is the risk profile of Australia versus other countries. So these companies are looking around the world and they're going, do we put our next dollar into Alaska, Louisiana, or to Canada, or do we put it into Australia? So they'll look at things like, how long does it take to get an approval? It's 15 years.
See, I think it's bullshit that we haven't actually stood up to some of these foreign countries that we're sending gas to. I think that it's bullshit that we don't say Japan, as if you're going to pull out of this arrangement. South Korea, as if you're going to pull out.
They won't because they're contracted. They can't. They're contracted to take the gas, to pay for the gas.
We're in a negotiation with diesel and fertilizer, like as if they're going to say, oh, no, we're going to pull out now. I mean, they're just not. I mean,
what about the next investment, Carl? What about the next investment? What about the expansion?
It's a great political tactic.
What about the expansion of the next project that makes sure that...
But it's working, punters, you fucking idiot. She's owning you. You got to do something else, bro. Seriously.
So Perdaman, which is going to supply all of Australia's fertiliser needs, is on the back of a gas expansion. What if that didn't go ahead?
Well, it depends. So here's the other flip side of this equation.
I just want to finish on this one little thing if I can.
Even Carl's just like, look, I'm not listening to you either. Just talks over the top of him as well. But like, I still wanted to talk from before. Shut up, punters.
What I'm saying is, if Japan, South Korea thought for 1 millisecond that that
They totally
they cannot.
ganged up on him. It's so funny. He can't even, like, Carl wants to speak over the top of him. Shut up, Carl. No one wants to listen to you. Oh, man. To be fair, he's acting childish and she's defaulting to mum mode and Conrad complies. It is pretty funny, isn't it? Hold on. We've heard from her for like 5 minutes. More silence from you, please. You should be saying they paid $1 billion for 100 billion in profits as she talks. Yeah, like there are tactics. I guess, you live and learn, right? We said this yesterday. You live, you learn, etc., 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 etc. But like, it's not doing anything for the cause here. And Carl, what's he really up to here? If you want to fucking interview McDonald over here, get her on and fucking interview her. You're not mediating the debate. I think that's your point there, Spandong.
Not send any more diesel out of the country because their own country needs it. They would have made that decision and we would have been fucked.
Or would we?
Well, I don't know where you get the diesel from.
Well,
just in that negotiation.
No, correct.
So we're over there doing deals with Malaysia.
Your instincts are correct. What do we have? We've just been told we're the most resource-rich nation in the world. So there's contradictions that punters are picking up on this. We can't be the most resource-rich nation in the world.
He said punters. He said it again. It's been a while, though.
So there's contradictions that punters are picking up on this. We can't be the most resource-rich nation in the world and then obviously have no leverage to negotiate to get our diesel from.
Where is the leverage is the thing. Yeah.
Well, of course, where is the leverage? We have every resource under the sun. Guess who needs our resources? Asia.
Yeah.
Guess who we're going to negotiate well with? We're just tired of rolling over for these countries, going hat in hand.
I can't stream plastered. It's a good idea, Sarsaparilla James. We should do shots every time that he says punters. But like, I'd have to end the stream pretty fast, I reckon.
It is pathetic to see us going and say, oh, we can't do anything.
This is
going hat and guess who we're going to negotiate well with? We're just tired of rolling over for these countries, going hat in hand.
I think that's
it is pathetic to see us going and say, oh, we can't do anything.
This is appalling because what this does is it assumes that Australia is the only country in the region that has these resources.
We are one of few stable democracies with what we have. Yeah, we understand that.
But we're not stable if we keep changing the rules mid-investment.
Great gas lobby talking point. Love it. It's fantastic.
I think an international...
That's really unfair.
It's not. That's a gas lobby talking point.
Unfair.
That's what it is. How is that
Australia
unfair? They said it. We can go back to the hearings. Watch it.
Australia has spent a long time being reliable and being dependable.
So that means nothing in negotiations.
And our word is our bond. And when we shake hands on a contract, we say, we have done the work. We have reviewed the PRRT. We have reviewed our royalty rates. We have reviewed our company tax. And when you invest here, that's the rule.
Okay,
you're almost making me feel sorry for these gas companies.
No. But I will say this: it's not that company's fault that these are the rules that they signed up for, right?
That's exactly right.
And if we were going to do it, it should have been at the start of a contract.
I rode here, Carl,
and I do agree with that.
I just rode here on an e-bike. That's now illegal.
From Newcastle.
Yeah, I jumped the train then on the e-bike. Just regular punter me. Locked up outside.
He said punter again. Stop saying it, you fucking idiot. Well, unfortunately, we dismantled our mining system, so we now have to get foreign companies in. Otherwise, those resources will just continue to sit there. Hey, who would have thought, resources just sitting in the ground, lazy pricks. We better extract them quickly. You know what the funniest part about all of this as well is? Like, I think we talked about this yesterday, right? Like 5 years ago, this prick here would have been like, no, we need to protect the climate. We need to stop gas at all costs. And for some reason, this is why it's really suspicious for me. Like I said, I can't put my finger on what it is. Like, look, I would love to see this guy destroy this smug bitch who only has her fucking political career lined up so she can become an executive on some fossil fuel board somewhere along the line and make like fucking 10 times what she's making now as a politician. I'd love to see him just destroy her for the sake of her smug attitude. But him, like, what's going on? Like, should be, like, yeah, like I said, 5 years ago, he would have been the type to be like, fuck gas. What about the environment? Aren't we worried about destroying Mother Nature? And now all he's worried about is us making bank on gas super profits. Like something strange is going on here. I can't put my finger on it yet. I'm not fully sure what's going on here. Carl's platform actually feels like a voice for people that previously felt completely left behind. It's a net positive to the national conversation. I wouldn't go that far. It's definitely providing extra content. Net positive. Positive, yeah, okay, it's positive in the sense that it provides more content. I'll give you that one, Dilemmas. We have to follow Rennick's plan. It's our only hope. Sarsaparilla Jane is right. Shuts. When someone tries to argue over me like that, I pick the best fact. Like they pay $1 for every $100 of profits again and again and again and again. Yeah, that'd be a way to dismantle it. Just be like the harshest, most this gets under your skin fact and just repeat it until she has to answer it directly. They stop trying to talk over you and start screaming quite fast. I don't need punters to say punters to punt a pint. Just no on like balance. Punters wants full tax crackdown. Companies want more breaks. The best is probably just tightening enforcement to make them pay what they're supposed to now. It's a fair point. That is the real strategy here, which like none of these pricks will talk about. It's just like, well, look, we have corporations that are known for creative accounting and not paying tax by moving things around and cooking the books. How about we just crack down on corporations screwing us with like creative accounting? Let's just make sure we tax them properly with the current rules and stop them from offshoring things and playing us all for chumps. We've got an effective tax system. It taxes all of us working people. It works. We could just make it work for like the fucking richest people in Australia. We could do this. We just have to make sure that we use our tax system effectively. It's a fair point. If they just paid their 20%, probably there'd be a massive ease on income tax. Yes. Imagine if Carl got Geordies onto their debate her. Oof. So everyone on the right wing would just shut up and cop it, LOL. We don't need less conversation. We need more. We need more debates in Ozpol's sphere. Razor, hello. What's up? How you going? Hope you're well. But if we push for a crackdown on creative accounting in general, my monies might get hurties. Yes.
Stolen.
I got arrested in the... Anyway, I'll go into that later.
So that's now illegal. They can crush it, report it, because guess what? I bought this e-bike when it was completely legal. The rules were that way. I had this contract with society. And then every Karen and their dog freaked out. They passed the law instantly that I can't have a 500-watt motor on a motorbike, right?
He is now Karen. He is Karen.
I'm Karen to the gas companies. You are correct. I will be the Karen for the gas companies.
We have got uniformity of argument. So I can't believe it.
So this gets to the point of what we punters are sick and bloody tired. The rules change for us every single bloody week. Ask a small business owner. The ones that you care so much about that I see you talking about. That changes. There are new laws, new regulations, new things, and yes, things change. But for some reason, if you're a Japanese government-owned foreign corporation, we can't possibly make you earn a little bit less profit on your gas exports.
So it's not a little bit less. This is the thing.
Except that it is.
It's on revenue. It's not on profit.
Because guess what they do with profits?
So it is 25%.
They start up a shell company overseas.
It is 25%. And we're going to have some fanciful story of tax.
She did it again. She owned him again. Razor, while the rich are paying taxes by turning their money into assets. And when they want to buy something, they just give those assets. So they never lose anything. And we just feel disgusted because we pay more. Then they speak on behalf of an entire nation. They are truly a bunch of greedy people. Oh, yeah, to say the least. Dilemmas, I asked my money to show me where the government touched it without consent. It was like a redacted EPI file. I reckon he could have baited her back and got her to buy it. 25% is nothing. Fuck's sake. It's pennies to them. Now let's hear her explain otherwise. She got him again, though. He should have racked up before this, gone with the 200% confidence. He should have racked up before this. Oh my God. That's his tactic.
And we're going to have
Here's how
some
you avoid
fanciful
tax
story
manipulation.
of tax management.
No, because I think
it is
Susan keeps just gently
25%.
talking over the top of me and then
You just do it loudly. I do it
that's my
quietly.
weapon. It's good.
It is your weapon. He is weaponized. He's fully weaponized.
She's good, isn't he? Pick up.
I am trying to explain what is a really serious and important topic for Australia.
And we'll come back.
And the reason why it's a sugar hit of an increased tax grab is not the consistency that Australia needs to continue receiving big investments that employ us, that provide us income into this country. It may seem laughable to some, but
see, this is the thing though, when it comes to an argument like hers, it's just like, continue to receive this type of investment. Like, I'm all for what we discovered before. Like, we were looking at how Australia has to play fucking geopolitical football right now in a very destabilized resource economy because some prick somewhere decided it to be funny to shut down the like parts of the world economy by attacking Iran. And they're making bank on it, but while the rest of the world's population is suffering under higher energy prices. And so like Australia as a state is playing some type of geopolitical long game here, and has already said, look, we are not going to implement a tax of 25% on gas. Don't worry about it, Japan. Can you just make sure you keep sending us fuel? Because apparently this is what Australia's population was really fucking concerned about. Like just a month ago, everyone was shitting it and they were like banging on the door and they're just like, can the Australian government do something to ensure that we have fuel security? So like they're doing that now. And so like she should have left it at that. She's just like, okay, you don't fuck around with contracts. Fine. You don't fuck around with contracts because like Australia has relations with other countries and it's way more than just gas. We have to fit into the world economy. So let's not just think about taxing gas and fucking up our relations. But what she's also saying is, but to protect future investments, we need to do that. But like, why are we worried about future investments in gas? And like, why is this guy worried about future investments in gas? Like, isn't he one of those, you know, progressive types that is worried about climate change? Is he really like defending the idea that like Australia should be exploring for more gas projects and tearing up our landscapes and fucking up the environment to have pump more gas into the atmosphere? Like I guess that's her fucking interest, right? That's her interest, is to ensure that Australia continues to be a playground for transnational corporations to make bank with Australia's resources. That's her thing. And that's where like you can't, like for her, she's a fucking shill. She's a complete fucking shill. That's all she cares about, future investments and continuing for Australia to be a good place for foreigners to invest in. Like she got me with the contract stuff. Okay, I understand it a little bit better now. Like Australia wants to get a good supply line for refined fuels if the Strait of Hormuz is going to stay kind of offline for the foreseeable future. Okay, Australia honors its contract, we get some fuel from Japan, you know, everybody's winning in that regard. But like the future investment stuff, I am still not convinced that we can't have a stake in our own future investments. Why do we need to go to the private industry and have them do all of the investing in Australia's future gas projects? I'm not convinced by that one at all. Not in the slightest. Hello, the gas industry employs like 20k people. He's treating her like a 10-year-old student pushing back against the lesson. Wait, what did I miss here? Give me a second. The mid-interview bump. Oh my God, now deflection. She's a peach. Carl should be directing questions instead of just flopping them out there and making eye contact with only one guest. I know, right? I don't envy them for their wealth, but why do I have to pay while they avoid paying taxes? He's treating her like a year 10 student pushing back against the lesson. Take off the gloves, bro. You're not under the thumb of the education department. That's what I see too, dilemmas. She took the parental role and Carl is like, mummy, talk over him harder. You could tax them like 3% instead of 1% of profits, retire them all, pay them old wage and still be ahead. Jingle Jangle Jam, hey, can't believe the conversation is still going. Tuned out hours ago thinking it'd lose momentum. Welcome back. Razor, there should be a plan for such situations. That's the government's role. I mean, we don't ask them to end a war like that, but there should be, at least be a plan when things go wrong. I think this is the plan, though, now. It's like, how do we secure Australia's access to fuel? Even though we know if we don't want to live in a gas chamber, we know it had to stay in the ground. LOL, transnational, take a drink. There's the trans word. The way Carl is directing his questions, I would have just asked if someone wants a coffee, started taking off my mic. Well, clearly I'm not needed here unless you'd like both guests to answer now. The reason Conrad is having a difficult time is the smell of Gina Reinhardt coming from Susan's breath. Rennick's Infrastructure Bank, and we drill our own oil. Yeah, I'm not convinced. Australia, like moving forward, if we're going to do gas, like we can own our own gas infrastructure, I guess, and be our own bank. I'm not convinced by that, but like, why is he even advocating for more gas? This confuses me about him. I thought he would have been, yeah, like more of a teal, eh? A teal voter than anything. An environmentalist. Well, so to say the least, it should be a peaceful solution so that the entire nation is not put at risk and you don't get involved in other wars while you already have your own problems.
To the people who receive it, who run those businesses, who benefit from it, and from the, I know that
I don't
we love
think he's
talking
arguing
about,
that. He's arguing that, that we should be feeding
be?
more back into this country.
That's right. So we used to receive 40% of the world's gas investment.
Yeah, you've said that point already.
But now we're receiving 15%. Where would it go if we introduced this?
I thought gas was in high demand.
We could move to receiving less than that of a world investment for gas. It will be the very happy outcome for those who don't want oil and gas to see it destroyed, and who will drill the Taroom Trough, Carl, if we keep changing the rules.
So two Wall Street hedge funds invested in two gas companies in Australia a week before the Strait of Hormuz was closed, right? So there's clearly
punters understand.
There's clearly
he said punters again.
Appetite for it.
Is that a great investment when they're fixed contracts? Like they're not actually earning more money?
Okay, so this is the argument we hear all the time from the gas lobby.
Goonies never say die vibes with this guy. Transitional stages, green gas is the new Labour push. Slightly more expensive than regular gas, but burns with less CO2. Labour talking points, sus.
I'm not saying anyone else is using those talking points, but people can hear certain things. You've got sovereign risk. Then we've got, but who will invest? I used to teach year 10 business. I used to teach year 11, 12 economics. We understand the other half of the equation that Susan is leaving out a little bit. Return on investment. This is what we capitalists like myself, we care about. So you can say, but who will invest?
I knew it. He's a fucking capitalist.
As an Aussie citizen, it's my gas, it's my country, it's my subsidies going to your companies, right? What's my return on investment? And that's what we keep bringing up. You go, but they won't invest. Cool. Do I care?
Yes.
Well, you say yes. No. Why would I care if there's... No.
Who's going to pay
Why
to
would I
access the
care?
resource?
Why would I care? Boo-hoo for that company if I don't get a return on investment. I'm a capitalist. Look at me go. I just
so good. Wookie, thank you very much. Thank you for the super chat. Are the punters in the room with us right now? Can you see them, Conrad? Geologists should be discussion leaders of this, not finance investors. Yeah, and they're paid off. And the lobby groups that pay them. Spandog now with E10 and 10% more air. There it is. Yeah, I know, right? There it is. He's a fucking capitalist. I hate when people call themselves capitalists. Like, are you a capitalist, bro? Are you honestly? Like, what productive industry are you in? Huh? How much surplus value do you extract from your workers? Or do you just like capitalism? Do you think it's a good form of economy? Doesn't make you a capitalist, you fucking idiot. Spandog, say that to Geordie when he was here and I got the dumb voice. Still my badge of pride. He's worse than a capitalist. He's an economics teacher. I still like him though. I don't drink, so I smoked weed every time. He said punters. Now I need to go bake a lot of melting moment bickies. Geology is at the least invested in education sector of all sciences in Australia. Did you know?
I want a return on my investment. You want me to care if some foreign company, like you just said, if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, geez, where are they going to get that gas from? Oh my gosh, it's us. But you're telling us they won't invest.
We're not the only ones. This is a competitive world. And it is really nice to say Australia will always benefit, but we don't. We don't if we don't get these settings right.
Okay.
We also don't if you don't get a return on our investment using government. You're supposed to negotiate on our behalf, not on behalf of corporations.
All right. Okay. Let's
MCM, make capitalists. Oh, that's what the MCM movement or cycle is. Money to capital money is actually make capitalists money, right? That's the one, isn't it? MCM dash. Make capitalists money. Increasing money. They don't even have a soul geology course in many high schools. I'm an anarcho-syndicalist. Usually when I say it, it just means I have to explain an entirely different thing though. An anarcho-syndicalist. Interesting. These capitalists are only fit to live in the trash. They care more about money than people or society. No, but like by caring about money, they stimulate the economy, which is good for the people, and then keep society going. Come on. That's what's really happening here. That's how it works, Razor. That's her whole shtick as well, right? Miss McDonald over here. In the 80s, I was highly discouraged in following a career path in geology. Wow. Okay, then bye. Go base in a third world country with no laws or enforcement, and we'll see how long you retain control over that mine. Eh? Interesting. Also, geological professors are the ones most likely to dispute climate change, like Ian Flimmer. Coincidence or something more sinister? We have the resources and the standards. We have the leverage. It's an awesome place to base and mine. Fuck off if you think you can do better. Simple LOL. Buy mining companies. Let capitalism do its thing. Rookie, I'm not going to pretend my political views are consistent and not just base on my level of rum intake. All right, let's do it.
Finish with something positive.
Good.
You're not upset, are you?
I find this really distressing.
No, but you're not upset either, are you?
No, this is a game.
I get it. I get it.
It's a game for
I don't
punters.
think it. I don't.
It's not a game.
I don't think it is.
It's not a game for the people who send me here.
But I obviously I understand that you might feel that way. But I think that it courses through his veins as something that he believes in. So
I have over a million followers. I have a million followers that are sick of this.
Okay, so let's finish on something positive. So
a million punters, fuckface. So this is where you know he's a grifter, like in the sense that like when he's trying to do the shtick about how he represents the people, they're punters. But like every now and again, it's just like, no, I've built up this amazing following, so I have influence. Now they're followers. Before they were punters, and he was just one of their representatives. Hey? But now he's in charge of a following. 1 million rubes. Fucking hilarious. She's distressed, Lordy. She got all that airtime, LOL. I know. Oh, no, I'm not upset. I'm distressed. Offshore. Cult of personality, yeah. Now he's a leader being followed. Before he was just a regular punter, eh? Just a regular punter.
It's obviously not going to happen. I think Albo's even too worried about the blowback from Asian countries when we're trying to do deals for fuel, for fertilizer.
Yeah, we can't negotiate well. We're pretty weak.
So that's pretty much the end of it, but I'll come to you in a sec. But is there no way that you can see moving forward that Australia can benefit from our own resources in a greater, more meaningful way?
Well, it's such a great question. So what about if
I hate when they say that. I can't stand it. That is such a good question. You know, the way that you said that question was just wonderful. Did you think about that beforehand, or is it just on the spot? Are you just gifted like that? Oh, yes, I love that question. What are we talking about again? Never trust anyone seeking to lead others. Hey, he has 1 million followers, all right? File monkeys, all right? Having 1 million followers doesn't mean you're a good person here. Yeah, it does. Hey. Just to chime in for a bit before going back to work, Carl is now called Joe Rogan. So good. Fuck. This is our Joe Rogan. Oh, man. Typically, that response means I read it beforehand.
Australia says we're going to develop our own oil reserve in Queensland. So we're going to put some billions of dollars into that project. We won't be able to afford some other things yet because there's no return yet. That is a conversation that I would love Australians to have. Will you come with me? Will you invest in more oil? Will you have more sovereign capacity by having more diesel drilled right here in Australia?
Good thing, right?
I think that's a great
thing. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Remember that one, please, for us. That's our fucking Joe Rogan over here. The Carl Stefanovic Show, a.k.a. Joe Bogan. Shale oil. Oh, that's a great question. How do we make Australia better in a way without losing a cent of profit? Because that's definitely not an option. Good question. Hey, Rogan, got psychedelics approved by the FDA. Show a little respect. What are you trying to say? I thought you liked Carl. We can compare Carl to fucking Rogan, can't we? Idiots shut down Clyde and Cornell. How could you also do Carl Tuckerson down under? He could also do it. Carl Tuckerson, sorry. Honestly, Joe Bogan is a badge of honor. Yeah, of course you would say that.
More diesel, more oil, more fuel.
Good thing, right?
I think that's a great thing. More diesel, more oil, more fertiliser and polypipe being made. What will that take if we're not going to use other people's money to take the risk? That's the question.
Okay. And if Australia decided to do that, to have sovereign capability, which I also think is a fucking great idea.
Yeah. Well, it's just interesting to me that a conservative Liberal Party politician wants to nationalise resources. So I can agree with that. Hell's yeah, let's nationalise the NDIS.
No, but it's a good idea. It's a good idea.
That's what I'm saying. It's a great idea. Let's nationalise this stuff because we're getting absolutely, it's other countries think it's a good enough investment for us to invest in it. So that's what I'm fighting for. So in a way, we agree. I want to nationalise. You want to nationalise. Let's nationalise our resources. Let's go. I'm in. Thanks, Carl.
I think that is a great place to end on. More diesel, more oil, more coal.
Hang on.
More in Australia.
Okay, and just finally,
give me my dividend. Just more.
He got her into a corner for a second and then she fucking owned him again. He was like, I got you. You're a liberal. You're a fucking liberal, a conservative liberal. And you want to nationalize our resources? I got you, bitch. And then she was just like, yeah, all right. I'm all for that. More fucking diesel, more oil, more gas. How do you like that? Eh? You little progressive. Hey, are you advocating for more fossil fuels? Is that what you're asking for? Conrad, you want more fossil fuels? I'm all for that. She got him again. Like the one point where you thought like he was just like, ha, I got you. You want to be a little fucking communist and nationalize our resources. And she's like, and what? You? Hey? You want more fossil fuels? Hey? So much for fucking the green transition, asshole. Drill, baby, drill. Holy shit, he got 2 sentences out. Oh, man. Jaded one. France and England are a great case study of this. 2 Western economies side by side. One privatized a bunch of public infrastructure. The other bought it into it and is still turning a profit off it. The other bought into it and is still turning a profit off it. My nana lived off crusts of bread dipped in lard during the Depression in Australia in the 30s for grub. Carl's not giving him time. Literally preempted the last thing real quick. Whereas, not gonna lie, Conrad didn't do well in this interview, nah. And he called himself a fucking capitalist, 4AS. Like, come on, what's going on there? Throws you off. Punters needs to be more prepared. Yes, I think so. What a freeze frame. Yeah, I know, right? And then she's like all smug about it as well. Like that's pretty much the freeze frame of these interviews. She's just like, gotcha, bitch. And he's just like, fuck, what did she just say? Why is it that she can get away with saying stuff and I still look like a noob? What's going on? Oh, man. We could have had high-speed rail. China was going to build it, but we didn't want to be part of the Belt and Road. Yeah, we lose. The face sums it up. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Plug. All right, look, I haven't done a plug in a while. Why not? Anyone who's watching this right now, if you're on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button. I'll be very disappointed to find out by this stage in the fucking live stream you haven't hit the like button yet. So make sure you, sorry, not hit it. Touch it nicely, caress it, etc., etc., etc. Be nice to the like button. But like activate the like button, please. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow, etc., etc. Come and join us on Discord. This is our community. This is where we share propaganda and write crazy stuff. So join us here. I rarely feed the algorithm. That's fine. Do what you do, but it does help for search and discovery. Activate. Perfect. There you go. Activate. I love that her fashion is lesbian chic. She stole Punter's wardrobe. Oh my God. I think they call that the regional look, right? You know, jeans, belt buckle, classy-ish on top, but not too classy. I'm pretty sure they got those jeans at the same place. Yeah, they all appeal to the same people. Her shoulder pads are making me respect her authority. And if you haven't already, come join. Come become a free member, please, on Patreon so I can get access to your fucking email. Do yourself a favor. Make my life easier, please. All right, let's just let them finish off. This is a pretty good screenshot, though, isn't it? Look at this. Oh, what? Haha. Got you again. Young buck, you have much to learn. I am not a fan of jeans, not gonna lie. Well, they're not appealing to you, Razor, that's for sure. Eh? No, that jacket matches the toilet paper that was in a septic explosion I was witness to. Come and join our mob and be triggered by me and Donk's crazy free market ideas.
Oil? Cool. If I get a dividend. That's all I want.
All right, good to talk to you guys. Listen, I know that it can be heated, but the debate is good and the country needs to be having more of it. Yeah. So I appreciate you coming down and sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
So can we all have a group hug?
A group hug.
A group hug. Of course. This is your job. This is my job.
He just touched her. That's uncomfortable. All right, give me a second. We'll be right back. All the speculation that goes down when I fucking have to leave for a second. So crazy. ASIO knocking at the door. All right. I don't know about this whole situation that's going on here. All right. Like, look, we got look at this screenshot. You got two people. Like, look at her. Fucking hell. Hey, she's just like listening to her in absolutely insufferable woman. Like, if you spend enough time in a room with her, like, you'd want to fucking punch her in the face. Like, that is just the way it is. Just absolutely the way it is. Now, him though, like, he presents like he's a punter. Hey, all the punchers out there, right? All the punchers out there, like, come on, bro, fuck off, you and your punters. Good screenshot. Thank you very much. They can live there for a little bit now. But like, come on, all the punters out there, like, I don't know, man. I just don't know if he really represents a punter's view on this situation. Like, I think he's hit a nail on the head with this whole conversation, him and the Australia Institute. Like, they've definitely picked a position that Australians are fucking upset about. The fact that we have resources and we're getting short-changed on them. But like, the stuff that we saw before is really, really fucking scary. A punter is someone who places bets on things, like it has a much broader meaning in Australian culture, and like now I think is kind of emblematic of anyone who has a go. And so like anyone who participates in Australian society or like in the culture kind of thing is a punter because they're having a crack, they're having a go. So then punter has become synonymous with like regular and everyday people. And so like anyone who gets in on something is a punter. But I think it really has its roots in gambling vocabulary and gambling culture. And so, yeah, anyone who has a crack now, anyone has a go at something, anyone participating, and like anyone who's part of, you know, a capitalistic society, right? Anyone who's involved in society because they have to get a job and like contribute to the economy is a punter now then. And they've got a stake in the game, etc., etc. So like he speaks for all the punters out there. But like this is not even particularly an Australian thing as much as I think it's like a British style use of language. Because I know British people use the term as well. So I think it's a sign of our kind of our ties to British culture too. Jingle Jangle Jam, I am a punter and I have a fair go. Also, please invest in my coal. They're black diamonds with which I have my fair go. But like, yeah, I think we can all agree she is completely in it for the gas lobby. So like her job is like, they say to her, we don't want any more taxes. So you destroy anyone who tries to bring up more taxes. Now, the thing with him is though, like he's talking about taxing Australian resources or the profits on Australian resources because that's good for the people. But like he's also the type of person that would sit there and describe to you how like fossil fuels and gas is like the worst thing that we could be doing for like humanity. And so like he straddles this position of like, hey, like I care about average punters. But like at the same time, he's advocating for something that he knows is against his principles. And so like for some reason, for me, I know this is not something that is shared on the chat. People love this guy, it would seem. But like I can't trust this guy as far as I could throw him. And it's because he seems to be taking up this issue just because he's going after the gas lobby. And from what we saw before, there are other members of the capitalist class here that are more than happy to push this agenda too. You got Clive Palmer, a fucking another magnate, another billionaire who's happy to push this agenda. And so like who is like, let's just say that this guy is on a noble cause here and he's just trying to get more tax revenue for the average punter kind of thing. Like his talking points align perfectly with a weird clash that's going on in the Australian billionaire class. And so, like, is he feeding us a legitimate story here? Does he give a fuck about, like, Australians getting a better shake of the sauce bottle or something, like, you know, insert euphemism here? Like, does he actually care about that? Or is he running some campaign just like she is? She's working for the gas lobby and doesn't want taxes. And he's somehow in a roundabout way working for fucking Twiggy and fucking Palmer. And like, maybe he doesn't know it. Maybe he's truly invested in this narrative, right? And like, he really thinks that like taxing gas is gonna be a fucking great thing for Australians. But like, he is running a campaign right now that is aligned with other billionaire interests in this country. Like, maybe those things are just a coincidence. But like, it's so suspicious. It's so weird that in Australia, the media, Karl Stefanovic, like, they're giving attention to this topic. Like, just turn yourself back to the the turn of the century when the mining boom was going on, and like an Australian government talked about a mining tax, and the amount of warfare they destroyed governments over the mention of a mining tax. And now this guy's whole platform is taxing gas giants, and we're allowing this conversation to happen. Something strange is going on in Australian politics right now. And I think it looks like a battle between billionaires. It is a battle between our capitalists at the moment. And so we're watching these two sections of our capitalist class fight each other here. And we're picking people based on our visceral response. Her, you can just see it. She represents gas, and like, she has no care for Australians at all, apart from the, you know, all the small businesses that she seems to care about, right? And he's running a story that we can all much more enjoy, right? It's just like, but they're getting away without paying any taxes. Can't we just tax them more? And everyone's like, yeah, they are our resources. Let's just do what Punters says. But like, I just don't feel it at the moment. I guess we have to do more investigation into this, but like, I'm just not feeling picking up what he's putting down, especially in the context of the fact that like, this is apparently a bargaining chip. Like, we don't want to piss off the Japanese by doing this, because they are apparently one of the only countries that have been like, yes, okay, we will give you fuel. We're staring down the barrel of an actual fuel crisis. And Japan are like, look, you've been good to us. We will continue to give you fuel because you've shot yourselves in the foot and you don't refine enough of your own fucking fuel, let alone get access to it. We'll continue to give you fuel. And like, the position is, don't fucking poke the bear. Don't piss somebody off. And like, unfortunately, that's her argument. But like, it's her argument not because it matters, it's just coincidental. They're just two mouthpieces of our mining overlords. Pretty much. That's pretty much it fucking right there. Hobo, to be fair, he's been after the gas companies for years. Yeah, fair enough. Cool. If the gas lobby is allowing a spokesperson on Carl's show, then that means they are valuing addressing the crowd that watches it. Take that, what you will. I think he's fine. He has found a popular issue that gets clicks and grows followers. I have 1 million followers. I thought they were punters, asshole. So good. And his ego might be getting pumped by it too. I think so too, yeah. I think the other billionaires notice and are now trying to construct a controlled opposition because they see an issue coming from it. Social media means that they can't hide how much we are being robbed. So the logical thing to do is construct a controlled opposition. Well, Albo's pushing for CGT and negative gear reform. I have a feeling housing industry might be pushing a distraction campaign into mining. They could buy them 10 times over. Battle between Twiggy and his kind and the fossil fuel lobby. Which billionaire gets to take advantage of the Aussies most? Let's find out on next week's episode. We actually get the most of our fuel from Korea and Singapore, if I remember correctly. Fair enough. I know we definitely have the deal with Singapore. Like Singapore is supposed to actually be holding or refining fuel for us. And like the deal, it's supposed to be coming from the States. We're supposed to hold it, and Singapore helps in that refinery process. It's funny how Singapore has such a fucking claim on all of this. It's such a tiny place. And it's such an important position. It's crazy. All right, so what do we do here? Do we go further down this rabbit hole? Actually, I think, who put this in there? Someone put this up for us to have a look at. It was a short explaining this. Oh, it was you, Sarsaparilla Jane. Let's have a look at the short that you provided the other day, so we could understand our position with Japan on this one. Oh, actually, I'm going to do that here. Do that here. Everyone's favorite, the ABC. Hey, good old trusted source. Let's see. Can you say that better? Yeah. Small business to gas lobbies sounds like the little feeder fish which follow big shark so they can scavenge its prey. China is also a massive refiner. A lot of places like Japan going to China for fuel. Then we are accessing it via them to avoid US wrath. Yes. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's have a listen.
In the 1970s, Australia made a very profitable discovery.
In the words of the Minister for Mines, exploration of Western Australia's northwest gas shelf has already shown it is a resource to rival that under the North Sea as the richest in the world.
An enormous amount of natural gas was found in the Carnarvon Basin. Kind of discovery that makes an old-timey prospector dance up and down. But who was actually going to buy all the LNG they would be producing?
And for a while it looked as if the whole world wanted to buy LNG from Northwest Shelf. But that was in better times. The field has now narrowed down to Japan.
But Japan wasn't going to make this easy. Once the final contract was agreed, it locked in the price Japanese companies would be paying for Australian LNG for decades.
I'm delighted to be able to say that the Japanese utilities have indicated to us that they intend to honour their undertaking to purchase LNG gas in the order of $50,000 million over a 20-year period.
This deal meant that no matter what happened, Japan would receive huge amounts of Australian gas at a very cheap price. In order to keep that price low, Australian governments agreed to charge very little in terms of tax or royalties for gas. By the time Australia started challenging Qatar for the title of biggest global LNG supplier around 2020, the benefits each country was getting from their resource was starkly different.
With Qatar in 2021, there will be about 26 billion in revenues from royalties. The Australian budget report has forecast only less than $1 billion.
We are an energy superpower. But last week, our Prime Minister had to fly to Singapore to ask them nicely to please keep sending us the petrol and diesel they refine for us using Saudi oil. All we could offer in return was a promise to keep exporting LNG to them and to our other customers at the prices we previously agreed to. As if we have any other options. In the 1970s, Australia made a very profitable discovery.
Like, why did we watch this one? Is this just to ram home the point that, like, we are in a fucking bind? And that, like, if we want to keep getting fucking oil, or, like, refined petroleum products, like refined oil, so petroleum products, if we want to continue to get access to that shit, we have to honor our fucking previous arrangements? Like, that's it? That's what we're learning here? It's like we made a bad deal in the past, or we made a desperate deal in the past, and we have to honor our commitments. And if we just simply honor our commitments, then we might get access to oil that we desperately need. Is that what I'm hearing? Am I interpreting this wrong? Because, like, I thought that was going to be an ABC gotcha moment. It was just like, see, we figured out how Australia's getting screwed big time, and it shouldn't be happening. But it's kind of like, no, this is what we agreed to because we were desperate at some point. And now we're actually using something that we agreed to be able to secure oil or access to oil that we should have been getting anyway. So it's just like maintaining the status quo, this whole thing. And so it would be dangerous because, like, punters kind of made it sound like, oh, we're just not aggressive enough. Like, we have all of this fucking awesome shit. We have all of this gas that everybody wants. And if we were just more aggressive, they just roll over. Which is, like, not a bad tactic. Like, I'm all for being an aggressive negotiator. But it would seem like, because, like, the story is, oh, we've got all the cards. We've got all the cards and everybody's just lining up to drill here kind of thing. And, like, let's just say that's true. But, like, the other point or the other side of that story is we actually need some assurity that people are going to honor their commitments and give us oil as well. So if we pull out of honoring our commitments, other people might pull out of honoring theirs. Is that what I'm hearing? Or is that a bad way of interpreting that? Isn't it cute when old times they say 50,000 million instead of using billions? Yeah, bless their bottom socks. That's like a thing here now, isn't it? Bless their bottom socks. And then Japan sells it to the free market and we have to buy it off the free market at market rates. It comes from a longer episode that explains how we have to buy it back at a massive increase in price. Look, I get all of that. And that's what everyone's angry about. They're just like, hey, we have all this gas and then we buy it off people that bought it off us for an inflated price. And it's fucking outrageous. But, like, what I'm hearing is we are also in a position right now, like not 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but like right now, where, like, the simple equation is this: we honor our commitment to provide this gas, which sucks for us, and they will honor their commitment to provide us oil, which we desperately need, given the fact that King Trump has thrown world energy markets into disarray for whatever reason, for his own profiteering, for the joys of the fossil fuel industry, whatever the fuck it is. But the reality is, in order for us to get that arrangement that we get off Japan, Singapore, etc., we're just gonna have to keep giving gas away. In a basic level, pulling out of a contract can increase your associated risk. That's mostly about complete breaching contract. Govs have a pile of clauses in their contracts that allow them to modify. Just make a new law or regulation that comes into effect after the contracts. We all know how much government like to create new laws but fail to repeal any laws. Yeah. There's no guarantee they honor their commitments. It just means the cost of investing here takes less insurance. No, but the commitments that are listed in this video are the commitments to provide oil, I think. I guess I just don't trust that we wouldn't get fucked over by, like, the countries that's supposed to provide us with oil. Yeah. That's what I was thinking was going to happen. Like, I thought, like, once it broke out and Singapore had the keys to our oil refinery, refining, and they were just going to use that against us, like, incessantly. In Asia, it helps to be honorable. It would seem so. So, like, this is looking less like a grand government conspiracy theory as much as it is, this is how governments deal with each other on the global stage. They barter. But then at the same time, the gas industry is doing exactly what they do. And they're just minimizing their tax. Oh, sorry, they're not paying tax. They're not paying tax. So this isn't really a question at the end of the day about, hey, you know, Japan makes all this money off our gas. It's like, yeah, well, that agreement's done. But like the problem is the PRRT. So we've set up a system with companies that mine the gas here. Don't worry about where they're taking it and selling it to, what country. They could sell it to any country. But the companies themselves, that's the real problem. The companies themselves have been able to set up a situation where the PRRT has been crafted completely in their interest. Because as long as they continually write off expenses, we will never get a cent in taxes. Think not of Japan making bank on our gas, but the companies themselves that'll never, supposedly never really pay any tax for the gas. Because they hadn't paid any tax apparently up until 2023, which is crazy to think about. We're heading into World War III though. Yeah, so like having access to fuel is going to be really fucking important if we are heading into World War III. Someone put a date on World War III before. Who was it? Was it Monkey Files? So it was 2014. So we're already in World War III. So it's going to be really important to make sure the flow of oil keeps coming, I would say. Because like Australia makes food. And like if we don't have the stuff that fuels our agriculture, we're going to be really fucked. Okay, so if we don't get enough oil, we should cut off gas until we do, right? Yeah, I'm down with that. Like you don't give us the fucking oil, we're going to be fucking cutting the gas off. That's fair. Jaded one. I have to say though, Albo's main defense to call a push for tax populace as if it's a dirty word felt like a bad look to me. It's giving enlightened technocrat. Yes. The tax populist. It does feel like they're making a dirty word out of it. Somebody else said that today. Who were we watching that used that? No, it was him. He called it, tax. Was it the ABC? They were talking about tax populists. And tell Japan to go into Singapore to fix the problem. There is also that to help guarantee it. Or even just this fuel crisis. If those countries need it, why would they sacrifice themselves? Because they still need gas. Like, that's the thing about barter. Like, they wouldn't be bartering with gas if they didn't need it. They still need gas. They are big countries. Like, well, Japan is a huge fucking place. A big population. They need some fucking gas. Their industry and their domestic population would fucking need that stuff. I think the war on terror was World War III. At the moment, World War III is metastasizing into World War IV. Interesting. Jingle Jangle Jam. Think not what your gas company can do for your country, but what your country can do for your gas company. Labor for the worker. LOL. Not this century. Not in the neoliberal world. They need gas more than fuel. Their power grid runs on gas. There you go. So gas is pretty important. So we have leverage. So I think as a country, we should be thinking about gas as a bargaining chip. But when it comes to the corporate sector, like still, you like the PRRT was a fucking useless system. They were always going to just continually write off the expenses and say, look, we can't pay any tax on this one. Windfall profits? What windfall profits? That was like, look at our expenses. The expenses are outrageous. And they'd always tell the truth about their expenses, I'm sure. They wouldn't lie about that, would they? No, surely not. It's the children. They'd lie about it. Imagine how much we could make as a country if we could supply Pacific areas with fuel rather than America. It's enough to make the leftists be down with mining, LOL. We have insane leverage. We're the largest gas exporter before the Red Sea closed to us. Fair enough. Yeah, we do have good leverage. Well, then fucking I hope that leverage is used then to maintain our supply of oil, because I'm like, this country is completely fucked if we don't get access to the stuff we need to fuel our agricultural sector. Like, we can survive a world war, I'm telling you, if we have agriculture. Like, as long as people can eat, that's the main thing. Like, everything else will go down as long as we can eat. But Qatar was making 100 times what we did off their gas. We sold a similar amount, but they made 100 times more. Yeah, we got fucked over big time. I agree. We got fucked over big time. But like, is that a reason now to make a scene that would potentially jeopardize our ability to get access to oil? Like, we have made some serious errors in judgment here. Not only did we shortchange ourselves, but we've also set it up so we rely on other countries to get access to oil and refined oil. So like, we have made ourselves the opposite of resilient over time, which is what neoliberalism was really all about. We privatized a lot and like turned to the world economy to fill in the gaps where we couldn't produce things ourselves. And so like, you know, we invested in that world order on globalization with all the evil globalists. And now now it's coming back to bite us. We had leverage before the rare earth deal was signed with Trump, but Abba just sat in the cuck chair and threw Rudd into the orgy. Oh, that was so funny to watch. Govan in the house, hey, going? Yo. Oh, we should have acted earlier, but yeah, we owed like 15% of world gas supply and 20% was just removed. We have insane leverage. But like you said, they also need us. So we got a fair deal, or are we too scared to renegotiate it? I don't know. But like, is this the point? Is this the time to be like, fuck you? We're going to basically break. Like, let's renegotiate our contracts. Fuck you. I know we're asking you to say that you will honor your commitments with oil, but fuck you, we're renegotiating on gas. Is this the time to do it? It's an interesting question. 30% of the world's uranium. We have the entire periodic table in our country. It's funny. It's just not as black and white as everyone was making it out, this whole gas debate. I was like, you just, we're getting shortchanged here. I get it. We are getting shortchanged. It seems like we've been shortchanged for a while. And why are they picking it now? Who is this serving? And what are they distracting us from? What do they not want us to talk about? I can't believe they're allowing this conversation to happen. And it all seems because of this guy. What did KK Online say the other day? It's just like, it just takes a big footballer do to get everyone talking about this? Violent Quid, we could renegotiate and they would say yes, so it didn't go to someone else. At the same time, weather pollution from the worldwide gas and oil use will throw a spanner in the agricultural stability of our pastoral economy. Yeah, it's a little complex. There is sovereign risk always, but this is the time we have the most leverage to negotiate good deals. Fair enough. File monkeys can't talk about how our species has been lied to from day one. Yeah, fair enough. All right, let's have a listen to it. This is where it all came from. This guy and his comments on beer, right? It's like, did you know that you pay more for your beer? We pay more in beer taxes than gas? Dun, dun, dun. The issue is there is obviously a majority consensus on taxing our resources. It's what unites the left and the right, and Labor still didn't just on the obvious poll jump it would provide. Yeah, that's what I was thinking at the time as well. Like, I was like, yeah, this is a no-brainer, isn't it? Obviously, everyone agrees on this one. But, like, there are more factors at play, it would seem. Looky, government selling our data to private companies in December, surveillance laws increasing, just all the fun stuff going on if you're like wearing a tinfoil hat. Yes. All right, let's do this.
Me now, David Pocock, welcome back.
Good evening, Sarah.
Why do you think the idea of a 25% tax on gas export has attracted such a wide spectrum of supporters?
Because Australians know that we're getting absolutely fleeced when it comes to our gas exports. We're not getting a fair return. We're one of the biggest gas exporters in the world. And yet we feel poor every time gas prices go up internationally. And then we look at Norway and they've got a $3 trillion sovereign wealth fund. Yeah. Australians know that this...
But Norway...
And then we look at Norway and they've got a $3 trillion sovereign wealth fund. Australians know that this just comes down to political leadership, political courage to actually put Australians ahead of the gas company. And as you said in the intro, this is not a left versus right issue. You've got Clive Palmer and the Greens saying a 25% gas export tax is the way to go now.
Isn't that so weird, though? Like, I've said it 1,000 times. Like, what the fuck are the Greens and Clive Palmer aligning on a policy decision? This is so fucking outrageous. Like, the Greens should be like mortal enemies with someone like Clive Palmer. They should and vice versa. Clive Palmer should want to destroy the Greens. Like, they should never exist as an organization because they're an existential threat to his life as a billionaire and a resource magnate. And they agree on destroying the gas industry, it would seem, with taxes. That is so strange. Is that a fact? Well, yeah, we saw the ad. There was an ad in the paper with Clive Palmer asking for a 25% tax on gas. It's fucking weird. It's such a weird coming together. We get a lower return than most places in Africa. Jingle jangle jam. Beer production surpluses will always keep our people from giving up. It's not just Norway. All the Gulf, most of Africa, all of Europe, even Russia sells it for more. Do we sell our gas through contracts? Why can't we sell it on the market like Japan does? Is apparently of that historical position. I'm distracted. I've seen Pocock without a shirt on. Calm down, bro. Yeah, but Mr. E, we're getting 1% of its market value, then buying it at market value to use it. I know, it's a shit deal. I get it. I agree. It's a fucking shit deal. It's absolutely a shit deal. I agree. Jamesh, this guy receives like 1.7 million in donations for a single year electorate during the 2022 election. I'm not sure if I'm sure he's not in anyone's pocket. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good point. It won't destroy the gas industry. They would be pocketing 75 bill and paying 26 bill instead of pocketing 100. Norway is the only country to beat the final boss of capitalism and activate a welfare state unlockable post-game level. Its contracts. Pocock loves the climate 200 money. Pocock, sorry, I should read that properly.
The problem is we've got the 25% gas export tax is the way to go now. The problem is we've got the gas industry, vested interests, with a stranglehold on the major parties at the moment. And we need them to put Australians ahead of the gas industry.
Let me just ask you a question about the government, because we know there was some modelling being done. We know there is interest in the Labor Party in Parliament. But what is your sense of where the Prime Minister and the Treasurer now are? We saw some signals from Anthony Albanese that were translated when he was in Malaysia, suggesting this is now off the table. What is your sense? Have you had any conversations? Do you have any knowledge about where they are?
I don't know what's happening in Cabinet. My sense is amongst Labor politicians that they are hearing from Australians and Labor members across the country saying, we want a fair return from the export of our gas. That is not a radical idea, and we've been missing out for a long time now. Here is a proposal that is backed by the ACTU, backed by, a huge majority of Australians. You've got a massive majority in the House. Get on with it. This is what we elected you to do, to actually act in the interests of the Australian people. As to the Treasurer, I assume he wants this. This is $17 billion extra every year. And for a country that's about to tick over $1 trillion worth of national debt and has huge competing priorities, that's what we should be going after. Now, the gas industry will give evidence to the inquiry tomorrow, spelling out their case, which they have made repeatedly, that higher taxes will discourage investment in gas projects in Australia. We understand the competition for investment dollars is very fierce around the world. Do you accept that it could be the consequence of a new tax regime, less gas in Australia? No, I don't. And you just have to look to the Norwegian example. Former Norwegian prime ministers will tell you that that is exactly what the oil and gas industry said to Norway when they said that we're going to tax you. I think it is fair. I think I have to represent their position here to some extent. That I think they would argue, had they agreed to come on the program, and I hope they would. I have to represent their views here. Fucking calm down, please. 7:30. I feel like I have to represent the gas companies' views here. Do you? Is that what the Australian broadcaster is for? Making sure that they get in a word for gas corporations? Fucking hell. I'm pretty sure we had a national development fund that we then invested into extracting gas, didn't we? And stock markets. National debt. No, we don't talk about that. LOL. That the Norwegian model is not exactly apples for apples because they didn't develop a domestic industry like the gas industry did in Australia, exporting, but also... Sorry, look, I have to shill on behalf of coal and gas since they can't represent themselves here. What's the point of all this gas if we have no houses to live, for the gas to go to? Hey? Yeah, that's a good point. What about my barbecue? Hey? How would I have my barbecue on the weekend? Oh yeah, that's called the Future Fund. Creating a gas industry. The model is not exactly, had they agreed to come on the program, and I hope they will, that the Norwegian model is not exactly apples for apples because they didn't develop a domestic industry like the gas industry did in Australia, exporting, but also creating a gas industry in Australia. No, it's not the exact same model, but at its core is the principle that I think most Australians want, and that is Australian gas needs to provide a return to the Australian people. And we're in a situation now where over half the gas we export is totally royalty-free. We have Japan, who has zero gas fields, making more from gas than the Australian government. They both charge an import tax, and we now know that they export gas. They export more gas than we actually send them. And last year they made $1 billion doing that. So, you know.
Damn, $1 billion. All right, let me just fact check something here. Not fact check, I just need to ask. It is my understanding from listening to the debate surrounding gas taxation in Australia that Australian companies under the PRRT gas have paid next to zero tax or very little tax because they haven't come to a point yet which they have offset their expenses and costs. And the idea of a 25% tax there is an idea then to tax gas when it is sent offshore to foreign markets at a rate of 25%. The claim is that this 25% tax is something that will be felt by other nations, e.g. Japan, Singapore. South Korea. I am unsure as to how a 25% tax that will affect corporations that are mining in Australia is something that will then screw up our contractual obligations to other nation states like Japan. It seems like taxing a corporation at a rate of 25% is a separate issue to Japan making money off the gas that it gets from Australia via a corporation. Can you clarify this situation? Yeah, adding tax shouldn't affect the contract. Yeah, that seems like that's an issue between the corporation and then Japan. So like if we tax a corporation, let's say BHP or something like that, I don't know, Shell, Chevron, Exxon, if we tax them more as they take the gas out, then it's up to them to negotiate with Japan outside of that, right? I like to feel that the public debate mixes a few different things together. The core confusion is between who is legally taxed, companies, and who ultimately bears the cost, which can include foreign buyers. The PRRT actually does what? Australia's petroleum resource rent tax is a profit-based tax, not a royalty on production. Companies can deduct exploration costs, development costs. So yes, understanding is broadly correct. Many LNG projects have paid little or no PRT for years because they had huge upfront costs. Those costs are still being offset. The proposed 25% export tax idea, what it actually is, what you're referring to isn't a current law, but it's a policy proposal floated by some economists and commentators. The idea is to tax gas when it is exported, not just when profits appear. Apply something like a flat rate, e.g. 25% on export value. If companies pay it, why would Japan be affected? This is a key economic point, and your intuition is half right. Fuck you. Legally, the tax is being paid by the companies operating in Australia, not by Japan, South Korea, or Singapore. Economically, companies don't just absorb costs if they can avoid it. They try to pass the cost on through prices. So the real question is, can Australian LNG producers raise prices? Whether the cost gets passed on depends on the global market. There are two scenarios. Scenario A, tight global gas market like now. Supply is constrained. Buyers, Japan, Korea, etc., are competing for LNG. In this case, Australian exporters can raise prices. The tax is effectively shared or passed on to buyers. So yes, Japan can end up indirectly paying more. Scenario B, oversupplied market, plenty of energy globally. Then buyers can go elsewhere. Australian companies must absorb the tax as lower profit. The burden stays mostly on the companies. Why contracts matter? This is where your confusion is very reasonable. A lot of LNG is sold under long-term contracts, especially with Japan. These contracts often have fixed pricing formulas, may include clauses about taxes, government changes. If Australia suddenly adds a big export tax, companies might not be able to pass it on immediately. They could be locked into lower margins. Why people say it could damage relations with Japan? It's not because Japan is directly taxed. It's because Japan relies heavily on Australian LNG for energy security. Australia is seen as a stable, predictable supplier. Definitely predictable, eh? Easily screwed over, apparently. If Australia suddenly changes tax rules in a way that affects supply or pricing, Japan might worry that reliability, policy risk, whether Australia has a safe long-term partner. Yeah. Correct. Tax is imposed on corporations, not Japan. Japan is a buyer, not a taxpayer. Missing piece. Prices adjust in global markets, so costs can flow through to buyers indirectly. Well, is that our fucking problem? A 25% export tax would hit companies directly, but in tight markets, buyers like Japan may pay more. But I don't see what the contractual obligation is, though. Thank you for your response, but what is the contractual obligation that Australia has with Japan that would stop us from imposing a new tax to export gas at a rate of, let's say, 25%? How does that jeopardize our contractual obligation with another country? It would seem like it is just a potential contractual obligation that we have with a corporation. How about Joe? Oh, look, another interest rate rise. Ooh, man, I love cost of living. Yeah, fair enough. Adding a tax shouldn't affect contract. Tearing up contract or changing its terms can add sovereign risk taxes. Sovereign risk taxes usually don't, yep. And no, another country feels the pain. Too bad, so sad. We did it for decades. Now it's your turn. Your turn. Australia's stuck in the cuck chair. It should be outside of contract unless contract has stuff about tax rate in it. And no government signs away rights to tax in a contract. Maybe Australia does. Oh no, China, India, Taiwan, and South Korea have to offset the costs. I'm back on board. Crippling 6 economies at once is more my style. Sam Altman's AI doesn't appreciate your line of questioning. You're right. The binding contracts are with companies. LNG from Australia to Japan is typically governed by long-term deals, like Australia produces, e.g., Shell, Chevron, Woodside, Japan Utilities Trading Houses, JERA, Mitsubishi, Mitsui. These contracts cover price formulas, delivery volumes, durations, 15 to 20 years. So legally, Australia, the government, is not party to those contracts. So can Australia just impose a 25% export tax? Yes, legally. And generally speaking, governments have sovereign power to do so. But here's where it does affect the contracts. Even though Australia isn't a party, a new export tax can trigger contract clauses. Many LNG contracts include change in law provisions, tax pass-through clauses. These determine whether the seller can raise prices or whether they must absorb the cost. So the tax alters the economics of existing contracts, even if it doesn't void them. Lawyers, man, lawyers. I know, what the fuck? This is so fucking dry. But the devil is always in the fucking detail. The devil is always in the fucking detail. It's a tax. Dramatically changes projects' economics. Companies, including Japan investors, may challenge it under investment treaties, seek compensation or arbitration. So while Australia can tax, it may face legal and financial consequences indirectly. I don't understand this. Can you explain this to me like I was a 12-year-old? I identify as black-pilled nihilistic the more I see government inner workings. Imagine the situation. You own a lemonade stand. They always go for the lemonade stand. That's like a gas company in Australia. Your friend, another country like Japan, agrees to buy your lemonade every day for years. You both invest a lot of money to make this work. You build the stand. They help fund it or rely on it. Now the government steps in. The government says, every time you sell lemonade overseas, you must give me 25%. You, the seller, get annoyed because you suddenly make less money. You didn't expect this when you set everything up. You might raise your prices. You tell your friend, hey, I need to charge more now. But your friend might say, no, we agree. We already agreed to a price. Now there's tension. The big problem, that's not fair. If your friend helped you build the stand, like Japanese companies investing in gas projects, they might say, well, we only invested because the rules were stable. You changed the rules after we spent our money. This is where the legal fight can happen. Your friend or their company could say, we want compensation because the government changed the rules and hurt our investment. They might take the issue to the international court or ask for money back. The idea, Australia can change the rules like adding a tax, but if the change is big and sudden, people who invested money can argue, you changed the deal after we committed. But that's like someone's already raised it. We have sovereignty. We can make fucking taxes and laws. Isn't that a risk for business? No rule says Australia can't tax, but if it does, companies make less money and buyers pay more, okay, because the companies pass on that. Investors might say, this isn't what we signed up for. That can lead to legal fights and compensation claims. Okay. And so if this leads to legal fights, compensation claims, arbitration, potentially, what does that mean for Australians? Full stop. We cannot bring in new tax legislation to check corporations that are making a killing off our resources and get in on the game because they will pass that on to the buyer, which would offend another nation state and potentially jeopardize our relations with them. Question mark. Lawyers for gas companies. Hey, we had a deal. Contracts, mate. Contracts. Hardly an investment for us if they get the advantage forever and we don't. So we had a good deal. And now we're in a crisis. Good deal is off the table, buddy. How is that the citizens' problem? Not on gas buyers won't pay more. They would make less profit. Yeah, all I'm hearing is they're going to make less profit. And like that's like they negotiate with Japan. Think of it like this, building on the lemonade example. The government of Australia can always say, new rule, you pay more tax. No one can stop that. But after you change the rule 3 things can happen. Legal fight. Taxpayer might foot part of the bill. Some gas projects involve foreign investors. If the rules change a lot, they might argue, we invested under one set of rules. This change hurts us unfairly. They can take Australia to arbitration under investment agreements and seek compensation. What that means for Australians. If Australia loses or settles, the government pays compensation. That money ultimately comes from taxpayers. Who actually pays the tax? You nailed the key tension. If Australia adds 25% export tax, in a tight market, buyers like Japan and Korea may pay more. Companies pass on that cost. In a competitive market, companies can't raise prices. They earn less profit. What it means for Australia, government collects more revenue, but company profits may fall. Investment and jobs. This is the real domestic trade-off. Gas projects are huge long-term investments. If companies think Australia might change the rules unexpectedly, they might invest less in new projects and put money into other countries instead. For Australians, that could mean less future tax revenue, fewer jobs in the sector, less export income, relations with countries like Japan. This part gets overstated. Japan doesn't control Australia's tax policy, but they care about stable supply, predictable pricing, reliable partners. Australia makes sudden big changes. It may create friction or concern, but it won't automatically break the relationship. So we are powerless? No. Australia has full sovereignty to increase PRRT, add royalties, introduce export taxes, change the system entirely. The real question isn't, can we? It is, what are the consequences and are they worth it? The honest bottom line. You're being fed 2 oversimplified stories in a debate. We can't tax them or Japan will get angry. Not true. Australia can make changes. We can tax them heavily with no downsides. Also not true. There are legal risks, investment impact, price flows. The balanced reality. Australia is choosing between higher tax revenue now versus keeping investment stability in low risk settings. Final takeaway. Australia can tax gas companies more. It's not blocked by Japan or contracts, but doing so shifts money, risk, and incentives. Interesting. Oh no, less gas mining, LOL. Yeah. Uh-oh. This was the whole point of NAFTA, which America just sunk. There is a geopolitical context here. Diplomats aren't robots. Labor being disingenuous by pretending diplomacy isn't dynamic. The price of gas went up so much that 25% won't stop them making more profit than last year. Yeah, like this is the middleman situation here. Okay, fine. We put on 25% and they'll pass it on to Japan. Japan needs to fucking talk to these companies and be like, no, you don't pass on that fucking, that cost to us. You absorb it. You, corporation, absorb the 25%. All I'm hearing is the corporation being like, fine, if Australia's doing this to us, then we're going to do it to you, Japan. And so like we're all compensating here for corporate greed, basically. Who signed this deal? Johnny? Get him to pay up. He's getting paid by us as a retired PM. Do you think that was the point of these talks as well? Well, I don't know. Like I think honestly, the point of these talks is really to secure energy sources. We want to secure our oil, some oil supply lines, and they want to secure cheap gas. We want oil security. They want cheap gas security. We're in a fucking bind here. And like they've got like I think everyone's making out like we have massive bargaining power. And I don't know if it is as strong as we think it is. Yeah, Qatar gets so much money for its gas. Yeah, Norway gets so much money for its gas. And here we are getting fucking screwed over because we sell it for so cheap. But like there are other options, it would seem. And like they've invested massively, billions of dollars they've invested, billions of dollars to set this up. And they're not just going to walk away from it. I agree. They're not just going to walk away from it. But like it's not as simple as like the idea that they've got nowhere else to go. I think they have other options. And like if it's really like if that's really the situation that Australia is in as a nation, which means all of us, you know, lowly commoners here, if like our bind is, do we sell gas for cheap? Do we continue to sell our gas for cheap to have oil security? Then that's the decision we need to make at a sovereign level, not a company tax rate situation, but like, do we let go of this issue to ensure we have some type of oil security? It sounds like no, not us who has the cards, actually. It's fucking the people that we rely to get fucking access to oil. How did we get into a situation like this in the first place? What we are so dependent on other people for fucking oil. Like I thought we would have diversified this a little bit better. But it seems like we are very reliant. Like how much of our oil comes from fucking Asia? All of it? How much of Australia's oil comes via Asia as a percentage? Refined fuel is the most important category. Around 60% of Australia's fuel imports come from 3 Asian countries: South Korea, Singapore, and Malaysia. If you include other Asian suppliers, India, China, Japan, it's roughly 80 to 90% of fuel. Interesting. Crude oil. Malaysia, Brunei, Vietnam, etc. Historically 40%. Refined fuels, roughly 70 to 90% of Australia's fuel is routed through Asia in some form. Interesting. At least 80% comes via Asia. Yeah. Well, I prefer to stay in the ground, but if we're going to sell it, we cannot be the cheapest place on earth for it cheaper than the Gulf. Interesting. Heidi the sausage. Only 24 years left before no one will want our gas because they're all going to be on renewables and we'll be sitting here with our dicks in our hands. Oh, so good. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I still think there's way more questions than answers in all of this sort of stuff. Maybe I'll just let Pocock finish. Pocock, eh?
We're the ones who aren't getting a return. The vast majority of Australians now want that. Of course, you're going to have the industry giving us every excuse under the sun as to why
why do Australians want that? This is still a big question for me. Why? Like all of a sudden, like for fucking years we've been screwed by this, and all of a sudden Australians want answers to this question right now. Right now. Why is Clive Palmer funding that? Why is this a conversation point now? We've been fucked by this for years, and now it's all of a sudden Australians want answers to this dire question. There's an existential risk to Australia's our existence as a nation, and we're worried about it now. Like, I am all for worrying about this stuff, but like, fucking on whose agenda? I am very speculative of this one. The fuel crisis brought it to the forefront. You reckon the mainstream media is desperate about federal ALP? And what, this is like a silver bullet to bring down the government? Like, it does make the government look like shit, doesn't it? Like, it doesn't matter which government it is. If they've been up to this stuff, like, it makes them look awful. Maybe. How are the job opportunities in South Australia? It keeps sounding nicer and nicer. Give us all EVs for what we got over for. Yeah, I've been complaining about this since before Gladstone opened. We're one of the most taxed populations in the world. Yeah. Modern electric stoves are superior in cooking, heating, and warm-up speeds than gas by tested metrics.
Should not pay for the raw materials, this finite resource that belongs to all Australians.
Let me put the question to you in a very... Sorry, David Pocock. Let me put the question to you in a very simple way. Do you want there to be a gas industry in Australia?
Yes, I'm not demonising the gas industry. We need this industry for the transition. This is gas that belongs to all Australians. And a 25% gas export tax would not only raise $17 billion in a normal year, probably far more when we see the kind of windfall profits that we're likely to see, but it would actually reduce the price of gas for Australian manufacturers, businesses and households.
To govern mind, it's Latin. It's in there, man. I've been saying it for years. Aussie sovereignty, Aussie resources, and Aussie nukes. Oh my God. I can't believe you got nukes in via the censor. People couldn't get the word nuke in for a while. We put all our eggs in one basket. Yeah, that's what it seems like. I don't. It's evil. We have GST, which is even a tax upon the minimum wage earner. Eh? Come to SA. I've been banging on about this forever, and no, I don't want a gas industry, but if we have it, we might as well get a benefit from it, not just more bad weather. Yeah.
And that is a very good thing at the moment.
Is there a bargain to be struck here between the government and the gas industry, where the government raises taxes on gas exports, but in return for the gas industry agrees to expedite approvals for gas extraction projects? Is there a deal to be struck?
Here in Australia, we don't have a gas supply problem. We've just got a gas export problem. We have more than enough gas in this country. And in fact, the government's own projections show that international demand for gas is going to start to go down. It's already starting to peak. So what we need to do is actually to get a fair return from the gas we have a 25% gas export tax. To do that, as I said, $17 billion a year, and then actually reduce the cost of gas.
But is there a deal to be done between the government but giving something in return, that is expedited approvals, which is the thing the gas industry is very concerned about, that the approvals take too long on new projects?
Well, I don't think we need to give anything back. We just want a return for our gas. That is not a radical proposition, that Australians should get a fair return for the export of our gas. And if you look at the petroleum resource rent tax, that is a windfall profits tax that is not working because the gas industry just totally game it. This is an industry that the ATO has said are systemic non-payers of tax. Why would we actually bargain with them and say, well, what do you want? Let's just say, that's our gas. You can export it. We're not
I have heard the claim multiple times that the ATO described the gas industry as systemic non-payers of tax. Can you verify this claim? There is no clear evidence that the Australian Tax Office has officially described the gas industry as a whole as a systemic non-payer of tax. Did I not quote that properly? Maybe I didn't say it properly.
That the ATO has said are systemic non-payers of tax.
The ATO described the gas industry as systemic non-payer of tax. This is from the Australian Institute. When you trace this back, it does not appear in official ATO publications or formal statements about the gas industry. What the ATO has actually said. Some companies don't pay tax in a given year. The ATO publishes corporate tax transparency data. It shows many large companies across all sections pay zero company tax in some years. Where symbolic non-taxpayers likely come from. This is a phrase. This phrase is probably being misapplied from a different ATO context. The ATO has previously used systematic non-compliance or similar language when talking about specific groups of taxpayers. Interesting. Not accurate? Really? Why would they say that? The ATO has shown many projects pay little PRRT for structural reasons. Yeah, get fucked. Some companies pay no tax in certain years. Interesting. Wonder what's going on here. Senator McDonald said that isn't true. Yeah, I know, she said it. She was like, that's not true. They never said that. They never said that. It's using fact one or two small ones paid to mislead you.
Why would we actually bargain with them and say, well, what do you want? Let's just say, that's our gas. You can export it. We're not demonising you as an industry. We just want you to pay your fair share.
David Pocock, thank you very much indeed for making a passionate case. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Sarah.
For making a passionate case. Hey? Hey, good on you. Hey, for being passionate about something. Hey? Good on you. It's talking about every single company in industry. Tax officers talking about big players. Yeah, but like, why do they hang their hats on that quote? It's funny. Like punters, the Australian Institute, Pocock. Why would they hang themselves on that quote? Interesting. I wonder if it's just propaganda in a cap. This is what I'm saying. Like, is this all just some wild distraction in a capitalistic, like a war between capitalists? And like, there's something else going on, and like, you know, one set of the section of the capitalist class is throwing the other fucking section under the bus, while something else is fucking going on. Here it is. Wookie found it. No way. The Australian Financial Review. Fucking hell, you found it. Wookie, the new research assistant. Gas companies were named amongst the 102 companies. We have a new research assistant. Oil and gas systemic non. Oh my God. Fuck you. How far do you think the gas companies, etc., would go with Rennick at the helm? ATO has labelled 102 companies systematic non-payers of tax. Okay. So this is a quote from the Financial Review. Okay. So that's where it's come from, the Financial Review. Not directly from themselves, I guess. While revenue from the petroleum resource rent tax exceeded $1 billion despite a fall in the number of paying companies. Interesting. Kylie Waioti. Horrible timing. I've got to bounce. But thanks for saying hi. Unless you've just been lurking in the background. You have to check carefully who they set up, their context it was answering for every single industry player. They're talking about the big players in that quote. Yeah. The AI was misleading by making the question refer to every single gas company, whereas tax office named 104 companies, not the whole gas industry. Yeah, got it. So it was misleading you by treating it as a question about the whole gas industry, not bad actors. Yeah. Yeah, I figured. I've just been busy. I get I could pop in for a sec though. Thanks for popping in. How often do you stream? 5 days a week, baby. Typically, like somewhere between the hours of 10 and 4 at the moment. Sometimes a little bit earlier, a little bit later, or a little bit later, shifting around, I guess, those times, but like typically within that range. File monkeys. Welcome to the crew. All right, I gotta bounce. We may be doing a pod stream in the coming weeks. Oh yeah, watch this space. Okie dokie. Thank you everybody who's been hanging out today. Thanks for my new research assistant, Wookie. Hey, Jamesh. AEST. Oh yeah, sorry, 10. Yeah, I should qualify that. Thank you, Jamesh. 10 to 4. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. I really should say that, shouldn't I? Thank you. Heidi the Sausage, File Monkeys. So we've had a few newbies here today, I think. Violent Quinn could make it a comeback today. Kylie Boyote right at the end there. 4IS, Dilemmas, Jingle Jangle Jam, hanging out all day today. Who else have I missed here? Sarsaparilla Jane and a Hobo Joe. Jaded One coming in and out today. What else have I got here? Who else I got here? I know there's a lot of people and I probably have missed you. I can't go all the way back. Govan, you were in the house earlier, so it was Han. What else I got? Who you got here? Chelsea Clinton. Spandonk was in the house for a little bit too. My lovely people over in the Twitch files. Voltateur was hanging out for a little bit too. Good to have you. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone who's been hanging out today. It's been an interesting one. We're going to continue this more. I know this is fucking painful, but like, I really want to understand this whole gas situation a little bit better. I smell warring capitalists, and we're just being fed into the propaganda machine again. I'm happy if this results in a good situation for, like, you know, our revenue as a citizenry. But like, if they're just fighting each other and like propagandizing this issue to the max for some other agenda, I'd be fucking upset about that. Very upset about that. Ravey Baby 2, I think I missed that. Thank you, everyone. So thank you, everyone who's been hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I'll see you on the morrow. Cheers.